A note to the third edition and introduction, parts 1 and 2, of Reflections on Violence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reflections on Violence by George Sorel, translated by Thomas Ernest Hume. A note to the third edition and introduction, parts 1 and 2. A note to the third edition. I have often been asked lately if I have not observed any facts since 1906 which invalidated some of the arguments set forth in this book. On the contrary, I am more than ever convinced of the value of this philosophy of violence. I have even thought it useful to add to this reprint an apology for violence, which I published in the Matin of May 18, 1908, on the day when the first edition appeared. This is one of those books which public opinion will not permit an author to improve. I have only allowed myself to change a few words here and there in order to make certain phrases clearer. February 1912. Introduction. Letter to Daniel Alivi. My dear Alivi, I should doubtless have left these studies buried in the bound volumes of a review if some friends, whose judgment I value, had not thought that it would be a good thing to bring them before the notice of a wider public, as they serve to make better known one of the most singular social phenomena that history records. But it seemed to me that it would be necessary to give this public some additional explanations, since I cannot often expect to find judges as indulgent as you have been. When I published, in the Mouvement Socialiste, the articles which are now collected in this volume, I did not write with the intention of composing a book. I simply wrote down my reflections as they came into my mind. I knew that the subscribers to that review would have no difficulty in following me, since they were already familiar with the theories which for some years my friends and I had developed in its pages. But I am convinced that the readers of this book, on the contrary, will be very bewildered if I do not submit a kind of defense which will enable them to consider things from my own habitual point of view. In the course of our conversations, you have sometimes made remarks which fitted so well into the system of my own ideas, that they often led me to investigate certain questions more thoroughly. I am sure that the reflections which I here submit to you, and which you have provoked, will be very useful to those who wish to read this book with profit. There are perhaps few studies in which the defects of my method of writing are more evident. I have been frequently reproached for not respecting the rules of the art of writing, to which all our contemporaries submit, and for thus inconveniencing my readers by the disorder of my explanations. I have tried to render the text clearer by numerous corrections of detail, but I have not been able to make the disorder disappear. I do not wish to defend myself by pleading the example of great writers who have been blamed for not knowing how to compose. Arthur Chouquet, speaking of J. Rousseau, said, "His writings lack harmony, order, and that connection of the parts which constitutes a unity." Footnote: A. Chouquet, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, page 179. End footnote. The defects of illustrious men do not justify the faults of the obscure, and I think that it is better to explain frankly the origin of this incorrigible vice in my writings. It is only recently that the rules of the art of writing have imposed themselves in a really imperative way. Contemporary authors appear to have accepted them readily, because they wish to please a hurried and often very inattentive public, and one which is desirous above all of avoiding any personal investigation. These rules were first applied by the people who manufacture scholastic books. Since the aim of education has been to make the pupils absorb an enormous amount of information, it has been necessary to put into their hands manuals suitable to this extra rapid instruction. Everything has had to be presented in a form so clear, so logically arranged, and so calculated to dispel doubt, that in the end the beginner comes to believe that science is much simpler than our fathers supposed. In this way, the mind is very richly furnished in a very little time, but it is not furnished with implements which facilitate individual effort. These methods have been imitated by political publicists and by the people who attempt to popularize knowledge. Footnote: I recall here a phrase of Renan: reading, in order to be of any use, must be an exercise involving some effort. Predjudices, page 231. End footnote. Seeing these rules of the art of writing so widely adopted, people who reflect little have ended by believing that they were based on the nature of things themselves. I am neither a professor, a popularizer of knowledge, nor a candidate for party leadership. I am a self-taught man, exhibiting to other people the notebooks which have served for my own instruction. That is why the rules of the art of writing have never interested me very much. During 20 years I worked to deliver myself from what I retained of my education. I read books, not so much to learn as to efface from my memory the ideas which had been thrust upon it. It is only during the last 15 years that I have really worked for the purpose of learning, but I have never found any one to teach me what I wanted to know. I have had to be my own master, and in a way to educate myself. I make notes in which I formulate my thoughts as they arise. I return 3 or 4 times to the same question, adding corrections which amplify the original, and sometimes even transform it from top to bottom. I only stop when I have exhausted the reserve of ideas stirred up by recent reading. This work is very difficult for me. That is why I like to take as my subject the discussion of a book by a good author. I can then arrange my thoughts more easily than when I am left to my own unaided efforts. You will remember what Bergson has written about the impersonal, the socialized, the ready-made, all of which contains a lesson for students who need knowledge for practical life. A student has more confidence in the formulas which he is taught, and consequently retains them more easily, when he believes that they are accepted by the great majority. In this way, all metaphysical preoccupations are removed from his mind, and he is to feel no need for a personal conception of things. He often comes to look on the absence of any inventive spirit as a superiority. My own method of work is entirely opposed to this, for I put before my readers the working of a mental effort, which is continually endeavoring to break through the bonds of what has been previously constructed for common use, in order to discover what is truly personal and individual. The only things I find it worthwhile entering in my notebooks are those which I have not met elsewhere. I readily skip the transitions between these things, because they nearly always come under the heading of commonplaces. The communication of thought is always very difficult for anyone who has strong metaphysical preoccupations. He thinks that speech will spoil the most fundamental parts of his thought, those which are very near to the motive power of the mind, those which appear so natural to him that he never seeks to express them. A reader has great difficulty in grasping the thought of an inventor, because he can only attain it by finding again the path traversed by the latter. Verbal communication is much easier than written communication, because words act on the feelings in a mysterious way, and easily establish a current of sympathy between people. It is for this reason that an orator is able to produce conviction by arguments which do not seem very comprehensible to anyone reading the speech later. You know how useful it is to have heard Bergson, if one wants to recognize clearly the tendencies of his doctrine and to understand his books rightly. When one has followed his courses of lectures for some time, one becomes familiar with the order of his ideas, and gets one's bearings more easily amidst the novelties of his philosophy. The defects of my manner of writing prevent me from getting access to a wide public, but I think that we ought to be content with the place that nature and circumstances have assigned to each of us, without desiring to force our natural talent. There is a necessary division of functions in the world. It is a good thing that some are content to work, simply that they may submit their reflections to a few studious people, whilst others love to address the great mass of busy humanity. All things considered, I do not think that mine is the worst lot, for I am not exposed to the danger of becoming my own disciple, as has happened to the greatest philosophers when they have endeavored to give a perfectly symmetrical form to the intuitions they brought into the world. You will certainly not have forgotten the smiling disdain with which Bergson has spoken of this infirmity of genius. So little am I capable of becoming my own disciple, that I am unable to take up an old work of mine again with the idea of stating it better, or even of completing it. It is easy enough for me to add corrections and to annotate it, but I have many times vainly tried to think the past over again. Much more, then, am I prevented from ever becoming the founder of a school. Footnote. I think it may be interesting to quote here some reflections borrowed from an admirable book of Newman's. It will be our wisdom to avail ourselves of language as far as it will go, but to aim mainly by means of it to stimulate in those to whom we address ourselves a mode of thinking and trains of thought similar to our own, leading them on by their own independent action, not by any syllogistic compulsion. Hence it is that an intellectual school will always have something of an esoteric character, for it is an assemblage of minds that think, their bond is unity of thought, and their words become a sort of tessera, not expressing thought, but symbolizing it. Grammar of Assent, page 309. As a matter of fact, the schools have hardly ever resembled this ideal sketched out by Newman. End footnote. But is that really a great misfortune? Disciples have nearly always exercised a pernicious influence on the thought of him they called their master, and who has often believed himself obliged to follow them. There is no doubt that his transformation by young enthusiasts into the leader of a party was a real disaster for Marx, who would have done much more useful work if he had not been the slave of the Marxists. People have often laughed at Hegel's belief that humanity, since its origins, had worked to give birth to the Hegelian philosophy, and that with that philosophy spirit had at last completed its development. Similar allusions are found to a certain extent in all founders of schools. Disciples expect their master to close the era of doubt by giving final solutions to all problems. I have no aptitude for a task of that kind. Every time that I have approached a question, I have found that my inquiries ended by giving rise to new problems, and the farther I pushed my investigations, the more disquieting these new problems became. But philosophy is, after all, perhaps only the recognition of the abysses which lie on each side of the footpath, that the vulgar follow with the serenity of somnambulists. It is my ambition to be able occasionally to stir up personal research. There is probably in the mind of every man, hidden under the ashes, a quickening fire, and the greater the number of ready-made doctrines the mind has received blindly, the more is this fire threatened with extinction. The awakener is the man who stirs the ashes, and thus makes the flames leap up. I do not think that I am praising myself without cause, when I say that I have sometimes succeeded in liberating the spirit of invention in my readers, and it is the spirit of invention which is above all necessary to stir up in the world. It is better to have obtained this result than to have gained the banal approbation of people who repeat formulas and enslave their own thought in the disputes of the schools. My reflections on violence have irritated many people on account of the pessimistic conception on which this whole of the study rests. But I know that you do not share this impression. You have brilliantly shown in your Histoire de Croissance that you despise the deceptive hopes with which the weak solace themselves. We can then talk pessimism freely to each other, and I am happy to have a correspondent who does not revolt against a doctrine without which nothing very great has been accomplished in this world. I have felt for some time that Greek philosophy did not produce any great moral result, simply because it was, as a rule, very optimistic. Socrates was at times optimistic to an almost unbearable degree. The aversion of most of our contemporaries from every pessimistic conception is doubtless derived, to a great extent, from our system of education. The Jesuits, who created nearly everything that the university still continues to teach, were optimists because they had to combat the pessimism which dominated Protestant theories, and because they popularized the ideas of the Renaissance. The Renaissance interpreted antiquity by means of the philosophers, and consequently misunderstood the masterpieces of tragic art so completely that our contemporaries have had considerable difficulty in rediscovering their pessimistic significance. Footnote: the significant melancholy found in the masterpieces of Hellenic art prove that, even at that time, gifted individuals were able to peer through the illusions of life to which the spirit of their own surrendered itself without the slightest critical reflection. Hartmann, The Philosophy of the Unconscious, English translation, Volume 3, page 78, Volume 2, page 436. I call attention to this view, which sees in the genius of the great Greeks a historical anticipation. Few doctrines are more important for an understanding of history than that of anticipations, which Newman used in his researches on the history of dogmas. End footnote. At the beginning of the 19th century there was such a concert of groaning that pessimism became odious. Poets who were not, as a matter of fact, much to be pitied, professed to be victims of fate, of human wickedness, and still more of the stupidity of a world which had not been able to distract them. They eagerly assumed the attitudes of a Prometheus called upon to dethrone jealous gods, and with a pride equal to that of the fierce Nimrod of Victor Hugo, whose arrows, hurled at the sky, fell back stained with blood. They imagined that their verses inflicted deadly wounds on the established powers who dared to refuse to bow down before them. The prophets of the Jews never dreamed of so much destruction to avenge their Jehovah as these literary people dreamed of to satisfy their vanity. When this fashion for imprecations had passed, sensible men began to ask themselves if all this display of pretended pessimism had not been the result of a certain want of mental balance. The immense successes obtained by industrial civilization has created the belief that, in the near future, happiness will be produced automatically for everybody. The present century, writes Hartmann, has for the last 40 years only entered the third period of illusion. In the enthusiasm and enchantment of its hopes, it rushes towards the realization of the promise of a new age of gold. Providence takes care that the anticipations of the isolated thinker do not disarrange the course of history by prematurely gaining too many adherents. He thinks that for this reason his readers will have some difficulty in accepting his criticism of the illusion of future happiness. The leaders of the contemporary world are pushed towards optimism by economic forces. Footnote: Hartmann, Loco Citato, Volume 3, page 102. End footnote. So little are we prepared to understand pessimism that we generally employ the word quite incorrectly. We call pessimists people who are in reality only disillusioned optimists. When we meet a man who, having been unfortunate in his enterprises, deceived in his most legitimate ambitions, humiliated in his affections, expresses his grief in the form of a violent revolt against the duplicity of his associates, the stupidity of society, or the blindness of destiny, we are disposed to look upon him as a pessimist, whereas we ought nearly always to regard him as a disheartened optimist who has not had the courage to start afresh, and who is unable to understand why so many misfortunes have befallen him, contrary to what he supposes to be the general law governing the production of happiness. The optimist in politics is an inconstant and even dangerous man, because he takes no account of the great difficulties presented him by his projects. These projects seem to him to possess a force of their own, which tends to bring about their realization all the more easily as they are, in his opinion, destined to produce the happiest results. He frequently thinks that small reforms in the political constitution, and above all in the personnel of the government, will be sufficient to direct social development in such a way as to mitigate those evils of the contemporary world which seem so harsh to the sensitive mind. As soon as his friends come into power, he declares that it is necessary to let things alone for a little, not to hurry too much, and to learn how to be content with whatever their own benevolent intentions prompt them to do. It is not always self-interest that suggests these expressions of satisfaction, as people have often believed. Self-interest is strongly aided by vanity, and by the illusions of philosophy. The optimist passes with remarkable facility from revolutionary anger to the most ridiculous social pacifism. If he possesses an exalted temperament, and if unhappily he finds himself armed with great power, permitting him to realize the ideal he has fashioned, the optimist may lead his country into the worst disasters. He is not long in finding out that social transformations are not brought about with the ease that he had counted on. He then supposes that this is the fault of his contemporaries, instead of explaining what actually happens by historical necessities. He is tempted to get rid of people whose obstinacy seems to him to be so dangerous to the happiness of all. During the Terror, the men who spilt most blood were precisely those who had the greatest desire to let their equals enjoy the golden age they had dreamt of, and who had the most sympathy with human wretchedness. Optimists, idealists, and sensitive men, the greater desire they had for universal happiness, the more inexorable they showed themselves. Pessimism is quite a different thing from the caricatures of it which are usually presented to us. It is a philosophy of conduct rather than a theory of the world. It considers the march towards deliverance as narrowly conditioned, on the one hand, by the experimental knowledge that we have acquired from the obstacles which oppose themselves to the satisfaction of our imaginations, or, if we like, by the feeling of social determinism, and on the other, by a profound conviction of our natural weakness. These two aspects of pessimism should never be separated, although, as a rule, scarcely any attention is paid to their close connection. First, the conception of pessimism springs from the fact that literary historians have been very much struck with the complaints made by the great poets of antiquity on the subject of the griefs which constantly threaten mankind. There are few people who have not, at one time or another, experienced a piece of good fortune, but we are surrounded by malevolent forces always ready to spring out on us from some ambuscade and overwhelm us. Hence the very real sufferings which arouse the sympathy of nearly all men, even of those who have been more favorably treated by fortune, so that the literature of grief has always had a certain success throughout the whole course of history. Footnote: the sham cries of despair which were heard at the beginning of the 19th century owed part of their success to the analogies of form which they presented to the real literature of pessimism. End footnote. But a study of this kind of literature would give us a very imperfect idea of pessimism. It may be laid down as a general rule that in order to understand a doctrine, it is not sufficient to study it in an abstract manner, nor even as it occurs in isolated people. It is necessary to find out how it has been manifested in historical groups. It is for this reason that I am here led to add the two elements that were mentioned earlier. Second, the pessimist regards social conditions as forming a system bound together by an iron law which cannot be evaded, so that the system is given, as it were, in one block, and cannot disappear except in a catastrophe which involves the whole. If this theory is admitted, it then becomes absurd to make certain wicked men responsible for the evils from which society suffers. The pessimist is not subject to the sanguinary follies of the optimist, infatuated by the unexpected obstacles that his projects meet with. He does not dream of bringing about the happiness of future generations by slaughtering existing egoists. Third, the most fundamental element of pessimism is its method of conceiving the path towards deliverance. A man would not go very far in the examination, either of the laws of his own wretchedness or of fate, which so much shock the ingenuousness of our pride, if he were not borne up by the hope of putting an end to these tyrannies by an effort, to be attempted with the help of a whole band of companions. The Christians would not have discussed original sin so much, if they had not felt the necessity of justifying the deliverance, which was to result from the death of Jesus, by supposing that this sacrifice had been rendered necessary by a frightful crime which could be imputed to humanity. If the people of the West were much more occupied with original sin than those of the East, it is not solely, as Taine thought, owing to the influence of Roman law. Footnote: Taine, La Régime Moderne, Volume 2, pages 121 to 122. End footnote. But also because the Latins, having a more elevated conception of the imperial majesty than the Greeks, regarded the sacrifice of the Son of God as having realized an extraordinary marvelous deliverance. From this proceeded the necessity of intensifying human wretchedness and of destiny. It seems to me that the optimism of the Greek philosophers depended to a great extent on economic reasons. It probably arose in the rich and commercial urban populations, who were able to regard the universe as an immense shop full of excellent things, with which they could satisfy their greed. Footnote: the Athenian comic poets have several times depicted a land of cocaine, where there was no need to work. A. and M. Croiset, Histoire de la littérature grecque, Volume 3, pages 472 to 474. End footnote. I imagine that Greek pessimism sprang from poor warlike tribes living in the mountains, who were filled with an enormous aristocratic pride, but whose material conditions were correspondingly poor. Their poets charmed them by praising their ancestors and made them look forward to triumphal expeditions conducted by superhuman heroes. They explained their present wretchedness to them by relating catastrophes in which semi-divine former chiefs had succumbed to fate or the jealousy of the gods. The courage of the warriors might for the moment be unable to accomplish anything, but it would not always be so. The tribe must remain faithful to the old customs in order to be ready for great and victorious expeditions which might very well take place in the near future. Oriental asceticism has often been considered the most remarkable manifestation of pessimism. Hartmann is certainly right when he regards it as having only the value of an anticipation, which was useful, since it reminded men how much there is that is illusory in vulgar riches. He was wrong, however, in saying that asceticism taught men that the destined end to all their efforts was the annihilation of will. Footnote: Hartmann, Loco Citato, page 130. Contempt for the world, combined with the transcendent life of the spirit, had indeed in India already found a place in the esoteric doctrine of Buddhism, but this teaching was only within the reach of a narrow circle of celibate adepts. The outside world had only taken the letter which kills, so that the thought only attained realization in the eccentric phenomena of hermits and penitents. Page 81. End footnote. For in the course of history, deliverance has taken quite other forms than this. In primitive Christianity, we find a fully developed and completely armed pessimism. Man is condemned to slavery from his birth. Satan is the prince of the world. The Christian, already regenerate by baptism, can render himself capable of obtaining the resurrection of the body by means of the Eucharist. Footnote: Patifol, Études d'histoire et de théologie positive, 2nd series, page 162. End footnote. He awaits the glorious second coming of Christ, who will destroy the rule of Satan and call his comrades in the fight to the heavenly Jerusalem. The Christian life of that time was dominated by the necessity of membership in the Holy Army, which was constantly exposed to the ambuscades set by the accomplices of Satan. This conception produced many heroic acts, engendered a courageous propaganda, and was the cause of considerable moral progress. The deliverance did not take place, but we know by innumerable testimonies from that time what great things the march towards deliverance can bring about. 16th century Calvinism presents a spectacle which is perhaps even more instructive, but we must be careful not to confuse it, as many authors have done, with contemporary Protestantism. These two doctrines are the antipodes of each other. I cannot understand how Hartmann came to say that Protestantism is a halting place in the journey of true Christianity, and that it allied itself with the renaissance of ancient paganism. Footnote: Hartmann, The Religion of the Future, English translation, page 23. End footnote. These judgments only apply to recent Protestantism, which has abandoned its own principles in order to adopt those of the Renaissance. Pessimism, which formed no part of the current of ideas which characterized the Renaissance. Footnote: At this epoch commenced the struggle between the pagan love of life and the Christian hatred of this world and avoidance of it. Hartmann, Opere Citato, page 88. This pagan conception is to be found in liberal Protestantism, and this is why Hartmann rightly considers it to be irreligious, but the men of the 16th century took a very different view of the matter. End footnote. Has never been so strongly affirmed as it was by the Reformers. The dogmas of sin and predestination which correspond to the two first aspects of pessimism, the wretchedness of the human species and social determinism, were pushed to their most extreme consequences. Deliverance was conceived under a very different form to that which had been given it by a primitive Christianity. Protestants organized themselves into a military force wherever possible. They made expeditions into Catholic countries, expelled the priests, introduced the reformed cult, and promulgated laws of prescription against papists. They no longer borrowed from the apocalypses the idea of a great final catastrophe, of which the brothers in arms who had for so long defended themselves against the attacks of Satan would only be spectators. The Protestants, nourished on the reading of the Old Testament, wished to imitate the exploits of the conquerors of the Holy Land. They took the offensive and wished to establish the kingdom of God by force. In each locality they conquered, the Calvinists brought about a real catastrophic revolution, which changed everything from top to bottom. Calvinism was finally conquered by the Renaissance. It was full of theological prejudices derived from medieval traditions, and there came a time when it feared to be thought too far behind the times. It wished to be on the level of modern culture, and it finished by becoming simply a lax Christianity. Footnote: If socialism comes to grief, it will evidently be in the same way, because it will have been alarmed at its own barbarity. End footnote. Today, very few people suspect what the reformers of the 16th century meant by free examination. The Protestants of today apply the same method to the Bible that philologists apply to any profane texts. Calvin's exegesis has been replaced by the criticisms of the humanists. The analyst who contents himself with recording facts is tempted to regard the conception of deliverance as a dream or an error, but the true historian considers things from a different point of view. Whenever he endeavors to find out what has been the influence of the Calvinist spirit on morals, law, or literature, he is always driven back to a consideration of the way in which former Protestant thought was dominated by the conception of the path to deliverance. The experience of this great epoch shows quite clearly that in this warlike excitement which accompanies this will to deliverance, the courageous man finds the satisfaction which is sufficient to keep up his ardor. I am convinced that in the history of that time you might find excellent illustrations of the idea that you once expressed to me, that the wandering Jew may be taken as the symbol of the highest aspirations of mankind, condemned as it is to march forever without knowing rest. My theses have shocked many people who are, to a certain extent, under the influence of the ideas of a natural justice implanted in us by our education. Very few educated men have been able to free themselves from these ideas. While the philosophy of natural justice is in perfect agreement with that of force, understanding this word in the special meaning that I have given it in chapters 4 and 5, it cannot be reconciled with my conception of the historical function of violence. The scholastic doctrines of natural right contain nothing but this simple tautology: what is just is good, and what is unjust is bad. As if in enunciating such a doctrine we did not implicitly admit that the just must adapt itself to the natural order of events. It was for a reason of this kind that the economists for a long time asserted that the conditions created under the capitalist regime of competition are perfectly just, because they result from the natural course of things. And inversely, the makers of utopia have always claimed that the actual state of the world was not natural enough. They have wished, consequently, to paint a picture of a society naturally better regulated, and therefore juster. I cannot deny myself the pleasure of quoting some of Pascal's Pensées, which terribly embarrass his contemporaries, and which have only been understood in our day. Pascal had considerable difficulty in freeing himself from the ideas of natural justice which he found in the philosophers. He abandoned them because he did not think them sufficiently imbued with Christianity. I have passed a great part of my life believing that there was justice, and in this I was not mistaken, for there is justice according as God has willed to reveal it to us. But I did not take it so, and this is where I made a mistake, for I believed that our justice was essentially just, and that I possessed means by which I could know this and judge of it. Fragment 375 of the Braunschweig edition. Doubtless there are natural laws, but this good reason once corrupted has corrupted all. Footnote. It seems to me that Pascal's editors in 1670 must have been alarmed at his Calvinism. I am astonished that Sainte-Beuve should have said nothing more than that there was in Pascal's Christianity something which they could not understand, that Pascal had a greater need than they had of Christian faith. Port Royal, Volume 3, page 383. End footnote. Fragment 294. Veri juris. We have it no longer. Fragment 297. Moreover, mere observations showed Pascal the absurdity of the theory of natural right. If this theory was correct, we ought to find laws which are universally admitted, but actions which we regard as criminal have at other times been regarded as virtuous. 3 degrees of latitude near the pole reverse all jurisprudence. A meridian decides what is truth. Fundamental laws change after a few years of possession. Right has its epochs. The entry of Saturn into the constellation of the Lion marks to us the origin of such and such a crime. A strange justice that is bounded by a river. Truth on this side of the Pyrenees becomes error on the other. We must, it is said, get back to the natural and fundamental laws of the state, which an unjust custom has abolished. This is a game certain to result in the loss of all. Nothing will be just on the balance. Fragment 294. Compare Fragment 379. As it is thus impossible for us to reason about justice, we ought to appeal to custom. And Pascal often falls back on this precept. Fragments 294, 297, 299, 309, 312. He goes still further and shows how justice is practically dependent on force. Justice is subject to dispute. Might is easily recognized and is not disputed. Thus it is not possible to attribute might to justice, because might has often contradicted justice, and said that it itself was just. And thus, not being able to make what was just, strong, what was strong has been made just. Fragment 298. Compare fragments 302, 303, 306, 307, 311. This criticism of natural right has not the perfect clearness that we could give it at the present day, because we know now that it is in economics we must seek for a type of force that has attained an absolutely uncontrolled development, and can thus be identified naturally with right, whilst Pascal, under the one heading, confuses together all the manifestations of force. Footnote. Compare what I say about force in Chapter 5. End footnote. Pascal was vividly impressed by the changes that the conception of justice has experienced in the course of time, and these changes still continue to embarrass philosophers exceedingly. A well-organized social system is destroyed by a revolution and is replaced by another system, which in its turn is considered to be perfectly just, so that what was just before now becomes unjust. Any amount of sophisms have been produced to show that force has been placed at the service of justice during revolutions. These arguments have been many times shown to be absurd. But the public is so accustomed to believe in natural rights that it cannot make up its mind to abandon them. There is hardly anything, not excepting even war, that people have not tried to bring inside the scope of natural right. They compare war to a process in which one nation reclaims a right which a malevolent neighbor refuses to recognize. Our fathers readily acknowledged that God decided battles in favor of those who had justice on their side. The vanquished were to be treated as an unsuccessful litigant. They must pay the costs of the war and give guarantees to the victor in order that the latter might enjoy their restored rights in peace. At the present time, there are plenty of people who propose that international conflicts should be submitted to arbitration. This would only be a secularization of the ancient mythology. Footnote. I cannot succeed in finding the idea of international arbitration in fragment 296 of Pascal, where several people claim to have discovered it. In this paragraph, Pascal simply points out the ridiculous aspect of the claim made in his time by every belligerent, to condemn the conduct of his adversary in the name of justice. End footnote. The people who believe in natural right are not always implacable enemies of civil struggles, and certainly not of tumultuous rioting. That has been sufficiently shown in the course of the Dreyfus question. When the force of the state was in the hands of their adversaries, they acknowledged, naturally enough, that it was being employed to violate justice, and they then proved that one might with a good conscience step out of the region of legality in order to enter that of justice, to borrow a phrase of the Bonapartists. When they could not overthrow the government, they tried at least to intimidate it. But when they attacked the people who, for the time being, controlled the force of the state, they did not at all desire to suppress that force, for they wished to utilize it some day for their own profit. All the revolutionary disturbances of the 19th century have ended in reinforcing the power of the state. Proletarian violence entirely changes the aspect of all the conflicts in which it intervenes, since it disowns the force organized by the middle class, and claims to suppress the state which serves as its central nucleus. Under such conditions, it is no longer possible to argue about the primordial rights of man. That is why our parliamentary socialists, who sprung from the middle classes and who know nothing outside the ideology of the state, are so bewildered when they are confronted with working-class violence. They cannot apply to it the commonplaces which generally serve them when they speak about force, and they look with terror on movements which may result in the ruin of the institutions by which they live. If revolutionary syndicalism triumphs, There will be no more brilliant speeches on immanent justice, and the parliamentary regime, so dear to the intellectuals, will be finished with. It is the abomination of desolation. We must not be astonished, then, that they speak about violence with so much anger. Giving evidence on June 5, 1907, before the Cour d'assises de la Seine in the Bouquet-Lévy case, Georges said, "I have no superstitious belief in legality, it has already received too many blows, but I always advise workmen to have recourse to legal means, for violence is the sign of temporary weakness." This is clearly a reminiscence of the Dreyfus question. Jaurès remembered that his friends were obliged to have recourse to revolutionary manifestations, and it is easy to understand that, as a result of this affair, he had not retained very great respect for legality. He probably likened the present position of the Syndicalists to the former position of the Dreyfusards. For the moment they are weak, but they are destined ultimately to have the force of the state at their own disposal. They would then be very imprudent to destroy by violence a force which is destined to become theirs. He may even regret at times that the state has been so severely shaken by the Dreyfus agitation, just as Gambetta regretted that the administration had lost its former prestige and discipline. One of the most elegant of Republican ministers, footnote, the Petit Parisien, that one always quotes with pleasure as the barometer of democratic stupidity, tells us that this scornful definition of the elegant and immoral Monsieur de Marny, Republicans are people who dress badly, seems today altogether without any foundation. I borrow this philosophical observation from an enthusiastic description of the marriage of the charming minister Clementel, October 22, 1905. This well-informed newspaper has accused me of giving the workers hooligan advice, April 7, 1907. End footnote. Has made a specialty of high-sounding phrases directed against the upholders of violence. Viviani charms deputies, senators, and the employees assembled to admire His Excellency on his official tours by telling them that violence is the caricature, or rather, the fallen and degenerate daughter of force. After boasting that he has, by a magnificent gesture, extinguished the lamps of heaven, he assumes the attitude of a matador, at whose feet a furious bull has fallen. Footnote. I have seen violence myself, he told the Senate on November 16, 1906, face to face. I have been, day after day, in the midst of thousands of men who bore on their faces the marks of a terrifying exaltation. I have remained in the midst of them, face to face and shoulder to shoulder. He boasted that in the end he had triumphed over the strikers in the creosote workshops. End footnote. If I were more vain about my literary efforts than I am, I should like to imagine that he was thinking of me when he said in the Senate, on November 16, 1906, that one must not mistake a fanatic for a party, nor rash statements for a system of doctrine. There is only one pleasure greater than that of being appreciated by intelligent people, and that is the pleasure of not being understood by blunderheads, who are only capable of expressing in a kind of jargon what serves them in the place of thought. But I have every reason to suppose that, in the brilliant set which surrounds this charlatan, footnote, in the course of the next week, Viviani strongly insisted on his own socialism, and declared that he intended to remain faithful to the ideal of his first years of public life. If we are to judge by a brochure in 1897 by the Alemanistes, under the title La Vérité sur l'Union Socialiste, this ideal was opportunism. When he left Algeria for Paris, Viviani was transformed into a socialist, and the brochure then asserts that his new attitude is a lie. Evidently this work was edited by fanatics with no understanding of the manners of polite society. Alemanistes. This was the name given to the members of the Revolutionary Socialist Workmen's Party, because Allemand was the best-known member of the party. They did not wish, in principle at any rate, to admit any but workmen into the party. They were, for a long time, very hostile to the parliamentary socialists. During the Dreyfus affair they went with the rest and demanded a retrial. Today they have disappeared, but they have had some influence in the formation of the syndicalist idea. Translator's note. End footnote. There is not one who has ever heard of the Mouvement Socialiste. It is quite within the comprehension of Viviani and his companions in the cabinet that people may attempt an insurrection when they feel themselves solidly organized enough to take over the state. But working-class violence, which has no such aim, seems to them only folly and an odious caricature of revolution. Do what you like, but don't kill the goose. End of A Note to the Third Edition and Introduction, Parts 1 and 2. Introduction, Parts 3, 4, and 5 of Reflections on Violence by George Sorel. Translated by Thomas Ernest Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introduction, Parts 3, 4, and 5. In the course of this study, one thing has always been present in my mind, which seemed to me so evident that I did not think it worth while to lay much stress on it. That men who are participating in a great social movement always picture their coming action as a battle, in which their cause is certain to triumph. These constructions, knowledge of which is so important for historians, I propose to call myths. Footnote. In the Introduction à l'économie moderne, I have given the word myth a more general sense, which closely corresponds to the narrower meaning given to it here. End footnote. The syndicalist general strike and Marx's catastrophic revolution are such myths. As remarkable examples of such myths, I have given those which were constructed by primitive Christianity, by the Reformation, by the Revolution, and by the followers of Mazzini. I now wish to show that we should not attempt to analyze such groups of images in the way that we analyze a thing into its elements, but that they must be taken as a whole, as historical forces, and that we should be especially careful not to make any comparison between accomplished fact and the picture people had formed for themselves before action. I could have given one more example which is perhaps still more striking. Catholics have never been discouraged even in the hardest trials, because they have always pictured the history of the Church as a series of battles between Satan and the hierarchy supported by Christ. Every new difficulty which arises is only an episode in a war which must finally end in the victory of Catholicism. At the beginning of the 19th century, the revolutionary persecutions revived this myth of the struggle with Satan, which inspired so many of the eloquent pages in Joseph de Maistre. This rejuvenation explains to a large extent the religious renaissance which took place at that epoch. If Catholicism is in danger at the present time, it is to a great extent owing to the fact that the myth of the church militant tends to disappear. Ecclesiastical literature has greatly contributed to rendering it ridiculous. Thus, in 1872, a Belgian writer recommended a revival of exorcisms, as they seemed to him an efficacious means of combating the revolutionaries. Footnote. P. Bureau, La crise morale des temps nouveaux, page 213. The author, a professor of the Institut Catholique de Paris, adds, "This recommendation can only excite hilarity nowadays. We are compelled to believe that the author's curious proposition was then accepted by a large number of his co-religionists, when we remember the astonishing success of the writings of Leo Taxil after his pretended conversion." End footnote. Many educated Catholics are horrified when they discover that the ideas of Joseph de Maistre have helped to encourage the ignorance of the clergy, which did not attempt to acquire an adequate knowledge of a science which it held to be accursed. To these educated Catholics, the myth of the struggle with Satan then appears dangerous, and they point out its ridiculous aspects. But they do not in the least understand its historical bearing. The gentle, skeptical, and, above all, pacific habits of the present generation are, moreover, unfavorable to its continued existence, and the enemies of the Church loudly proclaim that they do not wish to return to a regime of persecution, which might restore their former power to warlike images. In employing the term myth, I believe that I had made a happy choice, because I thus put myself in a position to refuse any discussion whatever with the people who wish to submit the idea of a general strike to a detailed criticism, and who accumulate objections against its practical possibility. It appears, on the contrary, that I had made a most unfortunate choice, or while some told me that myths were only suitable to a primitive state of society, others imagined that I had thought the modern world might be moved by illusions, analogous in nature to those which Renan thought might usefully replace religion. Footnote. The principal object of these illusions seems to me to have been the calming of the anxieties that Renan had retained on the subject of the beyond, citing from an article by Monseigneur D'Ist in the Correspondant on October 25, 1892, pages 210 and 224 to 225. End footnote. But there has been a worse misunderstanding than this even, for it has been asserted that my theory of myths was only a kind of lawyer's plea, a falsification of the real opinions of the revolutionaries, the sophistry of an intellectualist. If this were true, I should not have been exactly fortunate, for I have always tried to escape the influence of that intellectualist philosophy, which seems to me a great hindrance to the historian who allows himself to be dominated by it. The contradiction that exists between this philosophy and the true understanding of events has often struck the readers of Renan. Renan is continually wavering between his own intuition, which was nearly always admirable, and a philosophy which cannot touch history without falling into platitudes. But alas, he too often believed himself bound to think in accordance with the scientific opinions of his day. The intellectualist philosophy finds itself unable to explain phenomena like the following. The sacrifice of his life, which the soldier of Napoleon made in order to have had the honor of taking part in immortal deeds, and of living in the glory of France, knowing all the time that he would always be a poor man. Then again, the extraordinary virtues shown by the Romans, who resigned themselves to a frightful inequality and who suffered so much to conquer the world. Footnote. Renan, Histoire du peuple d'Israël, Volume 4, page 191. End footnote. The belief in glory which was a value without equal, created by Greece, and as a result of which a selection was made from the swarming masses of humanity, life acquired an incentive, and there was a recompense here for those who had pursued the good and the beautiful. Footnote. Renan, Loco Citato, page 267. End footnote. The intellectualist philosophy, far from being able to explain these things, leads on the contrary to an admiration for the 51st chapter of Jeremiah. The lofty though profoundly sad feeling with which the peaceful man contemplates these falls of empires, and the pity excited in the heart of the wise man by the spectacle of the nations laboring for vanity, victims of the arrogance of the few. Greece, according to Renan, did not experience anything of that kind, and I do not think that we need complain about that. Footnote. Renan, Loco Citato, pages 199 and 200. End footnote. Moreover, he himself praises the Romans for not having acted in accordance with the conceptions of the Jewish thinker. They labored, they wore themselves out for nothing, said the Jewish thinker. Yes, doubtless, but those are the virtues that history rewards. Footnote. Renan, Opere Citato, Volume 3, pages 458 to 459. End footnote. Religions constitute a very troublesome problem for the intellectualists, for they can neither regard them as being without historical importance, nor can they explain them. Renan, for example, has written some very strange sentences on this subject. Religion is a necessary imposture. Even the most obvious ways of throwing dust in people's eyes cannot be neglected when you are dealing with a race as stupid as the human species, a race created for error, which, when it does admit the truth, never does so for the right reasons. It is necessary, then, to give it the wrong ones. Footnote. Renan, Opere Citato, Volume 5, pages 105 and 106. End footnote. Comparing Giordano Bruno, who allowed himself to be burnt at Champtefleur with Galileo, who submitted to the Holy See, Renan sides with the second, because, according to him, the scientist need not bring anything to support his discoveries beyond good arguments. He considered that the Italian philosopher wished to supplement his inadequate proofs by a sacrifice, and he puts forward this scornful maxim: a man suffers martyrdom only for the sake of things about which he is not certain. Footnote. Renan, Nouvelle étude d'histoire religieuse, page 7. Previously he had said, speaking of the persecutions, people die for opinions, and not for certitudes, because they believe and not because they know. Whenever beliefs are in question, the greatest testimony, and the most efficacious demonstration, is to die for them. L'Église chrétienne, page 317. This thesis presupposes that martyrdom is a kind of ordeal, which was partly true in the Roman epoch, by reason of certain special circumstances. G. Sorel, Le Système historique de Renan, page 335. End footnote. Renan here confuses conviction, which must have been very powerful in Bruno's case, with that particular kind of certitude about the accepted theories of science, which instruction ultimately produces. It would be difficult to give a more misleading idea of the forces which really move men. The whole of this philosophy can be summed up in the following phrases of Renan's. Human affairs are always an approximation lacking gravity and precision, and, as a matter of fact, for an intellectualist, what lacks precision must also lack gravity. But in Renan, the conscientious historian was never entirely asleep, and he at once adds as a corrective, to have realized this truth is a great result obtained by philosophy, but it is an abdication of any active role. The future lies in the hands of those who are not disillusioned. Footnote. Renan, Histoire du peuple d'Israël, Volume 3, page 497. End footnote. From this we may conclude that the intellectualist philosophy is entirely unable to explain the great movements of history. The intellectualist philosophy would have vainly endeavored to convince the ardent Catholics, who for so long struggled successfully against the revolutionary traditions, that the myth of the church militant was not in harmony with the scientific theories formulated by the most learned authors according to the best rules of criticism. It would never have succeeded in persuading them. It would not have been possible to shake the faith that these men had in the promises made to the church by any argument, and so long as this faith remained, the myth was, in their eyes, incontestable. Similarly, the objections urged by philosophy against the revolutionary myths would have made an impression only on those men who were anxious to find a pretext for abandoning any active role, for remaining revolutionary in words only. I can understand the fear that this myth of the general strike inspires in many worthy progressives. Footnote. Translator's note. In French, braves gens. Sorel is using the words ironically to indicate those naive, philanthropically disposed people who believe that they have discovered the solution to the problem of social reform, whose attitude, however, is often complicated by a good deal of hypocrisy, they being frequently rapacious when their own personal interests are at stake. End footnote. On account of its character of infinity. Footnote. Parties, as a rule, define the reforms that they wish to bring about, but the general strike has a character of infinity, because it puts on one side all discussion of definite reforms, and confronts men with a catastrophe. People who pride themselves on their practical wisdom are very much upset by such a conception, which puts forward no definite project of future social organization. End footnote. The world of today is very much inclined to return to the opinions of the ancients, and to subordinate ethics to the smooth working of public affairs, which results in a definition of virtue as the golden mean. As long as socialism remains a doctrine expressed only in words, it is very easy to deflect it towards this doctrine of the golden mean. But this transformation is manifestly impossible when the myth of the general strike is introduced, as this implies an absolute revolution. You know as well as I do that all that is best in the modern mind is derived from this torment of the infinite. You are not one of those people who look upon the tricks by means of which readers can be deceived by words as happy discoveries. That is why you will not condemn me for having attached great worth to a myth which gives to socialism such high moral value and such great sincerity. It is because the theory of myths tends to produce such fine results that so many seek to dispute it. The mind of man is so constituted that it cannot remain content with the mere observation of facts, but always attempts to penetrate into the inner reason of things. I therefore ask myself whether it might not be desirable to study this theory of myths more thoroughly, utilizing the enlightenment we owe to the Bergsonian philosophy. The attempt I am about to submit to you is doubtless very imperfect, but I think that it has been planned in accordance with the only method which can possibly throw light on the problem. In the first place, we should notice that the discussions with the moralists hardly ever come into contact with what is truly fundamental in our individuality. As a rule, they simply try to appraise our already completed acts with the help of the moral valuations formulated in advance by society, for the different types of action commonest in contemporary life. They say that in this way they are determining motives, but these motives are of the same nature as those which jurists take account of in criminal justice. They are merely social valuations of facts known to everybody. Many philosophers, especially the ancients, have believed that all values could be deduced from utility, and if any social valuation does exist, it is surely this latter. Theologians estimate transgressions by the place they occupy on the road which, according to average human experience, leads to mortal sin. They are thus able to ascertain the degree of viciousness of any given sin, while the moderns usually teach that we act after having established a particular maxim, which is, as it were, an abstraction or generalization of our projected conduct, and justify this maxim by deducing it, more or less sophistically, from general principles which are, to a certain extent, analogous to the Declaration of the Rights of Man, and, as a matter of fact, this theory was probably inspired by the admiration excited by the Bill of Rights placed at the head of each American Constitution. Footnote: the Constitution of Virginia dates from June 1776. The American constitutions were known in Europe by two French translations, in 1778 and 1789. Kant had published the Foundations of the Metaphysic of Custom in 1785, and the Critique of Practical Reason in 1788. One might say that the utilitarian system of the ancients has certain analogies with economics, that of the theologians with law, and that of Kant with the political theory of growing democracy. Citing from Jelinek, La Déclaration des droits de l'homme et du citoyen. French translation, page 18 to 25, pages 49 to 50, page 89. End footnote. We are also extremely concerned in knowing what the world thinks of us that, sooner or later, considerations analogous to those the moralists speak of do pass through our mind. As a result of this, the moralists have been able to imagine that they really have made an appeal to experience for the purpose of finding out what exists at the bottom of the creative conscience, when, as a matter of fact, all they have done is to consider already accomplished acts from the point of view of its social effects. Bergson asks us, on the contrary, to consider the inner depths of the mind and what happens there during a creative moment. There are, he says, two different selves, one of which is, as it were, the external projection of the other, its spatial and, so to speak, social representation. We reach the former by deep introspection, which leads us to grasp our inner states as living things, constantly becoming, as states not amenable to measure. But the moments at which we thus grasp ourselves are rare, and that is just why we are rarely free. The greater part of our time we live outside ourselves, hardly perceiving anything of ourselves but our own ghost, a colorless shadow. Hence we live for the external world rather than for ourselves. We speak rather than think. We are acted rather than act ourselves. To act freely is to recover possession of oneself, and to get back into pure duration. Footnote: Bergson, Time and Free Will, English translation, pages 231 to 232. In this philosophy, a distinction is made between duration which flows, in which our personality manifests itself, and mathematical time, which science uses to measure and space out accomplished facts. End footnote. In order to acquire a real understanding of this psychology, we must carry ourselves back in thought to those moments of our life when we made some serious decision, moments unique of their kind, which will never be repeated, any more than the past phases in the history of a nation will ever come back again. Footnote: Bergson, Opere Citato, English translation, pages 238 and 239. End footnote. It is very evident that we enjoy this liberty preeminently when we are making an effort to create a new individuality in ourselves, thus endeavoring to break the bonds of habit which enclose us. It might at first be supposed that it would be sufficient to say that, at such moments, we are dominated by an overwhelming emotion. But everybody now recognizes that movement is the essence of emotional life, and it is then in terms of movement that we must speak of creative consciousness. It seems to me that this psychology of the deeper life must be represented in the following way. We must abandon the idea that the soul can be compared to something moving, which, obeying a more or less mechanical law, is impelled in the direction of certain given motive forces. To say that we are acting implies that we are creating an imaginary world placed ahead of the present world, and composed of movements which depend entirely on us. In this way our freedom becomes perfectly intelligible. Starting from a study of these artificial constructions which embrace everything that interests us, several philosophers, inspired by Bergsonian doctrines, have been led to formulate a rather startling theory. Edouard Leroy, for example, says, "Our real body is the entire universe in as far as it is experienced by us. And what common sense more strictly calls our body is only the region of least unconsciousness and greatest liberty in this greater body, the part which we most directly control, and by means of which we are able to act on the rest." Footnote E. Leroy, Dogme et Critique, page 239. End footnote. But we must not, as this subtle philosopher constantly does, confuse a passing state of our willing activity with the stable affirmations of science. Footnote. It is easy to see here how the sophism creeps in. The universe experienced by us may be either the real world in which we live, or the world invented by us for action. End footnote. These artificial worlds generally disappear from our minds without leaving any trace in our memory. But when the masses are deeply moved, it then becomes possible to trace the outlines of the kind of representation which constitutes a social myth. This belief in glory, which Renan praised so much, quickly fades away into rhapsodies when it is not supported by myths. These myths have varied greatly in different epochs. The citizen of the Greek republics, the Roman legionary, the soldier of the wars of liberty, and the artist of the Renaissance did not picture their conception of glory by the help of the same set of images. Renan complained that the faith in glory is compromised by the limited historical outlook more or less prevalent at the present day. Very few, he said, act with a view to immortal fame. Everyone wants to enjoy his own glory. They eat it in the green blade, and do not gather the sheaves after death. Footnote. Renan, Opera Citato, Volume 4, page 329. End footnote. In my opinion, this limited historical outlook is, on the contrary, not a cause but a consequence. It results from the weakening of the heroic myths which had such great popularity at the beginning of the 19th century. The belief in glory perished, and a limited historic outlook became predominant at the time when these myths vanished. Footnote. Assent, said Newman, however strong and accorded to images however vivid, is not therefore necessarily practical. Strictly speaking, it is not imagination that causes action, but hope and fear, likes and dislikes, appetite, passion, affection, the stirrings of selfishness and self-love. What imagination does for us is to find a means of stimulating those motive powers, and it does so by providing a supply of objects strong enough to stimulate them. Opere Citato, page 82. It may be seen from this that the illustrious thinker adopts an attitude which strongly resembles that of the theory of myths. It is impossible to read Newman without being struck by the analogies between his thought and that of Bergson. People who like to make the history of ideas depend on ethnical traditions will observe that Newman was descended from Israelites. End footnote. As long as there are no myths accepted by the masses, one may go on talking of revolts indefinitely, without ever provoking any revolutionary movement. This is what gives such importance to the general strike, and renders it so odious to socialists who are afraid of a revolution. They do all they can to shake the confidence felt by the workers in the preparations they are making for the revolution, and in order to succeed in this they cast ridicule on the idea of the general strike, the only idea that could have any value as a motive force. One of the chief means employed by them is to represent it as a utopia. This is easy enough, because there are very few myths which are perfectly free from any utopian element. The revolutionary myths which exist at the present time are almost free from any such mixture. By means of them it is possible to understand the activity, the feelings, and the ideas of the masses preparing themselves to enter on a decisive struggle. The myths are not depictions of things, but expressions of a determination to act. A utopia is, on the contrary, an intellectual product. It is the work of theorists who, after observing and discussing the known facts, seek to establish a model to which they can compare existing society in order to estimate the amount of good and evil it contains. Footnote: It was evidently a method of this kind that was adopted by those Greek philosophers who wished to be able to argue about ethics without being obliged to accept the customs which historical necessity had imposed at Athens. End footnote. It is a combination of imaginary institutions having sufficient analogies to real institutions for the jurist to be able to reason about them. It is a construction which can be taken to pieces, and certain parts of it have been shaped in such a way that they can, with a few alterations by way of adjustment, be fitted into approaching legislation. Whilst contemporary myths lead men to prepare themselves for a combat which will destroy the existing state of things, the effect of utopias has always been to direct men's mind towards reforms, which can be brought about by patching up the existing system. It is not surprising, then, that so many makers of utopias were able to develop into able statesmen when they had acquired a greater experience of political life. A myth cannot be refuted, since it is, at bottom, identical with the convictions of a group, being the expression of these convictions in the language of movement, and it is, in consequence, unanalyzable into parts which could be placed on the plane of historical descriptions. A utopia, on the contrary, can be discussed like any other social constitution. The spontaneous movements it presupposes can be compared with the movements actually observed in the course of history, and we can in this way evaluate its verisimilitude. It is possible to refute utopias by showing that the economic system on which they have been made to rest is incompatible with the necessary conditions of modern production. Liberal political economy is one of the best examples of a utopia that could be given. A state of society was imagined which could contain only the types produced by commerce, and which would exist under the law of the fullest competition. It is recognized today that this kind of ideal society would be as difficult to realize as that of Plato, but several great statesmen of modern times have owed their fame to the efforts they made to introduce something of this ideal of commercial liberty into industrial legislation. We have here a utopia free from any mixture of myth. The history of French democracy, however, presents a very remarkable combination of utopias and myths. The theories that inspired the authors of our first constitutions are regarded today as entirely chimerical. Indeed, people are often loath to concede them the value which they have been so long recognized to possess, that of an ideal on which legislators, magistrates, and administrators should constantly fix their eyes, in order to secure for men a little more justice. With these utopias were mixed up the myths which represented the struggle against the ancient regime. So long as the myths survived, all the refutations of liberal utopias could produce no result. The myths safeguarded the utopia with which it was mixed. For a long time, socialism was scarcely anything but a utopia. The Marxists were right in claiming for their master the honor of bringing about a change in the state of things. Socialism has now become the preparation of the masses employed in great industries for the suppression of the state and property, and it is no longer necessary, therefore, to discuss how men must organize themselves in order to enjoy future happiness. Everything is reduced to the revolutionary apprenticeship of the proletariat. Unfortunately, Marx was not acquainted with facts which have now become familiar to us. We know better than he did what strikes are, because we have been able to observe economic conflicts of considerable extent and duration. The myth of the general strike has become popular and is now firmly established in the minds of the workers. We possess ideas about violence that it would have been difficult for him to have formed. We can then complete his doctrine, instead of making commentaries on his text, as his unfortunate disciples have done for so long. In this way, utopias tend to disappear completely from socialism. Socialism has no longer any need to concern itself with the organization of industry since capitalism does that. I think, moreover, that I have shown that the general strike corresponds to a kind of feeling, which is so closely related to those which are necessary to promote production in any very progressive state of industry, that a revolutionary apprenticeship may at the same time be considered as an apprenticeship which will enable the workman to occupy a high rank among the best workmen of his own trade. People who are living in this world of myths are secure from all refutation. This has led many to assert that socialism is a kind of religion. For a long time, people have been struck by the fact that religious convictions are unaffected by criticism, and from that they have concluded that everything which claims to be beyond science must be a religion. It has been observed also that Christianity tends at the present day to be less a system of dogmas than a Christian life, i.e., a moral reform penetrating to the roots of one's being. Consequently, a new analogy has been discovered between religion and the revolutionary socialism which aims at the apprenticeship, preparation, and even reconstruction of the individual, a gigantic task. But Bergson has taught us that it is not only religion which occupies the profounder region of our mental life. Revolutionary myths have their place there equally with religion. The arguments which Yves Guyot urges against socialism on the ground that it is a religion seem to me then to be founded on an imperfect acquaintance with the new psychology. Renan was very surprised to discover that socialists are beyond discouragement. After each abortive experiment they recommence their work. The solution is not yet found, but it will be. The idea that no solution exists never occurs to them, and in this lies their strength. Footnote: Renan, Opere Citato, Volume 3, page 497. End footnote. The explanation given by Renan is superficial. It regards socialism as a utopia, that is, as a thing which can be compared to observed realities. If this were true, it would be scarcely possible to understand how confidence can survive so many failures. But by the side of the utopias there have always been myths, capable of urging on the workers to revolt. For a long time these myths were founded on the legends of the Revolution, and they preserved all their value as long as these legends remained unshaken. Today, the confidence of the socialists is greater than ever, since the myth of the general strike dominates all the truly working-class movement. No failure proves anything against socialism, since the latter has become a work of preparation for revolution. If they are checked, it merely proves that the apprenticeship has been insufficient. They must set to work again with more courage, persistence, and confidence than before. Their experience of labor has taught workmen that it is by means of patient apprenticeship that a man may become a true comrade, and it is also the only way of becoming a true revolutionary. Footnote: It is extremely important to notice the analogy between the revolutionary state of mind and that which corresponds to the morale of the producers. I have indicated some remarkable resemblances at the end of these reflections, but there are many more analogies to be pointed out. End footnote. The works of my friends have been treated with great contempt by the socialists who mix in politics, but at the same time with much sympathy by people who do not concern themselves with parliamentary affairs. We cannot be suspected of seeking to carry on a kind of intellectual industry, and we protest every time people profess to confuse us with the intellectuals who do, as a matter of fact, make the exploitation of thought their profession. The old stages of democracy cannot understand why people should take so much trouble, unless they secretly aim at the leadership of the working class. However, we cannot act in any other way. The man who has constructed a utopia designed to make mankind happy is inclined to look upon the invention as his own personal property. He believes that no one is in a better position than he is to apply his system. He thinks it very unreasonable that his writings do not procure him some post in the government. But we, on the contrary, have invented nothing at all, and even assert that nothing can be invented. We have limited ourselves to defining the historical bearing of the notion of a general strike. We have tried to show that a new culture might spring from the struggle of the revolutionary trade unions against the employers and the state. Our greatest claim to our originality consists in our having maintained that the proletariat can emancipate itself, without being compelled to seek the guidance of that section of the middle class which concerns itself professionally with matters of the intellect. We have thus been led to regard as essential in contemporary phenomena what was before regarded as accessory, and what is indeed really educative for a revolutionary proletariat that is serving its apprenticeship and struggle. It would be impossible for us to exercise any direct influence on such a work of formation. We may play a useful part if we limit ourselves to attacking middle-class thought in such a way as to put the proletariat on its guard against an invasion of ideas and customs from the hostile class. Men who have received an elementary education are generally imbued with a certain reverence for print as such, and they readily attribute genius to the people who attract the attention of the literary world to any great extent. They imagine that they must have a great deal to learn from authors whose names are so often mentioned with praise in the newspapers. They listen with singular respect to the commentaries that these literary prize winners present to them. It is not easy to fight against these prejudices, but it is a very useful work. We regard this task as being absolutely of the first importance, and we can carry it to a profitable conclusion without ever attempting to direct the working class movement. The proletariat must be preserved from the experience of the Germans who conquered the Roman Empire. The latter were ashamed of being barbarians, and put themselves to school with the rhetoricians of the Latin Decadence. They had no wish to congratulate themselves for having wished to be civilized. In the course of my career I have touched on many subjects which might be considered to be outside the proper range of a socialist writer. I have endeavored to show that the science whose marvelous results the middle class constantly boasts of is not as infallible as those who live by its exploitation would have us believe, and that a study of the phenomena of the socialist world would often furnish philosophers with an enlightenment which they do not find in the works of the learned. I do not believe, then, that I am laboring in vain, for in this way I help to ruin the prestige of middle-class culture, a prestige which up to now has been opposed to the complete development of the principle of the class war. In the last chapter of my book, I have said that art is an anticipation of the kind of work that ought to be carried on in a highly productive state of society. It seems that this observation has been very much misunderstood by some of my critics, who have been under the impression that I wish to propose as the socialist solution an aesthetic education of the proletariat under the tutelage of modern artists. This would have been a singular paradox on my part, for the art that we possess today is a residue left to us by an aristocratic society, a residue which has, moreover, been greatly corrupted by the middle class. According to the most enlightened minds, it is greatly to be desired that contemporary art could renew itself by a more intimate contact with craftsmen. Academic art has used up the greatest genius without succeeding in producing anything which equals what has been given us by generations of craftsmen. I had in view something altogether different from such an imitation when I spoke of an anticipation. I wished to show how one found in art, practiced by its best representatives, and above all in its best periods, analogies which make it easier for us to understand what the qualities of the workers of the future would be. Moreover, so little did I think of asking the L'École des Beaux-Arts to provide a teaching suitable to the proletariat, that I based the morale of the producers not on an aesthetic education transmitted by the middle class, but on the feelings developed by the struggles of the workers against their masters. These observations lead us to recognize the enormous difference which exists between the new school and the anarchism which flourished 20 years ago in Paris. The middle class itself had much less admiration for its literary men and its artists than the anarchists of that time felt for them. Their enthusiasm for the celebrities of a day often surpassed that felt by disciples for the greatest masters of the past. We need not, then, be astonished that by a kind of compensation, the novelists and the poets thus adulated have shown a sympathy for the anarchists which has often astonished people who do not know what a force vanity is in the artistic world. Intellectually, then, this kind of anarchism was entirely middle class, and the Decadentes attacked it for this reason. They said that their adversaries, while proclaiming themselves the irreconcilable enemies of the past, were themselves the servile pupils of this cursed past. They observed, moreover, that the most eloquent dissertations on revolt could produce nothing, and that literature cannot change the course of history. The anarchists replied by showing that their adversaries had entered on a road which could not lead to the revolution they announced. By taking part in political debates, socialists, they said, will become merely reformers of a more or less radical type, and will lose the sense of their revolutionary formulas. Experience has quickly shown that the anarchists were right in this view, and that in entering into middle-class institutions, revolutionaries have been transformed by adopting the spirit of these institutions. All the deputies agree that there is very little difference between a middle-class representative and a representative of the proletariat. Many anarchists, tired at last of continually reading the same grandiloquent maledictions hurled at the capitalist system, set themselves to find a way which would lead them to acts which were really revolutionary. They became members of syndicates which, thanks to violent strikes, realized to a certain extent the social war they had so often heard spoken of. Historians will one day see in this entry of the anarchists into the syndicates one of the greatest events that has been produced in our time, and then the name of my poor friend Fernand Pelloutier will be as well known as it deserves to be. Footnote: I believe that Léon de Selac was the first to render justice to the high qualities of Fernand Pelloutier. Le Congrès Ouvrier in France, page 272. End footnote. The anarchist writers who remained faithful to their former revolutionary literature do not seem to have looked with much favor upon the passage of their friends into the syndicates. Their attitude proves that the anarchists who became syndicalists showed real originality, and had not merely applied theories which had been fabricated into philosophical coteries. Above all, they taught the workers that they need not be ashamed of acts of violence. Till that time, it had been usual in the socialist world to attenuate or to excuse the violence of the strikers. The new members of the syndicates regarded these acts of violence as normal manifestations of the struggle, and as a result of this, the tendencies at work in the syndicates, pushing them towards trade unionism, were abandoned. It was their revolutionary temperament which led them to this conception of violence, for it would be a gross error to suppose that these former anarchists carried over into the workers' associations any of their ideas about propaganda by deed. Revolutionary syndicalism is not then, as many believe, the first confused form of the working class movement, which is bound, in the end, to free itself from this youthful error. It has been, on the contrary, the produce of an improvement brought about by men who had just arrested a threatened deviation towards middle-class ideas. It might be compared to the Reformation, which wished to prevent Christianity submitting to the influence of the humanists. Like the Reformation, revolutionary syndicalism may prove abortive if it loses, as did the latter, the sense of its own originality. It is this which gives such great interest to inquiries on proletarian violence. July 15, 1907. End of introduction, parts 3, 4, and 5.
Chapter 2 of Reflections on Violence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Reflections on Violence by George Sorel. Translated by Thomas Ernest Holm. Introduction to the first publication. The reflections that I submit to the readers of the Movement Socialiste on the subject of violence have been inspired by some simple observations about very evident facts which play an increasingly marked role in the history of contemporary classes. For a long time, I had been struck by the fact that the normal development of strikes is accompanied by an important series of acts of violence, but certain learned sociologists seek to disguise a phenomenon that everyone who cares to use his eyes must have noticed. Revolutionary syndicalism keeps alive in the minds of the masses the desire to strike, and only prospers when important strikes, accompanied by violence, take place. Socialism tends to appear more and more as a theory of revolutionary syndicalism, or rather as a philosophy of modern history, in as far as it is under the influence of this syndicalism. It follows from these incontestable data that if we desire to discuss socialism with any benefit, we must first of all investigate the functions of violence in actual social conditions. I do not believe that this question has yet been approached with the care it admits of. I hope that these reflections will lead a few thinkers to examine the problems of proletarian violence more closely. I cannot too strongly recommend this investigation to the new school, which, inspired by the principles of Marx rather than by the formulas taught by the official proprietors of Marxism, is about to give to socialist doctrines a sense of reality and a gravity which it certainly has lacked for several years. Since the new school calls itself Marxist, syndicalist, revolutionary, it should have nothing so much at heart as the investigation of the exact historical significance of the spontaneous movements which are being produced in the working classes, movements which may possibly ensure that the future direction of social development will conform to Marx's ideas. Socialism is a philosophy of the history of contemporary institutions, and Marx has always argued as a philosopher of history, when he was not led away by personal polemics, to write about matters outside the proper scope of his own system. The socialist imagines then that he has been transported into a very distant future so that he can consider actual events as elements of a long and completed development, and he can attribute to them the color that they might take for a future philosopher. Such a procedure certainly presupposes a considerable use of hypothesis, but without certain hypotheses about the future there can be no social philosophy, no reflection on evolution, and no important action in the present even. The object of this study is a more thorough investigation of customs and not a discussion of the merits or faults of certain important people. I want to find out how the feelings by which the masses are moved form themselves into groups. All the discussions of the moralists about the motives for the actions of prominent men, and all psychological analyses of character are, then, quite secondary in importance and even altogether negligible. It seems, however, that it is more difficult to reason in this way when we are concerned with acts of violence than with any other set of circumstances. That is due to our habit of looking on conspiracy as the typical example of violence, or as the anticipation of a revolution. We are thus led to ask ourselves whether certain criminal acts could not be considered heroic, or at least meritorious, if we were to take into account the happy consequences for their fellow citizens anticipated by the perpetrators as a result of their crimes. Certain individual criminal attempts have rendered such great services to democracy that the latter has often consecrated as great men those who, at the peril of their lives, have tried to rid it of its enemies. It has done this the more readily since these great men were no longer living when the hour for dividing the spoils of victory arrived, and we know that the dead obtained admiration more easily than the living. Each time an outrage occurs, the doctors of the ethico-social sciences who swarm in journalism indulge in reflections on the question, can the criminal act be excused or sometimes even justified from the point of view of the highest justice? Then there is an eruption into the democratic press of that casuistry for which the Jesuits have so many times been reproached. I think it may be useful here to mention a note on the assassination of the Grand Duke Sergius, which appeared in Humanité of February 18, 1905. The author was not one of those vulgar members of the bloc whose intelligence is hardly superior to that of a Negrito. He was one of the leading lights of the state universities. Lucian Hare is one of those who ought to know what they are talking about. The title Just Reprisals warns us that the question is to be treated from a high ethical standpoint. It is the judgment of the world which is about to be pronounced. The author scrupulously endeavors to assign the responsibility, calculates the equivalence which ought to exist between a crime and its expiation, goes back to the original misdeeds which have engendered this series of acts of violence in Russia. All this is a philosophy of history strictly in accordance with the pure principles of the Corsican vendetta. Carried away by the lyricism of his subject, Lucian Hare concludes in the style of a prophet. The battle will go on in this way, in suffering and in blood, abominable and odious, till that predestined day which cannot be far off, when the throne itself, the homicidal throne, the throne which heaps up so many crimes, will fall down into the ditch that has today been dug for it. This prophecy has not yet been realized, but the true character of all great prophecies is never to be realized. The homicidal throne is much more secure than the cash box of Humanité. But after all, what can we learn from all this? It is not the business of the historian to award prizes for virtue, to propose the erection of statues, or to establish any catechism whatever. His business is to understand what is least individual in the course of events. The questions which interest the chroniclers and excite novelists are those which he most willingly leaves on one side. And so I am not at all concerned to justify the perpetrators of violence, but to inquire into the function of violence of the working classes in contemporary socialism. It seems to me that the problem of violence has been very badly formulated by many socialists. As a proof of this, I instance an article published in The Socialist on October 21, 1905, by Rappaport. The author, who has written a book on the philosophy of history, ought, it seems to me, to have discussed the question by examining the remoter consequences of these events. But, on the contrary, he considered them under their most immediate, most paltry, and consequently least historical aspect. According to him, syndicalism tends necessarily to opportunism, and as this law does not seem to be verified in France, he adds, if in some Latin countries it assumes revolutionary attitudes, that is mere appearance. It shouts louder, but that is always for the purpose of demanding reforms inside the framework of existing society. It is a Malorism by blows, but it is always Malorism. Thus, there would be two kinds of meliorism, the one patronized by the Musée Social, the Directeur du Travail, and Jaures, which would work with the aid of maxims, half-lies, and supplication to eternal justice. The other proceeds by blows, the latter being the only one that is within the scope of uneducated people who have not yet been enlightened by a knowledge of advanced social economics. These worthy people, Democrats devoted to the cause of the rights of man and the duties of the informer, sociologist members of the bloc, think that violence will disappear when popular education becomes more advanced. They recommend, then, a great increase in the numbers of courses and lectures. They hope to overturn revolutionary syndicalism by the breath of the professors. It is very strange that a revolutionary like Rappaport should agree with these worthy progressives and their acolytes in their estimate of the meaning of syndicalism. This can only be explained by admitting that even for the best-informed socialists, the problems of violence still remain very obscure. To examine the effects of violence, it is necessary to start from its distant consequences and not from its immediate results. We should not ask whether it is more or less directly advantageous for contemporary workmen than adroit diplomacy would be, but we should inquire what will result from the introduction of violence into the relations of the proletariat with society. We are not comparing two kinds of reformism, but we are endeavoring to find out what contemporary violence is in relation to the future social revolution. Many will reproach me for not having given any information which might be useful for tactical purposes. No formulas, no recipes. What then was the use of writing at all? Clear-headed people will say that these studies are addressed to men who live outside the realities of everyday life and outside the true movement. That is, outside editors' offices, parliamentary lobbies, and the antechambers of the socialist financiers. Those who have become scientists merely by coming into contact with Belgian sociology will accuse me of having metaphysical rather than a scientific mind. These are opinions which will scarcely touch me, since I have never paid any attention to the views of people who think vulgar stupidity the height of wisdom, and who admire above all men who speak and write without thinking. Marx also was accused by the great lords of positivism of having, in Capital, treated economics metaphysically. They were astonished that he had confined himself to a mere critical analysis of actual facts instead of formulating receipts. This reproach does not seem to have moved him very much. Moreover, in his preface to his book, he had warned the reader that he would not determine the social position of any particular country, and that he would confine himself to an investigation of the laws of capitalist production, the tendencies working with iron necessity towards inevitable results. One does not need a great knowledge of history to perceive that the mystery of historical development is only intelligible to men who are far removed from superficial disturbances. The chroniclers and the actors of the drama do not see at all what later on will be regarded as fundamental. So that one might formulate this apparently paradoxical rule: it is necessary to be outside in order to see the inside. When we apply these principles to contemporary events, we run the risk of being taken for metaphysicians. But that is of no importance, for this time we are not at Brussels, savez-vous, ça tout pour une fois. If we are dissatisfied with the unsystematic views formed by common sense, we must follow a method altogether opposed to that of the sociologist, who found their reputation amongst stupid people by means of insipid and confused chatter. We must firmly resolve to ignore immediate applications and think only of elaborating generalizations and concepts. It is necessary to set aside all the favorite preoccupations of the politicians. I hope that in the end it will be recognized that I have never broken this rule. Though they may lack other qualities, these reflections possess one merit which cannot be questioned. It is quite evident that they are inspired by a passionate love of truth. Love of truth has become a rare enough quality. The members of the bloc despise it profoundly. Official socialists regard it as having anarchical tendencies. Politicians and their hangers-on cannot sufficiently insult the wretched people who prefer truth to the delights of power. But there are still some honest people left in France, and it is for them alone that I have always written. The greater my experience, the more I have recognized that in the study of historical questions, a passion for truth is worth more than the most learned methodologies. It enables one to break through conventional wrappings, to penetrate to the foundations of things, and to grasp reality. There has never been a great historian who has not been altogether carried along by this passion, and looking at this matter closely, one sees that it is this passion which has given rise to so many happy intuitions. I do not claim that I have in this book said everything that there is to say about violence, and still less to have produced a systematic theory of violence. I've merely reunited and revised a series of articles which appear in an Italian review, Il Diverne Sociale, a review which maintains, on the other side of the Alps, the good fight against the exploiters of popular credulity. The articles were written without any fixed plan. I have not tried to rewrite them because I did not know how to set about giving a didactic appearance to such an exposition. It even seemed to me better to preserve their untidy arrangement, since in that form they will perhaps more easily awake thought. We should always be careful in opening up a little-known subject not to trace its boundaries too rigorously, for in this way the door is closed to the many new facts which arise from unforeseen circumstances. Time after time, the theorists of socialism have been embarrassed by contemporary history. They had constructed magnificent formulas, clear-cut and symmetrical, but they could not make them fit the facts. Rather than abandon their theories, they preferred to declare that the most important facts were mere anomalies which science must ignore if it is to obtain a real understanding of the whole. End of Chapter 2.
Section 3. Chapter 1, Part 1 of Reflections on Violence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Travis. Reflections on Violence by Georges Sorel. Translated by Thomas Ernest Hume. Chapter 1. Class War and Violence. Part 1. Part 1 Header Note. War of the poorer groups against the rich groups. Opposition of democracy to the division into classes. Methods of buying social peace. The corporative mind. Section 1. Everybody complains that discussions about socialism are generally exceedingly obscure. This obscurity is due, for the most part, to the fact that contemporary socialists use a terminology which no longer corresponds to their ideas. The best known among the people who call themselves revisionists do not wish to appear to be abandoning certain phrases, which have served for a very long time as a label to characterize socialist literature. When Bernstein, perceiving the enormous contradiction between the language of social democracy and the true nature of its activity, urged his German comrades to have the courage to appear what they were in reality. Footnote. Bernstein complains of the pedophagy and cant which reigns among the social democrats. Socialisme théorique et social-démocratie pratique. French translation, page 277. He addresses these words from Schiller to social democracy. Let it dare to appear what it is. Page 238. End of footnote. And to revise a doctrine that had become mendacious. There was a universal outburst of indignation at his audacity, and the reformists themselves were not the least eager of the defenders of the ancient formula. I remember hearing well-known French socialists say that they found it easier to accept the tactics of Millerand than the arguments of Bernstein. This idolatry of words plays a large part in the history of all ideologies. The preservation of a Marxist vocabulary by people who have become completely estranged from the thought of Marx constitutes a great misfortune for socialism. The expression class war, for example, is employed in the most improper manner, and until a precise meaning can be given to this term, we must give up all hope of a reasonable exposition of socialism. Subsection A. To most people, the class war is the principle of socialist tactics. That means that the Socialist Party founds its electoral successes on the clashing of interest which exist in an acute state between certain groups, and that, if need be, it would undertake to make this hostility still more acute. Their candidates ask the poorest and most numerous class to look upon themselves as forming a corporation, and they offer to become the advocates of this corporation. They promise to use their influence as representatives to improve the lot of the disinherited. Thus, we are not very far from what happened in the Greek states. Parliamentary socialists are very much akin to the demagogues who clamored constantly for the abolition of debts and the division of landed property, who put all public charges upon the rich and invented plots in order to get large fortunes confiscated. In the democracies in which the crowd is above the law, says Aristotle, the demagogues, by their continual attacks upon the rich, always divide the city into two camps. The oligarchs should abandon all swearing of oaths like those they swear today, for there are cities in which they have taken this oath. I will be the constant enemy of the people, and I will do them all the evil that lies in my power. Footnote: Aristotle, Politics, Volume 9, Sections 10, 11. End of footnote. Here, certainly, is a war between two classes as clearly defined as it can be. But it seems to me absurd to assert that it was in this way that Marx understood the class war, which, according to him, was the essence of socialism. I believe that the authors of the French law of August 11th, 1848, had their heads full of these classical reminiscences when they decreed punishment against all those who, by speeches and newspaper articles, sought to trouble the public peace by stirring up hatred and contempt amongst the citizens. The terrible insurrection of the month of June was just over, and it was firmly believed that the victory of the Parisian workmen would have brought on, if not an attempt to put communism into practice, at least a series of formidable requisitions on the rich in favor of the poor. It was hoped that an end would be put to civil wars by increasing the difficulty of propagating doctrines of hatred, which might raise the proletariat against the middle class. Nowadays, parliamentary socialists no longer entertain the idea of insurrection. If they still occasionally speak of it, it is merely to give themselves airs of importance. They teach that the ballot box has replaced the gun, but the means of acquiring power may have changed without there being any change of mental attitude. Electoral literature seems inspired by the purest demagogic doctrines. Socialism makes its appeal to the discontented without troubling about the place they occupy in the world of production. In a society as complex as ours, and as subject to economic upheavals, there is an enormous number of discontented people in all classes. That is why socialists are often found in places where one would least expect to meet them. Parliamentary socialism speaks as many languages as it has types of clients. It makes its appeal to workmen, to small employers of labor, to peasants. And in spite of Engels, it aims at reaching the farmers. Page 55. Footnote: Engels. La question aiguë et le socialisme. Critique du programme du Parti ouvrier français. Translated in the Mouvement Socialiste. October 15th, 1900. Page 453. It has often been pointed out that certain socialist candidates had separate bills for the town and the country. End of footnote. It is at times patriotic, at other times it declares against the army. It is stopped by no contradiction, experience having shown that it is possible in the course of an electoral campaign to group together forces which, according to Marxian conceptions, should normally be antagonistic. Besides, cannot a member of parliament be of service to electors of every economic situation? In the end, the term proletariat became synonymous with oppressed, and there are oppressed in all classes. Footnote: hampered by the monopoly of the licensed stockbrokers, agents de change, the other brokers, coulissiers, of the bourse thus form a financial proletariat, and among them more than one socialist admirer of Jaurès may be found. Translation note: the coulissiers are only allowed to deal in certain markets, the Kaffir, Argentine, etc. They are constantly conducting press campaigns against the privileged brokers. Many of them are naturalized German Jews, and the licensed brokers utilize this fact in defending their own position. End of footnote. German socialists have taken a great interest in the adventures of the Princess of Coburg. Footnote: the socialist deputy Südekum, the best-dressed man in Berlin, played a large part in the abduction of the Princess of Coburg. Let us hope that he had no financial interest in this affair. At that time, he represented Jaurès' newspaper at Berlin. End of footnote. One of our most distinguished reformers, Henri Thoreau, for a long time one of the editors of the Petite République. Footnote: H. Thoreau was for some considerable time one of the editors of the nationalist paper L'Éclair and of the Petite République at the same time. When Judet took over the management of L'Éclair, he dismissed his socialist contributor. End of footnote. A municipal councillor of Paris has written a book on the proletariat of love, by which title he designates the lowest class of prostitutes. If one of these days the suffrage is granted to women, he will doubtless be called upon to draw up a statement of the claims of this special proletariat. Subsection B. Contemporary democracy in France finds itself somewhat bewildered by the tactics of the class war. This explains why parliamentary socialism does not mingle with the main body of the parties of the extreme left. In order to understand this situation, we must remember the important part played by Revolutionary War in our history. An enormous number of our political ideas originated from war. War presupposes the union of national forces against the enemy, and our French historians have always severely criticized those insurrections which hampered the defense of the country. It seems that our democracy is harder on its rebels than monarchies are. The Vendéens are still denounced daily as infamous traitors. All the articles published by Clemenceau to combat the ideas of Hervé are inspired by the purest revolutionary tradition, and he says so himself clearly. I stand by and shall always stand by the old-fashioned patriotism of our fathers of the Revolution. And he scoffs at people who would suppress international wars in order to hand us over in peace to the amenities of civil war. Aurore, May 12, 1905. For some considerable time, the Republicans denied that there was any struggle between the classes in France. They had so great a horror of revolt that they would not recognize the facts. Judging all things from the abstract point of view of the Declaration of the Rights of Man, they said that the legislation of 1789 had been created in order to abolish all distinction of class in law. For that reason, they were opposed to proposals for social legislation, which, nearly always, reintroduced the idea of class and distinguished certain groups of citizens as being unfitted for the use of liberty. The Revolution was supposed to have suppressed class distinction, wrote Joseph Reinach sadly in the Matin of April 19, 1895. But they spring up again at every step. It is necessary to point out these aggressive returns of the past, but they must not be allowed to pass unchallenged. They must be resisted. Footnote: J. Reinach, Démagogue et Socialiste, page 198. End of footnote. Electoral dealing led many Republicans to recognize that the socialists obtained great successes by utilizing the passions of jealousy, of deception, or of hate, which exist in the world. Thenceforward, they became aware of the class war, and many have borrowed the jargon of the parliamentary socialist. In this way, the party that is called radical socialist came into being. Clemenceau asserts even that he knows moderates who became socialists in 24 hours. In France, he says, the socialists that I know. Footnote. Clemenceau knows the socialists in Parliament exceedingly well, and from long experience. End of footnote. Are excellent radicals who, thinking that social reforms do not advance quickly enough to please them, conceive that it would be good tactics to claim the greater in order to get the less. How many names and how many secret avowals I could quote to support what I say. But that would be useless, for nothing could be less mysterious. Aurore, August 14th, 1905. Léon Bourgeois, who is not willing to adapt himself completely to the new methods, and who, for that reason perhaps, left the Chamber of Deputies for the Senate, said at the Congress of his party in July 1905, "The class war is a fact, but a cruel fact. I do not believe that it is by prolonging this war that the solution of the problem will be attained. I believe that the solution rather lies in its suppression. Men must be brought to look upon themselves as partners in the same work. It would therefore seem to be a question of creating social peace by legislation, thus demonstrating to the poor that the government has no greater care than that of improving their lot, and by imposing the necessary sacrifices on people who possess a fortune judged to be too great for the harmony of the classes. Capitalist society is so rich, and the future appears to it in such optimistic colors, that it endures the most frightful burdens without complaining over much. In America, politicians waste large taxes shamelessly. In Europe, the expenditure on military preparation increases every year." Footnote. At the Hague Conference, the German delegate declared that his country bore the expense of armed peace with ease. Léon Bourgeois held that France bore quite as lightly the personal and financial obligations which the national defense imposed on its citizens. Charles Guillis, who quotes this speech, thinks that the Tsar had asked for the limitation of military expenditure because Russia was not rich enough yet to maintain herself at the level of the great capitalist countries. La France et la paix armée, page 45. End of footnote. Social peace might very well be bought by a few supplementary sacrifices. Footnote. That is why Bryan told, on June 9, 1907, his constituents at Saint-Étienne that the Republic had made a sacred pledge to the workers about old age pensions. End of footnote. Experience shows that the middle classes allow themselves to be plundered quite easily, provided that a little pressure is brought to bear, and that they are intimidated by the fear of revolution. That party will possess the future which can most skillfully manipulate the specter of revolution. The Radical Party is beginning to understand this, but however clever its clowns may be, it will have some difficulty in finding any who can dazzle the big Jew bankers as well as Joris and his friends do. Subsection C. The syndicalist organization gives a third value to the class war. In each branch of industry, employers and workmen form antagonistic groups, which have continual discussions, which negotiate and make agreements. Socialism brings along its terminology of class war, and thus complicates conflicts which might have remained of a purely private order. Corporative exclusiveness, which resembles the local or the racial spirit, is thereby consolidated, and those who represent it like to imagine that they are accomplishing a higher duty and are doing excellent work for socialism. It is well known that litigants who are strangers in a town are generally very badly treated by the judges of commercial courts sitting there, who try to give judgment in favor of their fellow townsmen. Railway companies pay fantastic prices for pieces of ground, the value of which is fixed by juries recruited from among the neighboring landowners. I have seen Italian sailors overwhelmed with fines for pretended infractions of the law by the fishing arbitrators with whom they had come to compete on the strength of ancient treaties. Many workmen are in the same way inclined to assert that in all their contests with the employers, the worker has morality and justice on his side. I have heard the secretary of a syndicate, so fanatically a reformer is distinct from a revolutionary that he denied the oratorical talent of Goethe, declare that nobody had class feelings so strongly developed as he had, because he argued in the way I have just indicated, and he concluded that the revolutionaries did not possess the monopoly of the just conception of the class war. It is quite understandable that many people have considered this corporative spirit as no better than the parish spirit, and also that they should have attempted to destroy it by employing methods very analogous to those which have so much weakened the jealousies which formerly existed in France between the various provinces. A more general culture and the intermixing with people of another region rapidly destroy provincialism. Would it not be possible to destroy the corporative feeling by frequently bringing the important men in the syndicates into connection with the employers, and by furnishing them with opportunities of taking part in discussions of a general order in mixed commissions? Experience has shown that this is feasible. End of section 3. Section 4, Chapter 1, Part 2 of Reflections on Violence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Travis. Reflections on Violence by Georges Sorel. Translated by Thomas Ernest Hume. Chapter 1, Class War and Violence, Part 2. Part 2 Header Note. Allusions relating to the disappearance of violence, the mechanism of conciliation, and the encouragement which it gives to strikers. Influence of fear on social legislation and its consequences. End of header note. The efforts which have been made to remove the causes of hostility which exist in modern society have undoubtedly had some effect, although the peacemakers may be much deceived about the extent of their work. By showing a few of the officials of the syndicates that the middle classes are not such terrible men as they had believed, by loading them with politeness and commissions set up in ministerial offices or at the Musée Social, and by giving them the impression that there is a natural and republican equity above class prejudices and hatreds, it has been found possible to change the attitude of a few former revolutionaries. Footnote. In the matter of social clowneries, there are very few new things under the sun. Aristotle had already laid down the rules of social peace. He says that demagogues, quote, should in their harangues appear to be concerned only with the interest of the rich, just as in oligarchies the government should only seem to have in view the interest of the people. End quote. Loc cit. That is a text which should be inscribed on the door of the offices of the Direction du Travail. End of footnote. These conversions of a few of their old chiefs have caused great confusion in the mind of the working classes. The former enthusiasm of more than one socialist has given place to discouragement. Many working men have wondered whether the trades union organization was not becoming a kind of politics, a means of getting on. But simultaneously with this evolution, which filled the heart of the peacemakers with joy, there was a recrudescence of the revolutionary spirit in a large section of the proletariat. Since the Republican government and the philanthropists have taken it into their heads to exterminate socialism by developing social legislation and by moderating the resistance of the employers in strikes, it has been observed that, more than once, the conflicts have become more acute than formerly. Footnote. Compare G. Sorel. Insegnamenti Sociali, page 343. End of footnote. This is often explained away by saying that it was an accident, the result simply of the survival of old usages. People like to lull themselves with the hope that everything will go perfectly well on the day when manufacturers have a better understanding of the usages of social peace. Footnote. In his speech of May 11, 1907, Jaurès said that nowhere had there been such violence as there was in England during the period when both the employers and government refused to recognize the trade unions. Quote, "They have given way. There is now vigorous and strong action, but which is at the same time legal, firm, and wise." End quote. End of footnote. I believe, on the contrary, that we are in the presence of a phenomenon which flows quite naturally from the conditions in which this pretended pacification is carried out. I observe, first of all, that both the theories and action of the peacemakers are founded on the notion of duty, and that duty is something entirely indefinite, while law seeks rigid definition. This difference is due to the fact that the latter finds a real basis in the economics of production, while the former is founded on sentiments of resignation, goodness, and of sacrifices. And who can judge whether the man who submits to duty has been sufficiently resigned, sufficiently good, sufficiently self-sacrificing? The Christian is convinced that he will never succeed in doing all that the gospel enjoins on him. When he is free from economic ties in a monastery, he invents all sorts of pious obligations, so that he may bring his life nearer to that of Christ, who loved men to such an extent that he accepted an ignominious fate that they might be redeemed. In the economic world, everybody limits his duty by his unwillingness to give up certain profits. While the employer will be always convinced that he has done the whole of his duty, the worker will be of a contrary opinion, and no argument could possibly settle the matter. The first will believe that he has been heroic, and the second will treat this pretended heroism as shameful exploitation. Our great pontiffs of duty refuse to look upon a contract to work as being of the nature of a sale. Nothing is so simple as a sale. Nobody troubles himself to find out whether the grocer or his customer is right when they do not agree on the price of cheese. The customer goes where he can buy more cheaply, and the grocer is obliged to change his prices when his customers leave him. But when a strike takes place, it is quite another thing. All the well-intentioned people, all the progressives, and the friends of the Republic begin to discuss which of the two parties is in the right. To be in the right is to have accomplished one's whole social duty. Laplace has given much advice on the means of organizing labor with a view to a strict fulfillment of duty, but he could not fix the extent of the mutual obligations. He left it to the tact of each, to the just estimation of the duties attaching to one's place in the social hierarchy, to the master's intelligent appreciation of the real needs of the workmen. Footnote. Laplace, Organisation du Travail, Chapter 2, Section 21. According to this writer, more attention should be paid to moral forces than to the systems that are invented in order to regulate wages in a more or less automatic manner. End of footnote. The employers generally agree to discuss disputes on these lines. To the claims of the workers, they reply that they have already reached the limit of possible concessions, while the philanthropists wonder whether the selling price will not permit of a slight rise in wages. Such a discussion presupposes that it is possible to ascertain the exact extent of a man's social duty, and what sacrifices an employer must continue to make in order to carry out the duties of his social position. As there is no process or reasoning which can resolve such a problem, wiseacres suggest recourse to arbitration. Rabelais would have suggested recourse to the chance of the dice. When the strike is important, deputies loudly demand an inquiry, with the object of discovering whether the industrial leaders are properly fulfilling their duties as good masters. Certain results are obtained in this way, which nevertheless seem absurd, because on the one hand, the large employers of labor have been brought up with religious, philanthropic, and civic ideas. Footnote. About the forces which tend to maintain sentiments of moderation, compare Insegnamenti Sociali, Part 3, Chapter 5. End of footnote. And on the other hand, because they cannot show themselves too stubborn when certain demands are made by people occupying a high position in the country. Conciliators stake their vanity on succeeding, and they would be extremely hurt if industrial leaders prevented them from making social peace. The workmen are in a much more favorable position because the prestige of the peacemakers is very much less with them than with the capitalists. The latter give way, therefore, much more easily than the workers, in order to allow these well-intentioned folk the glory of ending the conflict. It is noticeable that these proceedings very rarely succeed when the matter is in the hands of workmen who have become rich. Literary, moral, or sociological considerations have very little effect upon people born outside the ranks of the middle classes. People who are called upon to intervene in disputes in this way are misled by what they have seen of certain secretaries of syndicates, whom they find much less irreconcilable than they expected, and who seem to them to be ripe for a recognition of the idea of social peace. In the course of conciliation meetings, more than one revolutionary has shown that he aspires to become a member of the middle class, and there are many intelligent people who imagine that socialistic and revolutionary conceptions are only accidents that might be avoided by establishing better relations between the classes. They believe that the working class world looks at the economic question entirely from the standpoint of duty, and they imagine that harmony would be established if a better social education were given to the citizens. Let us see what influences are behind the other movement that tends to make conflicts more acute. Workmen quickly perceive that the labor of conciliation or of arbitration rests on no economical judicial basis, and their tactics have been conducted, instinctively perhaps, in accordance with this datum. Since the feelings and, above all, the vanity of the peacemakers are in question, a strong appeal must be made to their imaginations, and they must be given the idea that they have to accomplish a titanic task. Demands are piled up, therefore, figures fixed in a rather haphazard way, and there are no scruples about exaggerating them. Often, the success of the strike depends on the cleverness with which a syndicalist, who thoroughly understands the spirit of social diplomacy, has been able to introduce claims, in themselves very minor, but capable of giving the impression that the employers are not fulfilling their social duty. It often happens that writers who concern themselves with these questions are astonished that several days pass before the strikers have settled what exactly they have to demand, and that in the end demands are put forward which had not been mentioned in the course of the preceding negotiations. This is easily understood when we consider the bizarre conditions under which the discussion between the interested parties is carried on. I am surprised that there are no strike professionals who would undertake to draw up lists of the workers' claims. They would obtain all the more success in conciliation councils, as they would not let themselves be dazzled by fine words so easily as the workers' delegates. Footnote. The French law of December 27, 1892, seems to have foreseen this possibility. It lays down that delegates on conciliation boards should be chosen among the interested parties. It thus keeps out these professionals whose presence would render the prestige of the authorities and of philanthropists precarious. End of footnote. When the strike is finished, the workmen do not forget that the employers at first declared that no concession was possible. They are led thus to the belief that the employers are either ignorant or liars. This result is not conducive to the development of social peace. So long as the workers submitted without protest to the exactions of the employers, they believed that the will of their masters was completely dominated by economic necessities. They perceived, after the strike, that this necessity is not of a very rigid kind, and that if energetic pressure from below is brought to bear on the masters, the latter will find some means of liberating themselves from the pretended fetters of economic necessity. Thus, within practical limits, capitalism appears to the workers to be unfettered, and they reason as if it were entirely so. What in their eyes restrains this liberty is not the necessities of competition, but the ignorance of the employers. Thus is introduced the notion of the inexhaustibility of production, which is one of the postulates of the theory of class war in the Socialism of Marx. Footnote: G. Sorel, Insegnamenti Sociali, page 390. End of footnote. Why then speak of social duty? Duty has some meaning in a society in which all the parts are intimately connected and responsible to one another. But if capitalism is inexhaustible, joint responsibility is no longer founded on economic realities, and the workers think they would be dupes if they did not demand all they can obtain. They look upon the employer as an adversary with whom one comes to terms after a war. Social duty no more exists than does international duty. These ideas are somewhat confused, I admit, in many minds, but they exist in a much more stable manner than the partisans of social peace imagine. The latter are deluded by appearances and never penetrate to the hidden roots of the existing tendencies of socialism. Before passing to other considerations, it must be noticed that our Latin countries present one great obstacle to the formation of social peace. The classes are more sharply separated by external characteristics than they are in Saxon countries. These separations very much embarrass syndicalist leaders when they abandon their former manners and take up a position in the official or philanthropic circles. Footnote: Everybody who has seen trades union leaders close at hand is struck with the extreme difference which exists between France and England from this point of view. The English trades union leaders rapidly become gentlemen, without anybody blaming them for it. P. de Roussier, Le Trade Unionisme in Angleterre, page 309 and page 322. While correcting this proof, I read an article by Jacques Bardot pointing out that a carpenter and a miner had been made knights by Edward VII. Debat, December 16, 1907. End of footnote. These circles have welcomed them with great pleasure, since it has been perceived that the gradual transformation of trades union officials into members of the middle classes might produce excellent results. But their comrades distrust them. In France, this distrust has become much more definite since a great number of anarchists have entered the syndicalist movement. Because the anarchist has a horror of everything which recalls the proceedings of politicians, a class of people devoured by the desire to climb into superior classes, and having already the capitalist mind while yet poor. Footnote: Some years ago, Arsène Dumont invented the term social capillarity to express the slow climbing of the classes. If syndicalism submitted to the influence of the pacifist, it would be a powerful agent of social capillarity. End of footnote. Social politics have introduced new elements which must now be taken into account. First of all, it must be noticed that the workers count today in the world by the same right as the different productive groups which demand to be protected. They must be treated with solicitude, just as the vine growers or the sugar manufacturers. Footnote: It has often been pointed out that the workers' organization in England is a simple union of interest for the purposes of immediate material advantages. Some writers are very pleased with this situation because, quite rightly, they see in it an obstacle to socialistic propaganda, to embarrass the socialists, even at the price of economic progress and of the safety of the culture of the future. That is the great aim of certain great idealists dear to the philanthropic middle classes. End of footnote. There is nothing settled about protectionism. The custom duties are fixed so as to satisfy the desires of very influential people who wish to increase their incomes. Social politics proceed in the same manner. The protectionist government professes to have knowledge which permits it to judge that which should be granted to each group so as to defend the producers without injuring the consumers. Similarly, in social politics, it declares that it will take into consideration the interests of the employers and those of the workers. Few people outside the faculties of law are so simple as to believe that the state can carry out such a program. In actual fact, the parliamentarians decide on a compromise that partially satisfies the interests of those who are most influential in elections without provoking too lively protest from those who are sacrificed. There is no other rule than the true or presumed interest of the electors. Every day, the Customs Commission recasts its tariffs, and it declares that it will not stop recasting them until it succeeds in securing prices which it considers remunerative to the people for whom it has undertaken the part of providence. It keeps a watchful eye on the operations of importers. Every lowering of price attracts its attention and provokes inquiries with the object of discovering whether it would not be possible to raise values again artificially. Social politics are carried on in exactly the same way. On June 27, 1905, the Rapporteur. Footnote: Laws in France are discussed by a committee elected by the Chamber. They alter the text of the law, and it is the duty of the Rapporteur, named by the committee, to defend the amended text in open discussion in the Chamber. Translator's note. End of footnote. Of a law on the length of the hours of work in the mines said in the Chamber of Deputies, quote, should the application of the law give rise to disappointment among the workmen, we have undertaken to lay a new bill before the House. End of quote. This worthy man spoke exactly like the rapporteur of a tariff law. There are plenty of workmen who understand perfectly well that all the trash of parliamentary literature only serves to disguise the real motives by which the government is influenced. The protectionists succeed by subsidizing a few important party leaders or by financing newspapers which support the politics of these party leaders. The workers have no money, but they have at their disposal a much more efficacious means of action. They can inspire fear, and for several years past, they have availed themselves of this resource. At the time of the discussion of the law regulating labor in mines, the question of the threats addressed to the government cropped up several times. On February 5, 1902, the president of the commission told the chamber that those in powers had, quote, lent an attentive ear to clamorings from without, that they had been inspired by a sentiment of benevolent generosity in allowing themselves to be moved, despite the tone in which they were couched, by the claims of the working classes and the long cry of suffering of the workers in the mines. End quote. A little later he added, quote, we have accomplished a work of social justice, a work of benevolence also, in going to those who toil and suffer, like friends solely desirous of working in peace and under honorable conditions, and we must not, by a brutal and too egotistic refusal to unbend, allow them to give way to impulses which, while not actual revolts, would yet have as many victims. End of quote. All these confused phrases serve to hide the terrible fear which clutched this grotesque deputy. Footnote: this imbecile has become Minister of Commerce. All his speeches on this question are full of balderdash. He has been a lunacy doctor, and has perhaps been influenced by the logic and the language of his clients. End of footnote. In the sitting of November 6, 1904, at the Senate, the minister declared that the government was incapable of giving way to threats, but that it was necessary to open not only ears and mind, but also the heart to respectful claims. A good deal of water had passed under the bridges since the day when the government had promised to pass the law under the threat of a general strike. Footnote: The minister declared that he was creating real democracy, and that it was demagogy, quote, to give way to external pressure, to haughty summonses, which, for the most part, are only higher bids and baits addressed to the credulity of people whose life is laborious. End quote. End of footnote. I could choose other examples to show that the most decisive factor in social politics is the cowardice of the government. This was shown in the plainest possible way in the recent discussions on the suppression of registry offices and on the law which sent to the civil courts appeals against the decisions of the arbitrators in industrial disputes. Nearly all the syndicalist leaders know how to make excellent use of this situation, and they teach the workers that it is not at all a question of demanding favors, but that they must profit by middle-class cowardice to impose the will of the proletariat. These tactics are supported by so many facts that they were bound to take root in the working-class world. One of the things which appear to me to have most astonished the workers during the last few years has been the timidity of the forces of law and order in the presence of a riot. Magistrates, who have the right to demand the services of soldiers, dare not use their power to the utmost, and officers allow themselves to be abused and struck with a patience hitherto unknown in them. It is becoming more and more evident every day that working-class violence possesses an extraordinary efficacy in strikes. Prefects, fearing that they may be obliged to use force against insurrectionary violence, bring pressure to bear on employers in order to compel them to give way. The safety of factories is now looked upon as a favor, which the prefect may dispense as he pleases. Consequently, he arranges the use of his police so as to intimidate the two parties and skillfully brings them to an agreement. Trades union leaders have not been long in grasping the full bearing of this situation, and it must be admitted that they have used the weapon that has been put into their hands with great skill. They endeavored to intimidate the prefects by popular demonstrations which might lead to serious conflicts with the police, and they commend violence as the most efficacious means of obtaining concessions. At the end of a certain time, the obsessed and frightened administration nearly always intervenes with the masters and forces an agreement upon them, which becomes an encouragement to the propagandists of violence. Whether we approve or condemn what is called the revolutionary and direct method, it is evident that it is not on the point of disappearing. In a country as warlike as France, there are profound reasons which would assure a considerable popularity for this method, even if its enormous efficacy had not been demonstrated by so many examples. This is the one great social fact of the present hour, and we must seek to understand its bearing. I cannot refrain from noting down here a reflection made by Clemenceau with regard to our relations with Germany, which applies equally well to social conflicts when they take a violent aspect, which seems likely to become more and more general in proportion as a cowardly middle class continues to pursue the chimera of social peace. There is no better means, he said, than the policy of perpetual concessions, quote, of making the opposite party ask for more and more. Every man or every power whose action consists solely in surrender can only finish by self-annihilation. Everything that lives resists. That which does not resist allows itself to be cut up piecemeal. End quote. Aurore, August 15th, 1905. A social policy founded on middle-class cowardice, which consists in always surrendering before the threat of violence, cannot fail to engender the idea that the middle class is condemned to death and that its disappearance is only a matter of time. Thus, every conflict which gives rise to violence becomes a vanguard fight, and nobody can foresee what will arise from such engagements. Although the great battle never comes to a head, yet each time they come to blows, the strikers hope that it is the beginning of the great Napoleonic battle, that which will definitely crush the vanquished. In this way, The practice of strikes engenders the notion of a catastrophic revolution. A keen observer of the contemporary proletarian movement has expressed the same ideas. Quote, "They, like their ancestors, the French revolutionaries, are for struggle for conquest. They desire to accomplish great works by force. Only the war of conquest interests them no longer. Instead of thinking of battles, they now think of strikes. Instead of setting up as their ideal a battle against the armies of Europe, they now set up the general strike in which the capitalist regime will be annihilated." End quote. Footnote. Charles Guies. Opsit. Page 125. End of footnote. The theorists of social peace shut their eyes to these embarrassing facts. They are doubtless ashamed to admit their cowardice, just as the government is ashamed to admit that its social politics are carried out under the threat of disturbances. It is curious that people who boast of having read Le Play have not observed that his conception of the conditions of social peace was quite different from that of his imbecile successors. He supposed the existence of a middle class of serious moral habits, imbued with the feelings of its own dignity and having the energy necessary to govern the country without recourse to the old traditional bureaucracy. To those men who held riches and power in their hands, he professed to teach their social duty towards their subjects. His system supposed an undisputed authority. It is well known that he deplored the license of the press under Napoleon III as scandalous and dangerous. His reflections on this subject seem somewhat ludicrous to those who compare the newspaper of that time with those of today. Footnote. Speaking of the elections of 1869, he said that there had been, quote, "violences of language which France had not till then heard, even in the worst days of the Revolution." End quote. Organisation de Travail, 3rd edition, page 340. Evidently, the Revolution of 1848 was meant. In 1873, he declared that the emperor could not congratulate himself on having abrogated the system of restraint on the press before having reformed the morals of the country. Réforme sociale en France, 5th edition, tome 3, page 356. End of footnote. Nobody in his time would have believed that a great country would accept peace at any price. His point of view in this matter did not differ greatly from that of Clemenceau. He would never have admitted that anyone could be cowardly and hypocritical enough to decorate with the name of social duty the cowardice of a middle class incapable of defending itself. Middle class cowardice very much resembles the cowardice of the English Liberal Party, which constantly proclaims its absolute confidence in arbitration between nations. Arbitration nearly always gives disastrous results for England. Footnote. Sumner Maine observed a long while ago that it was England's fate to have advocates who aroused very little sympathy. La Droite Internationale, French translation, page 279. Many Englishmen believe that by humiliating their country, they will rouse more sympathy towards themselves, but this supposition is not borne out by the facts. End of footnote. But these worthy progressives prefer to pay or even to compromise the future of their country rather than face the horrors of war. The English Liberal Party has the word justice always on its lips, absolutely like our middle class. We might very well wonder whether all the high morality of our great contemporary thinkers is not founded on a degradation of the sentiment of honor. End of section 4. Section 5, Chapter 2, Part 1 of Reflections on Violence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Travis. Reflections on Violence by Georges Sorel. Translated by Thomas Ernest Hume. Chapter 2, Violence and the Decadence of the Middle Classes, Part 1. Chapter 2, Header Note. 1. Parliamentarians who have to inspire fear, Parnell's methods, casuistry, fundamental identity of the parliamentary socialist groups. 2. Degeneration of the middle class brought about by peace, Marx's conceptions of necessity, part played by violence in the restoration of former social relationships. 3. Relation between revolution and economic prosperity, the French Revolution, the Christian conquest, invasion of the barbarians, dangers which threaten the world. End of header note. It is very difficult to understand proletarian violence as long as we think in terms of the ideas disseminated by middle-class philosophers. According to their philosophy, violence is a relic of barbarism which is bound to disappear under the influence of the progress of enlightenment. It is therefore quite natural that Jaurès, who has been brought up on middle-class ideology, should have a profound contempt for people who favor proletarian violence. He is astonished to see educated socialists hand in hand with the syndicalists. He wonders by what miracle men who have proved themselves thinkers can accumulate sophistries in order to give a semblance of reason to the dreams of stupid people who are incapable of thought. Footnote. This is apparently the way in which the proletarian movement is spoken of in the fashionable circles of refined socialism. End of footnote. This question worries the friends of Jaurès considerably, and they are only too ready to treat the representatives of the new school as demagogues and accuse them of seeking the applause of the impulsive masses. Parliamentary socialists cannot understand the ends pursued by the new school. They imagine that ultimately all socialism can be reduced to the pursuit of the means of getting into power. Is it possible that they think the followers of the new school wish to make a higher bid for the confidence of simple electors and cheat the socialists of the seats provided for them? Again, the apologia of violence might have the very unfortunate result of disgusting the workers with electoral politics, and this would tend to destroy the chances of the socialist candidates by multiplying the abstentions from voting. Do you wish to revive civil war, they ask? To our great statesmen, that seems mad. Civil wars become very difficult since the discovery of the new firearms and since the cutting of rectilinear streets in the capital towns. Footnote. Cf. The Reflections of Engels in the preface to the new edition of articles by Marx, which he published in 1895 under the title Struggles of the Classes in France from 1848 to 1850. This preface is wanting in the French translation. In the German edition, a passage has been left out, the social democratic leaders considering certain phrases of Engels not politic enough. End of footnote. The recent troubles in Russia seem even to have shown that governments can count much more than was supposed on the energy of their officers. Nearly all French politicians had prophesied the imminent fall of Tsarism at the time of the Manchurian defeats, but the Russian army and the presence of rioting did not manifest the weakness shown by the French army during our revolutions. Nearly everywhere, repression was rapid, efficacious, and even pitiless. The discussions which took place at the Congress of Social Democrats at Jena show that the parliamentary socialists no longer rely upon an armed struggle to obtain possession of the state. Does this mean that they are utterly opposed to violence? It would not be in their interest for the people to be quite calm. A certain amount of agitation suits them, but this agitation must be contained within well-defined limits and controlled by politicians. When he considers it useful for his own interest, Jaurès makes advances to the Confédération Générale du Travail. Footnote. According to the necessities of the moment, he is for or against the general strike. According to some, he voted for the general strike at the International Congress of 1900. According to others, he abstained. End of footnote. Sometimes he instructs his peaceable clerks to fill his paper with revolutionary phrases. He is past master in the art of utilizing popular anger. A cunningly conducted agitation is extremely useful to parliamentary socialists, who boast before the government and the rich middle class of their ability to moderate revolution. They can thus arrange the success of the financial affairs in which they are interested, obtain minor favors for many influential electors, and get social laws voted in order to appear important in the eyes of the blockheads who imagine that these socialists are great reformers of the law. In order that all this may come off, there must always be a certain amount of movement, and the middle class must always be kept in a state of fear. It is conceivable that a regular system of diplomacy might be established between the Socialist Party and the state each time an economic conflict arose between workers and employers. The two powers would settle the particular difference. In Germany, the government enters into negotiations with the church each time the clericals stand in the way of the administration. Socialists have even been urged to imitate Parnell, who so often found a means of imposing his will on England. This resemblance is all the greater in that Parnell's authority did not rest only on the number of votes at his disposal, but mainly upon the terror which every Englishman felt at the bare announcement of agrarian troubles in Ireland. A few acts of violence controlled by a parliamentary group were exceedingly useful to the Parnellian policy, just as they are useful to the policy of Jaurès. In both cases, a parliamentary group sells peace of mind to the conservatives, who dare not use the force they command. This kind of diplomacy is difficult to conduct, and the Irish, after the death of Parnell, do not seem to have succeeded in carrying it on with the same success as in his time. In France, it presents particular difficulty, because in no other country perhaps are the workers more difficult to manage. It is easy enough to arouse popular anger, but it is not easy to stifle it. As long as there are no very rich and strongly centralized trade unions whose leaders are in continuous relationships with political men. Footnote. Gambetta complained because the French clergy was acephalous. He would have liked a select body to have been formed in its midst, with which the government could discuss matters. Guéry, Le clergé séculier français au XIXe siècle, pages 88 to 89. Syndicalism has no head with which it would be possible to carry on diplomatic relations usefully. End of footnote. So long will it be impossible to say exactly to what lengths violence will go. Jaurès would very much like to see such associations of workers in existence, for his prestige will disappear at once when the general public perceives that he is not in a position to moderate revolution. Everything becomes a question of valuation, accurate estimation, and opportunism. Much skill, tact, and calm audacity are necessary to carry on such a diplomacy, i.e., to make the workers believe that you are carrying the flag of revolution, the middle class that you are arresting the danger which threatens them, and the country that you represent an irresistible current of opinion. The great mass of the electors understands nothing of what passes in politics, and has no intelligent knowledge of economic history. They take sides with the party which seems to possess power, and you can obtain everything you wish from them when you can prove to them that you are strong enough to make the government capitulate. But you must not go too far, because the middle class might wake up and the country might be given over to a resolutely conservative statesman. A proletarian violence which escapes all valuation, all measurement, and all opportunism may jeopardize everything and ruin socialistic diplomacy. This diplomacy is played both on a large and small scale, with the government, with the heads of the groups in parliament, and with influential electors. Politicians seek to draw the greatest possible advantage from the discordant forces existing in the political field. Parliamentary socialists feel a certain embarrassment from the fact that at its origin, socialism took its stand on absolute principles and appealed for a long time to the same sentiments of revolt as the most advanced Republican Party. These two circumstances prevent them from following a party policy like that which Charles Bonnier often recommended. This writer, who has long been the principal theorist of the Decadist party, would like the socialists to follow closely the example of Parnell, who used to negotiate with the English parties without allowing himself to become the vassal of any one of them. In the same way, it might be possible to come to an agreement with the conservatives if the latter pledged themselves to grant better conditions to the proletariat than the radicals. Socialiste, August 27, 1905. This policy seemed scandalous to many people. Bonnier was obliged to dilute his thesis. He then contented himself with asking that the party should act in the best interest of the proletariat. September 17, 1905. But how is it possible to know where these interests lie when the principle of the class war is no longer taken as your unique and absolute rule? Parliamentary socialists believe that they possess special faculties which enable them to take into account not only the material and immediate advantages reaped by the working classes, but also the moral reasons which compel socialism to form part of the great Republican family. Their congresses spend their energies in putting together formulas designed to regulate socialist diplomacy, in settling what alliances are permitted and what forbidden, in reconciling the abstract principle of the class war, which they are anxious to retain verbally, with the reality of the agreements with politicians. Such an undertaking is madness, and therefore leads to equivocations, when it does not force deputies into attitudes of deplorable hypocrisy. Each year, problems have to be rediscussed, because all diplomacy requires a flexibility which is incompatible with the existence of perfectly clear statutes. The casuistry which Pascal scoffed at so much was not more suitable and more absurd than that which is to be found in polemics between what are called the socialist schools. Escobar would have some difficulty in finding his bearings amid the distinctions of Jaurès. The moral theology of responsible socialists is not one of the least of the buffooneries of our time. All moral theology can be split up into two tendencies. There are casuists who say that we must be content with opinions having a slight probability, others that we should always adopt those that are strictest and most certain. This distinction was bound to be met with among our parliamentary socialists. Jaurès prefers the soft and conciliatory method, provided that means are found to make it agree somehow or other with first principles, and that it has behind it a few respectable authorities. He is a probabilist in the strongest sense of the term, or even a latitudinarian, laxist. Footnote. The writers on moral theology who maintain that our actions should be guided only by absolutely sure maxims were called Tutelists. Opposed to them were the laxists. In the Provinciales, Pascal defends the Tutelist position. The Jesuits he attacks are laxist. Translator's note. End of footnote. Vaillant recommends the strongest and belligerent method, which alone, in his opinion, is in accordance with the class war, and which has in its favor the unanimous sanction of all the old authorities. He is a Tutelist and a kind of Jansenist. Jaurès no doubt believes that he is acting for the greatest good of socialism, just as the more easygoing types of casuists believe themselves the best and most useful defenders of the Church. They did, as a matter of fact, prevent weak Christians from falling into irreligion, and led them to practice the sacraments, exactly as Jaurès prevents the rich intellectuals who have come to socialism by way of Dreyfusism from drawing back in horror before the class war, and induces them to take up the shares of the party journals. In his eyes, Vaillant is a dreamer who does not see the reality of the world, who intoxicates himself with the chimeras of an insurrection which has now become impossible, and who does not understand the great advantages which may be got from universal suffrage by a boastful politician. Between these two methods, there is only a difference of degree, and not one of kind, as is believed by those parliamentary socialists who call themselves revolutionary. On this point, Jaurès has a great intellectual superiority over his adversaries, for he has never cast any doubt upon the fundamental identity of the two methods. Both of these methods suppose an entirely dislocated middle-class society, rich classes who have lost all sentiment of their class interest, men ready to follow blindly the lead of people who have taken up the business of directing public opinion. The Dreyfus affair showed that the enlightened middle class was in a strange mental state. People who had long and loudly served the Conservative Party cooperated with anarchists, took part in violent attacks on the army, or even definitely enrolled themselves in the Socialist Party. On the other hand, newspapers, which make it their business to defend traditional institutions, drag the magistrates of the Court of Cassation into the mire. This strange episode in our contemporary history brought to light the state of dislocation of the classes. Jaurès, who was very much mixed up in all the ups and downs of Dreyfusism, had rapidly judged the mentality of the upper middle class, into which he had not yet penetrated. He saw that this upper middle class was terribly ignorant, gapingly stupid, politically absolutely impotent. He recognized that with people who understand nothing of the principles of capitalist economics, it is easy to contrive a policy of compromise on the basis of an extremely broad socialism. He calculated the proportions in which it is necessary to mix together flattery of the superior intelligence of the imbeciles whose seduction was aimed at, appeals to the disinterested sentiments of speculators who pride themselves on having invented the ideal, and threats of revolution in order to obtain the leadership of people void of ideas. Experience has shown that he had a very remarkable intuition of the forces which exist at this present moment in the middle-class world. Vaillant, on the contrary, is very little acquainted with this world. He believes that the only weapon that can be employed to move the middle class is fear. Doubtless, fear is an excellent weapon, but it might provoke obstinate resistance if you went beyond a certain limit. Vaillant does not possess those remarkable qualities of suppleness of mind, and perhaps even of peasant duplicity, which shine in Jaurès, and which have often caused people to say that he would have made a wonderful cattle dealer. The more closely the history of these last years is examined, the more the discussions concerning the two methods will be recognized as puerile. The partisans of the two methods are equally opposed to proletarian violence, because it escapes from the control of the people engaged in parliamentary politics. Revolutionary syndicalism cannot be controlled by the so-called revolutionary socialists of Parliament. End of section 5. Section 6, Chapter 2, Part 2 of Reflections on Violence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Travis. Reflections on Violence by Georges Sorel. Translated by Thomas Ernest Hume. Chapter 2. Violence and the Decadence of the Middle Classes. Part 2. The two methods favored by official socialism presuppose the same historical datum. The ideology of a timorous humanitarian middle class professing to have freed its thought from the conditions of its existence is grafted on the degeneration of the capitalist system. And the race of bold captains who made the greatness of modern industry disappears to make way for an ultra-civilized aristocracy which asks to be allowed to live in peace. This degeneration fills our parliamentary socialists with joy. Their role would vanish if they were confronted with a middle class which was energetically engaged on the paths of capitalistic progress, a class that would look upon timidity with shame, and which would find satisfaction in looking after its class interests. In the presence of a middle class which has become almost as stupid as the nobility of the 18th century, their power is enormous. If the stultifying of the upper middle class progresses in a regular manner at the pace it has taken for the last few years, our official socialists may reasonably hope to reach the goal of their dreams and sleep in sumptuous mansions. 2 accidents alone, it seems, would be able to stop this movement. A great foreign war, which might renew lost energies, and which, in any case, would doubtless bring into power men with the will to govern. Footnote: Cf. G. Sorel, Insegnamenti Sociali, page 388. The hypothesis of a great European war seems very far-fetched at the moment. End of footnote. Or a great extension of proletarian violence, which would make the revolutionary reality evident to the middle class and would discuss them with the humanitarian platitudes with which Jaurès lulls them to sleep. It is in view of these two great dangers that the latter displays all his resources as a popular orator. European peace must be maintained at all cost. Some limit must be put to proletarian violence. Jaurès is persuaded that France will be perfectly happy on the day on which the editors of his paper and its shareholders can draw freely on the coffers of the public treasury. It is an illustration of the celebrated proverb, Quand Auguste avait bu, le Polonais était ivre. A socialist government of this kind would, without doubt, ruin any country, if it was administered with the same care for financial order as l'humanité has been administered. But what does the future of the country matter, provided that the new regime gives a good time to a few professors who imagine that they have invented socialism, and to a few Dreyfusard financiers? Before the working class could also accept this dictatorship of incapacity, it must itself become as stupid as the middle class, and must lose all revolutionary energy, at the same time that its masters will have lost all capitalistic energy. Such a future is not impossible, and a great deal of hard work is being done to stupefy the worker for this purpose. The Direction du Travail and the Musée Sociale are doing their best to carry on this marvelous work of idealistic education, which is decorated with the most pompous names, and which is represented as a means of civilizing the proletariat. Our professional idealists are very much disturbed by the syndicalists, and experience shows that a strike is sometimes sufficient to ruin all the work of education which these manufacturers of social peace have patiently built by years of labor. In order to understand thoroughly the consequences of the very singular regime in the midst of which we are living, we must hark back to Marx's conceptions of the passage from capitalism to socialism. These conceptions are well known, yet we must continually return to them because they are often forgotten, or at least undervalued by official socialist writers. It is necessary to insist on them strongly each time that we have to argue about the anti-Marxist transformation which contemporary socialism is undergoing. According to Marx, capitalism, by reason of the innate laws of its own nature, is hurrying along a path which will lead the world of today, with the inevitability of the evolution of organic life, to the doors of the world of tomorrow. This movement comprises a long period of capitalistic construction, and it ends by a rapid destruction, which is the work of the proletariat. Capitalism creates the heritage which socialism will receive, the men who will suppress the present regime, and the means of bringing about this destruction at the same time that it preserves the results obtained in production. Footnote: This notion of revolutionary preservation is very important. I have pointed out something analogous in the passage from Judaism to Christianity. Le Système historique des Renaud, pages 72 to 73, 171 to 172, 467. End of footnote. Capitalism begets new ways of working. It throws the working class into revolutionary organizations by the pressure it exercises on wages. It restricts its own political basis by competition, which is constantly eliminating industrial leaders. Thus, after having solved the great problem of the organization of labor, to effect which utopians have brought forward so many naive or stupid hypotheses, capitalism provokes the birth of the cause which will overthrow it, and thus renders useless everything that utopians have written to induce enlightened people to make reforms, and it gradually ruins the traditional order, against which the critics of the idealists had proved themselves to be so deplorably incompetent. It might therefore be said that capitalism plays a part analogous to that attributed by Hartmann to the unconscious in nature, since it prepares the coming of social reforms which it did not intend to produce. Without any coordinated plan, without any directive ideas, without any ideal of a future world, it is the cause of an inevitable evolution. It draws from the present all that the present can give towards historical development. It performs in an almost mechanical manner all that is necessary in order that a new era may appear, and that this new era may break every link with the idealism of the present times, while preserving the acquisitions of the capitalistic economic system. Footnote. Cf. What I have said on the transformation which Marx wrought in socialism. Insegnamenti Sociali, pages 179 to 186. End of footnote. Socialists should therefore abandon the attempt initiated by the utopians to find a means of inducing the enlightened middle class to prepare the transition to a more perfect system of legislation. Their sole function is that of explaining to the proletariat the greatness of the revolutionary part they are called upon to play. By ceaseless criticism, the proletariat must be brought to perfect their organizations. They must be shown how the embryonic forms which appear in their unions, footnote. The French is Société de Résistance. What is meant is the syndicate, considered principally as a means of combining workmen against the employers. Translator's note. End of footnote. May be developed so that finally they may build up institutions, that they may form ideas which depend solely on their position as producers in large industries, and which owe nothing to middle-class thought, and that they may acquire habits of liberty with which the middle class nowadays are no longer acquainted. This doctrine will evidently be inapplicable if the middle class and the proletariat do not oppose each other implacably, with all the forces at their disposal. The more ardently capitalist the middle class is, the more the proletariat is full of a warlike spirit and confident of its revolutionary strength, the more certain will be the success of the proletarian movement. The middle class with which Marx was familiar in England was still, as regards the immense majority, animated by their conquering, insatiable, and pitiless spirit, which had characterized at the beginning of modern times the creators of new industries and the adventurers launched on the discovery of unknown lands. When we are studying the modern industrial system, we should always bear in mind the similarity between the capitalist type and the warrior type. It was for very good reasons that the men who directed gigantic enterprises were named captains of industry. This type is still found today in all its purity in the United States. There are found the indomitable energy, the audacity based on a just appreciation of its strength, the cold calculation of interest, which are the qualities of great generals and great capitalists. Footnote. I will come back to this resemblance in Chapter 7, Section 3. End of footnote. According to Paul de Rousier, every American feels himself capable of trying his luck on the battlefield of business. Footnote. P. de Rousier, La vie américaine, l'éducation et la société, page 19. Quote, fathers give very little advice to their children and let them learn for themselves, as they say over there. End quote. Page 14. Quote, not only does the American wish to be independent, but he wishes to be powerful. End quote. La vie américaine, ranche, ferme, et usine. Page 6. End of footnote. So that the general spirit of the country is in complete harmony with that of the multimillionaires. Our men of letters are exceedingly surprised to see these latter condemning themselves to lead to the end of their days a galley slave existence, without ever thinking of leading a nobleman's life for themselves, as the Rothschilds do. In a society so enfevered by the passion for the success which can be obtained in competition, all the actors walk straight before them like veritable automata, without taking any notice of the great ideas of the sociologists. They are subject to very simple forces, and not one of them dreams of escaping from the circumstances of his condition. Then only is the development of capitalism carried on with that inevitableness which struck Marx so much, and which seemed to him comparable to that of a natural law. If, on the contrary, the middle class, led astray by the chatter of the preachers of ethics and sociology, return to an ideal of conservative mediocrity, seek to correct the abuses of economics, and wish to break with the barbarism of their predecessors, then one part of the forces which were to further the development of capitalism is employed in hindering it. An arbitrary and irrational element is introduced, and the future of the world becomes completely indeterminate. This indetermination grows still greater if the proletariat are converted to the ideas of social peace at the same time as their masters, or even if they simply consider everything from the corporative point of view, while socialism gives to every economic contest a general and revolutionary color. Conservatives are not deceived when they see in the compromises which lead to collective contracts and in corporative particularism. Footnote. This refers to the conduct of former syndicates which limited their ambitions to the interests of their own handicraft without concerning themselves with the general interests of the working classes. Translator's note. End of footnote. The means of avoiding the Marxian revolution. Footnote. There is constant talk nowadays of organizing labor, i.e., of utilizing the corporative spirit by giving it over to the management of well-intentioned, very serious and responsible people, and liberating the workers from the yoke of sophists. The responsible people are de Moon, Charles Benoit, the amusing specialist in constitutional law, Arthur Fontaine, and the band of democratic abbés, and lastly, Gabriel Hanotaux. End of footnote. But they escape one danger only to fall into another, and they run the risk of being devoured by parliamentary socialism. Footnote. Vilredo Pareto laughs at the simple middle class who are happy because they are no longer threatened by intractable Marxians, and who have fallen into the snare of the conciliatory Marxians. Système Socialiste, Tome 2, page 453. End of footnote. Jaurès is as enthusiastic as the clericals about measures which turn away the working classes from the idea of the Marxian revolution. I believe he understands better than they do what the result of social peace will be. He founds his own hopes on the simultaneous ruin of the capitalistic and the revolutionary spirit. It is often urged, in objection to the people who defend the Marxian conception, that it is impossible for them to stop the movement of degeneration which is dragging both the middle class and the proletariat far from the paths assigned to them by Marxist theory. They can doubtless influence the working classes, and it is hardly to be denied that strike violences do keep the revolutionary spirit alive. But how can they hope to give back to the middle class an ardor which is spent? It is here that the role of violence in history appears to us as singularly great, for it can, in an indirect manner, so operate on the middle class as to awaken them to a sense of their own class sentiment. Attention has often been drawn to the danger of certain acts of violence which compromised admirable social works, disgusted employers who were disposed to arrange the happiness of their workmen, and developed egoism, where the most noble sentiments formerly reigned. To repay with black ingratitude the benevolence of those who would protect the workers. Footnote. Cf. G. Sorel, Insegnamenti Sociali, page 53. End of footnote. To meet with insults the homilies of the defenders of human fraternity, and to reply by blows to the advancers of the propagators of social peace. All that is assuredly not in conformity with the rules of the fashionable socialism of Monsieur and Madame Georges Renard. Footnote. Madame G. Renard has published in the Suisse of July 26, 1900, an article full of lofty psychological considerations about the workers' fête given by Millerand. Léon de Cillac, Le Monde Socialiste, pages 307 to 309. Her husband has solved the grave question as to who will drink Clos Vougeot in the society of the future. G. Renard, Le Régime Socialiste, page 175. End of footnote. But it is a very practical way of indicating to the middle class that they must mind their own business, and only that. I believe also that it may be useful to thrash the orators of democracy and the representatives of the government, for in this way you ensure that none shall retain any illusions about the character of acts of violence. But these acts can have historical value only if they are the clear and brutal expression of the class war. The middle classes must not be allowed to imagine that, aided by cleverness, social science, or high-flown sentiments, they might find a better welcome at the hands of the proletariat. The day on which employers perceive that they have nothing to gain by works which promote social peace or by democracy, they will understand that they have been ill-advised by the people who persuaded them to abandon their trade of creators of productive forces for the noble profession of educators of the proletariat. Then there is some chance that they may get back a part of their energy, and that moderate or conservative economics may appear as absurd to them as they appeared to Marx. In any case, the separation of classes being more clearly accentuated, the proletarian movement will have some chance of developing with greater regularity than today. The two antagonistic classes therefore influence each other in a partly indirect but decisive manner. Capitalism drives the proletariat into revolt because in daily life the employers use their force in a direction opposed to the desire of the workers. But the future of the proletariat is not entirely dependent on this revolt. The working classes are organized under the influence of other causes, and socialism, inculcating in them the revolutionary idea, prepares them to suppress the hostile class. Capitalist force is at the base of all this process, and its action is automatic and inevitable. Footnote. In an article written in September 1851, the first of the series published under the title Revolution and Counter-Revolution, Marx established the following parallelism between the development of the middle class and of the proletariat. To a numerous, rich, concentrated, and powerful middle class corresponds a numerous, strong, concentrated, and intelligent proletariat. Thus, he seems to have thought that the intelligence of the proletariat depends on the historical conditions which secured power in society to the middle classes. He says, again, that the true characters of the class war only exist in countries where the middle class has recast the government in conformity with its needs. End of footnote. Marx supposed that the middle class had no need to be incited to employ force. But we are today faced with a new and very unforeseen fact, a middle class which seeks to weaken its own strength. Must we believe that the Marxian conception is dead? By no means, for proletarian violence comes upon the scene just at the moment when the conception of social peace is being held up as a means of moderating disputes. Proletarian violence confines employers to their role of producers and tends to restore the separation of the classes, just when they seemed on the point of intermingling in the democratic marsh. Proletarian violence not only makes the future revolution certain, but it seems also to be the only means by which the European nations, at present stupefied by humanitarianism, can recover their former energy. This kind of violence compels capitalism to restrict its attention solely to the material role and tends to restore to it the warlike qualities which it formerly possessed. A growing and solidly organized working class can compel the capitalist class to remain firm in the industrial war. If a united and revolutionary proletariat confronts a rich middle class eager for conquest, capitalist society will have reached its historical perfection. Thus, proletarian violence has become an essential factor of Marxism. Let us add once more that, if properly conducted, it will suppress the parliamentary socialists, who will no longer be able to pose as the leaders of the working classes and the guardians of order. End of Section 6. Section 7, Chapter 2, Part 3 of Reflections on Violence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Travis. Reflections on Violence by Georges Sorel. Translated by Thomas Ernest Hume. Chapter 2. Violence and the Decadence of the Middle Classes. Part 3. The Marxian theory of revolution supposes that capitalism, while it is still in full swing, will be struck to the heart when, having attained complete industrial efficiency, it has finally achieved its historical mission, and whilst the economic system is still a progressive one. Marx does not seem to have asked himself what would happen if the economic system were on the downgrade. He never dreamt of the possibility of a revolution which would take a return to the past, or even social conservation, as its ideal. We see nowadays that such a revolution might easily come to pass. The friends of Jaurès, the clericals, and the Democrats all take the Middle Ages as their ideal for the future. They would like competition to be tempered, riches limited, production subordinated to needs. These are dreams which Marx looked upon as reactionary. Footnote, quote, those who, like Sismondi, would return to the just proportion of production while preserving the existing bases of society are reactionary since, to be consistent, they should also desire to reestablish all the other conditions of past times. In existing society, in the industry based on individual exchanges, the anarchy of production, which is the source of so much poverty, is at the same time the source of all progress. End quote. Marx, The Poverty of Philosophy, English translation, page 41. End of footnote. And consequently negligible, because it seemed to him that capitalism was embarked on an irresistible progress. But nowadays we see considerable forces grouped together in the endeavor to reform the capitalist economic system by bringing it, with the aid of laws, nearer to the medieval ideal. Parliamentary socialism would like to combine with the moralists, the church, and the democracy with the common aim of impeding the capitalist movement, and, in view of middle-class cowardice, that would not perhaps be impossible. Marx compared the passage from one historical era to another to a civil inheritance. The new age inherits prior acquisitions. If the revolution took place during a period of economic decadence, would not the inheritance be very much compromised? And in that case, could there be any hope of the speeding reappearance of progress in the economic system? The ideologists hardly trouble themselves at all with this question. They affirm that the decadence will stop on the day that the public treasury is at their disposal. They are dazzled by the immense reserve of riches which would be delivered up to their pillage. What banquets there would be, what women, and what opportunities for self-display. We, on the other hand, who have no such prospect before our eyes, have to ask whether history can furnish us with any guidance on the subject, which will enable us to guess what would be the result of a revolution accomplished in times of decadence. The researches of Tocqueville enable us to study the French Revolution from this point of view. He very much astonished his contemporaries when, a half-century ago, he showed them that the revolution had been much more conservative than had been supposed till then. He pointed out that most of the characteristic institutions of modern France date from the old regime: centralization, the issue of regulations on every possible pretext, administrative tutelage of the communes, exemption of civil servants from the jurisdiction of the courts. He found only one important innovation, the coexistence which was established in the year 8 of isolated civil servants and deliberative councils. The principles of the Ode regime reappeared in 1800, and the Ode customs were received back into favor. Footnote: Tocqueville, L'Ancien Régime et la Révolution, édition de Ouvre complet, livre 2, chapitre 1, trait 4, pages 89, 91, 94, 288. End of footnote. Turgot seemed to him to be an excellent type of the Napoleonic administrator, who had the ideal of a civil servant in a democratic society subject to an absolute government. Footnote: Tocqueville, Mélange, pages 155 to 156. End of footnote. He was of the opinion that the partition of the land, which it is customary to place to the credit of the Revolution, had begun long before, and had not gone on at an exceptionally rapid pace under its influence. Footnote: Tocqueville, L'Ancien Régime et la Révolution, pages 35 to 37. End of footnote. It is certain that Napoleon did not have to make any extraordinary effort to put the country once more on a monarchical footing. He found France quite ready, and had only a few corrections of detail to make in order to profit by the experience acquired since 1789. The administrative and fiscal laws had been drawn up during the Revolution by people who had applied the methods of the Ode regime. They remain in force today, still almost intact. The men he employed had served their apprenticeship under the Ode regime and under the Revolution. They all resemble one another. In their governmental practices, they are all men of the preceding period. They all work with an equal ardor for the greatness of His Majesty. Footnote: L. Madeleine also comes to this conclusion in an article in the Débats of July 6, 1907, on the prefix of Napoleon I. End of footnote. The real merit of Napoleon lay in his not trusting too much to his own genius, in not giving himself up to the dreams which had so often deluded men of the 18th century, and had led them to desire to regenerate everything from top to bottom. In short, in his full recognition of the principle of historical heredity. It follows from all this that the Napoleonic regime may be looked upon as an experiment showing clearly the enormous part played by conservation throughout the greatest revolutions. Indeed, I think that the principle of conservation might even be extended to things military, and the armies of the Revolution and the Empire may be shown to be an extension of former institutions. In any case, it is very curious that Napoleon should have made no essential innovations in military equipment, and that it should have been the firearms of the Ode regime which so greatly contributed to securing the victories of the revolutionary troops. It was only under the Restoration that the artillery was improved. The ease with which the Revolution and the Empire succeeded in radically transforming the country while still retaining such a large number of the acquisitions of the past is bound up with a fact to which our historians have not always called attention, and which Taine does not seem to have noticed. Industrial production was making great progress, and this progress was such that, towards 1780, everybody believed in the dogma of the indefinite progress of mankind. Footnote: Tocqueville, L'Ancien Régime et la Révolution, pages 254 to 262, and Mélange, page 62. Cf. Chapter 4, Section 4 of my study on Les Illusions du Progrès. End of footnote. This dogma, which was to exercise so great an influence on modern thought, would be a bizarre and inexplicable paradox if it were not considered as bound up with economic progress and with the feeling of absolute confidence which this economic progress engendered. The wars of the Revolution and of the Empire only stimulated this feeling still further, not only because they were glorious, but also because they caused a great deal of money to enter the country, and thus contributed to the development of production. Footnote: Kautsky has dwelt very strongly on the role played by the treasures which the French armies took possession of. La lutte des classes en France en 1789. French translation, pages 104 to 106. End of footnote. The triumph of the Revolution astonished nearly all its contemporaries, and it seems that the most intelligent, the most deliberate, and the best informed as regards political matters were the most surprised. This was because reasons drawn from theory could not explain this paradoxical success. It seems to me that even today the question is scarcely less obscure to historians than it was to our ancestors. The primary cause of this triumph must be sought in the economic progress of the time. It is because the old regime was struck by rapid blows, while production was making great strides, that the contemporary world was born with comparatively little labor, and could so rapidly be assured of a vigorous life. We possess, on the other hand, a dreadful historical experience of a great transformation taking place at a time of economic decadence. I mean the victory of Christianity and the fall of the Roman Empire, which closely followed it. All the old Christian authors agree in informing us that the new religion brought no serious improvement in the situation of the world. Corruption, oppression, and disasters continued to crush the people as in the past. This was a great disillusion for the fathers of the Church. At the time of the persecutions, the Christians had believed that God would overwhelm Rome with favors on the day that the empire ceased to persecute the faithful. Now the empire was Christian, and the bishops had become personages of the first rank. Yet everything continued to go on as badly as in the past. What was still more disheartening, the immorality, so often denounced as the result of idolatry, had spread to the adorers of Christ. Far from imposing a far-reaching reform on the profane world, the Church itself had become corrupted by imitating the profane world. It began to resemble an imperial administration, and the factions which tore it asunder were much more moved by an appetite for power than by religious reasons. It has often been asked whether Christianity was not the cause, or at least one of the principal causes, of the fall of Rome. Gaston Boissier combats this opinion by endeavoring to show that the decadent movement observed after Constantine is the continuation of a movement which had existed for some time, in that it is not possible to see whether Christianity accelerated or retarded the death of the ancient world. Footnote: Gaston Boissier, La fin des paganismes, Livre 4, Chapitre 3. End of footnote. That amounts to saying that the extent of the conservation was enormous. We can, by analogy, imagine what would follow from a revolution which brought our official socialists of today into power. Institutions remaining almost what they are today, all the middle-class ideology would be preserved. The middle-class state would dominate with its ancient abuses. If economic decadence had begun, it would be accentuated. Shortly after the Christian conquests, the barbarian invasions began. More than one Christian wondered whether an order in conformity with the principles of the new religion was not at length to appear. This hope was all the more reasonable as the barbarians had been converted on coming into the empire, and because they were not accustomed to the corruption of Roman life. From the economic point of view, a regeneration might be hoped for, since the world was perishing beneath the weight of urban exploitation. The new masters, who had coarse rural manners, would not live as great lords, but as heads of large domains. Perhaps, therefore, the earth would be better cultivated. The illusions of Christian authors contemporary with the invasions may be compared to those of the numerous utopians who hope to see the modern world regenerated by the virtues which they attribute to the man of average condition. The replacing of the very rich classes by new social strata should bring about morality, happiness, and universal prosperity. The barbarians did not establish any progressive state of society. There were not many of them, and almost everywhere they simply took the place of the old lords, led the same life as they did, and were devoured by urban civilization. In France, the Merovingian royalty has been made the subject of particularly thorough investigation. Fustel de Coulanges has used all his erudition in throwing light on the conservative character which it assumed. Its conservatism appeared to him to be so strong that he was even able to say that there had been no real revolution, and he represented the whole of the history of the late Middle Ages as a movement which had carried on the movement of the Roman Empire with a little acceleration. Footnote: Fustel de Coulanges, Origine du Régime Féodal, pages 566 to 567. I do not deny that there is a good deal of exaggeration in the thesis of Fustel de Coulanges, but the conservation was undeniable. End of footnote. The Merovingian government, he said, is more than 3 parts the continuation of that which the Roman Empire had given to Gaul. Footnote: Fustel de Coulanges, La Monarchie Franque, page 650. End of footnote. The economic decadence was accentuated under these barbarian kings. No Renaissance could take place until very long afterwards, when the world had gone through a long series of trials. At least 4 centuries of barbarism had to be gone through before a progressive movement showed itself. Society was compelled to descend to a state not far removed from its origins, and Vico was to find in this phenomenon an illustration of his doctrine of recursi. Footnote: Vico's doctrine of reflux, recursi. Civilization comes to an end in the barbarism of reflection, which is worse than the primitive barbarism of sensation. The mind, after traversing its course of progress, after rising from sensation to the rational, from violence to equity, is bound in conformity with its eternal nature, to retraverse the course, to relapse into violence and sensation, and thence to renew its upward movement, to commence a reflux. See Chapter 11 of The Philosophy of Giambattista Vico by Benedetto Croce. English translation. Translator's note. End of footnote. Thus, a revolution which took place in a time of economic decadence had forced the world to pass again through a period of almost primitive civilization, and had stopped all progress for several centuries. These dreadful events have been many times invoked by the adversaries of socialism. I do not deny the validity of the argument, but 2 details must be added which may perhaps appear of small importance to professional sociologists. Such events presuppose 1. An economic decadence, 2. An organization which assures a very perfect conservation of the current system of ideas. The civilized socialism of our professors has many times been presented as a safeguard of civilization. I believe that it would produce the same effect as was produced by the classical education given by the Church to the barbarian kings. The proletariat would be corrupted and stultified as the Merovingians were. An economic decadence would only be more certain under the action of these pretended civilizing agents. The dangers which threaten the future of the world may be avoided if the proletariat hold on with obstinacy to revolutionary ideas, so as to realize as much as possible Marx's conception. Everything may be saved if the proletariat, by their use of violence, manage to reestablish the division into classes, and so restore to the middle class something of its former energy. That is the great aim towards which the whole thought of men, who are not hypnotized by the event of the day, but who think of the conditions of tomorrow, must be directed. Proletarian violence, carried on as a pure and simple manifestation of the sentiment of the class war, appears thus as a very fine and very heroic thing. It is at the service of the immemorial interests of civilization. It is not perhaps the most appropriate method of obtaining immediate material advantages, but it may save the world from barbarism. We have a very effective reply to those who accuse syndicalists of being obtuse and ignorant people. We may ask them to consider the economic decadence for which they are working. Let us salute the revolutionaries as the Greeks saluted the Spartan heroes who defended Thermopylae and helped to preserve the civilization of the ancient world. End of Section 7. Section 8, Chapter 3, Part 1 of Reflections on Violence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Travis. Reflections on Violence by Georges Sorel. Translated by Thomas Ernest Hume. Chapter 3, Prejudices Against Violence, Part 1. Chapter 3 Header Note 1. Old ideas relative to the Revolution. Change resulting from the year of 1870 and from the parliamentary regime. 2. Drummond's observations on middle-class ferocity, the judicial third estate, and the history of the law courts. Capitalism against the cult of the state. 3. Attitude of the Dreyfusards. Jaurès's judgments on the Revolution, his adoration of success, and his hatred for the vanquished. 4. Anti-militarism as a proof of an abandonment of middle-class traditions. End of header note. The ideas current among the outside public on the subject of proletarian violence are not founded on observation of contemporary facts and on a rational interpretation of the present syndicalist movement. They are derived from a comparison of the present with the past, an infinitely simpler mental process. They are shaped by the memories which the word revolution evokes almost automatically. It is supposed that the syndicalists, merely because they call themselves revolutionaries, wish to reproduce the history of the revolutionaries of '93. The Blanquists, who look upon themselves as the legitimate owners of the terrorist tradition, consider that, for this very reason, they are called upon to direct the proletarian movement. Footnote. The reader may usefully refer to a very interesting chapter of Bernstein's book, Socialemie théorique et social-démocratie pratique, pages 47 to 63. Bernstein, who knows nothing of the aims of our present-day syndicalism, has not, in my opinion, drawn from Marxism all that it contains. His book, moreover, was written at a time when it was impossible still to understand the revolutionary movement, in view of which these reflections are written. End of footnote. They display much more condescension to the syndicalists than the other parliamentary socialists. They are inclined to assert that the workers' organizations will come to understand in the end that they cannot do better than to put themselves under their tuition. It seems to me that Jaurès himself, when writing the Histoire socialiste of '93, thought more than once of the teachings which this past, 1,000 times dead, might yield to him for the conduct of the present. Proper attention has not always been given to the great changes which have taken place since 1870 in the way people judge the revolution. Yet, these changes must be considered if we wish to understand contemporary ideas relative to violence. For a very long time, the revolution appeared to be essentially a succession of glorious wars, which a people famished for liberty and carried away by the noblest passions had maintained against a coalition of all the powers of oppression and error. Riots and coups d'etat, the struggles between parties often destitute of any scruple, and the banishment of the vanquished, the parliamentary debates and the adventures of illustrious men, in a word, all the events of its political history were in the eyes of our fathers only very secondary accessories to the wars of liberty. For about 25 years, the form of government in France had been at issue. After campaigns before which the memories of Caesar and Alexander paled, the Charter of 1814 had definitely incorporated in the national tradition, the parliamentary system, Napoleonic legislation, and the church established by the Concordat. War had given an irrevocable judgment whose preambles, as Proudhon said, have been dated from Valmy, from Jemappes, and from 50 other battlefields, and whose conclusions, footnote. The word conclusions is employed in two senses in civil proceedings. Each counsel presents his claims and arguments to the court in writing in a document which is called conclusion. On the other hand, at the end of the case, the ministère public states what, in his opinion, is the decision the court ought to make for the best administration of justice. These are the conclusions of the ministère public. The judgment always declares that the ministère public has been heard in his conclusion. Proudhon uses the word in the second sense. On the return of the Bourbons, Louis XVIII issued a proclamation in which he stated the principles on which it seemed to him the government of the country must henceforth rest. Translator's note. End of footnote. Had been received at St. Juan by Louis XVIII. Footnote. Proudhon. La guerre et la paix. Livre 5. Chapitre 3. End of footnote. Protected by the prestige of the wars of liberty, the new institutions had become inviolable, and the ideology which was built up to explain them became a faith which seemed for a long time to have for the French the value which the revelation of Jesus has for the Catholics. From time to time, eloquent writers have thought that they could set up a current of reaction against these doctrines, and the Church had hopes that it might get the better of what it called the error of liberalism. A long period of admiration for medieval art and of contempt for the period of Voltaire seemed to threaten the new ideology with ruin. But all these attempts to return to the past left no trace except in literary history. There were times when those in power governed in the least liberal manner, but the principles of the modern regime were never seriously threatened. This fact could not be explained by the power of reason and by some law of progress. Its cause lies simply in the epic of the wars which had filled the French soul with an enthusiasm analogous to that provoked by religions. This military epic gave an epical color to all the events of internal politics. Party struggles were thus raised to the level of an Iliad. Politicians became giants, and the revolution, which Joseph de Maistre had denounced as satanical, was made divine. The bloody scenes of the Terror were episodes without great significance by the side of the enormous hecatombs of war, and means were found to envelop them in a dramatic mythology. Riots were elevated to the same rank as illustrious battles, and calmer historians vainly endeavored to bring the Revolution and the Empire down to the plane of common history. The prodigious triumphs of the revolutionary and imperial arms rendered all criticism impossible. The War of 1870 changed all that. At the moment of the fall of the Second Empire, the immense majority in France still firmly believed the legends which had been spread about regarding the armies of volunteers, the miraculous role of the representatives of the people, and the improvised generals. Experience produced a cruel disillusion. Tocqueville had written, quote, "The convention created the policy of the impossible, the theory of furious madness, the cult of blind audacity." End quote. Footnote. Tocqueville. Mélange. Page 189. End of footnote. The disasters of 1870 brought the country back to practical, prudent, and prosaic conditions. The first result of these disasters was the development of the conception most opposed to that spoken of by Tocqueville. This was the idea of opportunism, which has now been introduced even into socialism. Another consequence was the change that took place in all revolutionary values, and notably the modification in the opinions which were held on the subject of violence. After 1871, everybody in France thought only of the search for the most suitable means of setting the country on its feet again. Taine endeavored to apply the methods of the most scientific psychology to this question, and he looked upon the history of the Revolution as a social experiment. He hoped to be able to make quite clear the danger presented, in his opinion, by the Jacobin spirit, and thus to induce his contemporaries to change the course of French politics by abandoning ideas which had seemed incorporated in the national tradition, and which were all the more solidly rooted in people's minds because nobody had ever discussed their origin. Taine failed in his enterprise, as Laplace and Renan failed, as all those will fail who try to found an intellectual and moral reform on investigations, on scientific syntheses, and on demonstrations. It cannot be said, however, that Taine's immense labor was accomplished to no purpose. The history of the Revolution was thoroughly overhauled. The military epic no longer dominates people's judgments about political events. The life of men, the inner workings of factions, the material needs which determine the tendencies of the great masses have now come into the foreground. In the speech which he made on September 24, 1905, at the inauguration of the monument to Taine at Vouziers, the deputy Hubert, while giving all homage to the great and many-sided talent of his illustrious compatriot, expressed a regret that the epic side of the Revolution had been disregarded by him in a systematic manner. These are superfluous regrets. The epic vision can henceforth no longer govern that political history. An idea of the grotesque effects to which this constant desire to return to the old methods may lead can be obtained by reading Jaurès's Histoire socialiste. In vain does Jaurès revive all the most melodramatic images of the old rhetoric. The only effect he manages to produce is one of absurdity. The prestige of the great revolutionary days has been directly hit by the comparison with contemporary civil struggles. There was nothing during the Revolution which could bear comparison with the battles which ensanguined Paris in 1848 and in 1871. July 14th and August 10th seem to us now mere scuffles which would not have made an energetic government tremble. There is yet another reason, still hardly recognized by professional writers on revolutionary history, which has contributed a great deal towards taking all the romance out of these events. There can be no national epic about things which the people cannot picture to themselves as reproducible in a near future. Popular poetry implies the future much more than the past. It is for this reason that the adventures of the Gauls, of Charlemagne, of the Crusades, of Joan of Arc cannot form the subject of a narrative capable of moving any but literary people. Footnote: It is very remarkable that in the 17th century, Boileau had already pronounced against the supernatural Christian epic. This was because his contemporaries, however religious they might have been, did not expect that angels would come to help Vauban to capture fortresses. They did not doubt what was related in the Bible, but they did not see matter in it for epics, because these marvels were not destined to be reproduced. End of footnote. Since the people have become convinced that contemporary governments cannot be overthrown by riots like those of July 14th and August 10th, they have ceased to look upon the events of these days as epical. Parliamentary socialists who would like to utilize the memory of the Revolution to excite the ardor of the people, and who ask them at the same time to put all their confidence in parliamentarism, are very inconsistent, for they are themselves helping to ruin the epic, whose prestige they wish to maintain in their speeches. But then what remains of the Revolution when we have taken away the epic of the wars against the coalition, and of that of the victories of the populace? What remains is not very savory. Police operations, proscriptions, and sittings of servile courts of law. The employment of the force of the state against the vanquished shocks us all the more because so many of the coryphees of the revolution were soon to be distinguished among the servants of Napoleon, and to employ the same police zeal on behalf of the emperor as they did on behalf of the terror. In a country which had been convulsed by so many changes of government, and which consequently had known so many recantations, political justice had something particularly odious about it, because the criminal of today might become the judge of tomorrow. General Mallet could say before the Council of War, which condemned him in 1812, that had he succeeded, he would have had for his accomplices the whole of France and his judges themselves. Footnote. Ernest Hamel, Histoire de la conspiration du général Mallet, page 241. According to some newspapers, Jaurès, in his evidence before the Court of Assize of the Seine on June 5, 1907, in the Bousquet-Levy trial, said that the police officers would show more consideration for the accused, Bousquet, when he had become a legislator. Bousquet was the secretary of the Bakers' Syndicate, with whom the police dealt rather harshly. As he was a good orator, Jaurès looked upon him as a future deputy. Translator's note. End of footnote. It is useless to carry these reflections any further. The slightest observation will suffice to show that proletarian violence recalls a mass of painful memories of those past times. Instinctively, people start thinking of the committees of revolutionary inspection, of the brutalities of suspicious agents, coarsened and frightened by fear, of the tragedies of the guillotine. You understand, therefore, why parliamentary socialists make such great efforts to persuade the public that they have the souls of sensitive shepherds, that their hearts are overflowing with good feeling, and that they have only one passion, hatred of violence. They would readily give themselves out to be the protectors of the middle class against proletarian violence, and in order to heighten their prestige as humanitarians, they never fail to shun all contact with anarchists. Sometimes even, they shun this contact with an abruptness which is not without a certain mixture of cowardice and hypocrisy. When Millerand was the unquestioned chief of the Socialist Party in Parliament, he advised his party to be afraid to frighten. And, as a matter of fact, Socialist deputies would obtain very few votes if they did not manage to convince the general public that they are very reasonable people, great enemies of the old practices of bloody men, and solely occupied in meditating on the philosophy of future law. In a long speech given on October 8, 1905 at Limoges, Jaurès strove to reassure the middle class much more than had been done hitherto. He informed them that victorious socialism would show princely generosity, and that he was studying the different ways in which the former holders of property might be indemnified. A few years ago, Millerand promised indemnities to the poor. Petite République, March 25, 1898. Now everybody will be put on the same footing, and Jaurès assures us that Vanderville has written things on this subject full of profundity. I am quite willing to take his word for it. The social revolution is conceived by Jaurès as a kind of bankruptcy. Substantial annuities will be given to the middle class of today. Then, from generation to generation, these annuities will decrease. These plans must often seem very alluring to financiers accustomed to draw great advantages from bankruptcies. I have no doubt that the shareholders of L'Humanité think these ideas marvelous. They will be made liquidators of the bankruptcy and will pocket large fees, which will compensate them for the losses which this newspaper has caused them. In the eyes of the contemporary middle class, everything is admirable which dispels the idea of violence. Our middle class desire to die in peace. After them, the deluge. End of section 8. Section 9, Chapter 3, Part 2 of Reflections on Violence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Travis. Reflections on Violence by Georges Sorel. Translated by Thomas Ernest Hume. Chapter 3, Prejudices against Violence, Part 2. Let us now examine the violence of 93 a little more closely and endeavor to see whether it can be identified with that of contemporary syndicalism. 15 years ago, Drummond, speaking of socialism and of its future, wrote these sentences, which then appeared exceedingly paradoxical to many people. Quote, "The historian, who is always somewhat of a prophet, might say to the conservatives, 'Salute the workingmen leaders of the Commune. You will never see their like again. Those who are to come will be malicious, wicked, and vindictive in a different way from the men of 1871. Henceforward, a new feeling takes possession of the French proletariat. Hatred.'" End quote. Footnote. Drummond, La Fin du Monde, pages 137 to 138. End of footnote. These were not the airy words of a man of letters. Drummond learned what he knew of the Commune and the socialist world from Malone, of whom he gave a very appreciative portrait in his book. This sinister prediction was founded on the idea that the working man was getting farther and farther away from the national tradition and nearer to the middle class, which is much more accessible than he is to bad feeling. It was the middle class element, said Drummond, quote, which was most ferocious in the Commune, the vicious and bohemian middle class of the Latin Quarter. The popular element, amid the dreadful crisis, remained human, that is, French. Among the internationalists who formed part of the Commune, 4 only pronounced themselves in favor of violent measures. End quote. Footnote. Drummond, Opsit, page 128. As will be seen, Drummond has got no farther than that naive philosophy of the 18th century and of the utopians prior to 1848, according to which men will follow the injunctions of the moral law all the better for not having been spoiled by civilization. In descending from the superior classes to the poorer classes, a greater number of good qualities are found. Good is only natural to individuals who have remained close to a state of nature. This theory about the nature of the classes led Drummond to a rather curious historical speculation. None of our revolutions was so bloody as the first, because it was conducted by the middle class. Quote, "In proportion as the people became more intimately mixed up with revolutions, they became less ferocious." End quote. Quote, "The proletariat, when for the first time it had acquired an effective share of authority, was infinitely less sanguinary than the middle class." End quote. Footnote. Drummond, Opsit, page 136. We cannot remain content with the easy explanations which satisfy Drummond, but it is certain that something has changed since 93. We have to ask ourselves whether the ferocity of the old revolutionaries was not due to reasons depending on the past history of the middle class, so that in confusing the abuses of the revolutionary middle class force of 93 with the violence of our revolutionary syndicalists, a grave error would be committed. The word revolutionary would, in this case, have 2 perfectly distinct meanings. The third estate, which filled the assemblies in the revolutionary epoch, what may be called the official third estate, was not a body of agriculturalists and leaders of industry. Power was never then in the hands of manufacturers, but in the hands of the lawyers, Basochians. Footnote. Basoche was a name given somewhat ironically to all the people employed in the law courts, principally solicitors and ushers. End of footnote. Taine was very much struck by the fact that out of 577 deputies of the Third Estate in the Constituent Assembly, there were 373, quote, unknown barristers and lawyers of a minor order, notaries, king's attorneys, court row commissioners, judges, and recorders of the presidial bench, bailiffs and lieutenants of the bailiwick, simple practitioners shut up since their youth within the narrow circle of a mediocre jurisdiction or the routine of continual scribbling, without any other escape than philosophical wanderings through imaginary spaces under the guidance of Rousseau or of Renan. End quote. Footnote. Taine, La Révolution, tome 1, page 155. End of footnote. We have some difficulty nowadays in understanding the importance which lawyers possessed in ancient France, but a multitude of jurisdictions existed. Property owners were extremely punctilious in going to law about questions which appear to us nowadays as of very minor importance, but which seemed of enormous importance to them on account of the dovetailing of feudal law with the law of property. Functionaries of a judicial order were found everywhere, and they employed the greatest prestige with the people. This class brought to the Revolution a great deal of administrative capacity. It was owing to them that the country was able to pass easily through the crisis which shook it for 10 years, and that Napoleon was able to reconstruct regular administrative services so rapidly. But this class also brought a mass of prejudices, which caused those of its representatives who occupied high positions to commit grave errors. It is impossible to understand the character of Robespierre, for example, if we compare him to the politicians of today. We must always see in him the serious lawyer, taken up with his duties, anxious not to tarnish the professional honor of an orator of the bar. Moreover, he had literary leanings and was a disciple of Rousseau. He had scruples about legality which astonished the historians of today. When he was obliged to come to supreme resolutions and to defend himself before the convention, he showed a simplicity which bordered on stupidity. The famous law of the 22nd Prairial, with which he has been so often reproached and which gave so rapid a pace to the revolutionary courts, is the masterpiece of his type of mind. The whole of the old regime is found in it, expressed in clear-cut formulas. One of the fundamental ideas of the old regime had been the employment of the penal procedure to ruin any power which was an obstacle to the monarchy. It seems that in all primitive societies, the penal law, at its inception, was a protection granted to the chief and to a few privileged persons whom he honored with special favor. It is only much later that the legal power serves to safeguard indiscriminately the persons and goods of all the inhabitants of a country. The Middle Ages, being a return to the customs of very ancient times, it was natural that they should reproduce exceedingly archaic ideas about justice, and that the courts of justice should come to be considered as instruments of royal greatness. An historical accident happened to favor the extraordinary development of this theory of criminal administration. The Inquisition furnished a model for courts which, set in motion on very slight pretexts, prosecuted people who embarrassed authority with great persistence and made it impossible for them to harm the latter. The monarchy borrowed from the Inquisition many of its procedures and nearly always followed the same principles. The king constantly demanded of his courts of justice that they should work for the enlargement of his territories. It seems strange to us nowadays that Louis XIV should have had annexations proclaimed by commissions of magistrates. But he was following the old tradition. Many of his predecessors had used Parliament to confiscate feudal manors for very arbitrary motives. Justice, which seems to us nowadays created to secure the prosperity of production and to permit its free and constantly widening development, seemed created in former days to secure the greatness of the monarchy. Its essential aim was not justice, but the welfare of the state. It was very difficult to establish strict discipline in the services set up by royalty for war and administration. Inquiries had continually to be made in order to punish unfaithful or disobedient employees. Kings employed for this purpose men taken from the courts of law. Thus, they came to confuse acts of disciplinary surveillance with the repression of crimes. Lawyers must transform everything according to their habits of mind. In this way, negligence, ill will, or carelessness became revolt against authority, crime, or treason. The Revolution piously gathered up this tradition, gave an importance to imaginary crimes, which was all the greater because its political courts of law carried on their operations in the midst of a populace maddened by the seriousness of the peril. It seemed quite natural to explain the defeats of generals by criminal intentions and to guillotine people who had not been able to realize hopes fostered by a public opinion that had returned to the superstitions of childhood. Our penal code contains not a few paradoxical articles dating from this time. Nowadays, it is not easy to understand how a citizen can be seriously accused of plotting or of keeping up a correspondence with foreign powers or their agents in order to induce them to begin hostilities, or to enter into war with France, or to furnish them with the means therefor. Such a crime supposes that the state can be imperiled by the act of one person. This appears scarcely credible to us. Footnote. Yet this was the article which was applied to Dreyfus, without anybody, moreover, having attempted to prove that France had been in danger. End of footnote. Actions against enemies of the king were always conducted in an exceptional manner. The procedure was simplified as much as possible. Flimsy proofs, which would not have sufficed for ordinary crimes, were accepted. The endeavor was to make a terrible and profoundly intimidating example. All this is to be found in Robespierre's legislation. The law of the 22nd Prairial lays down rather vague definitions of political crime so as not to let any enemy of the revolution escape, and the kind of proofs required are worthy of the purest tradition of the old regime and of the Inquisition. Quote, "The proof necessary to condemn the enemies of the people is any kind of document, material, moral, verbal, or written, which can naturally obtain the assent of any just and reasonable mind. Juries in giving their verdict should be guided solely by what love of their country indicates to their conscience. Their aim is the triumph of the Republic and the ruin of its enemies." End quote. We have in the celebrated terrorist law the strongest expression of the theory of the predominance of the state. Footnote. The details themselves of this law can only be explained by comparing them with the rules of the old penal law. End of footnote. The philosophy of the 18th century happened to render these methods still more formidable. It professed, in fact, to formulate a return to natural law. Humanity had been till then corrupted by the fault of a small number of people whose interest it had been to deceive it. But the true means of returning to the principles of primitive goodness, of truth, and of justice had at last been discovered. All opposition to so excellent a reform, one so easy to apply and so certain of success, was the most criminal act imaginable. The innovators were resolved to show themselves inexorable in destroying the evil influence which bad citizens might exercise for the purpose of hindering the regeneration of humanity. Indulgence was a culpable weakness, for it amounted to nothing less than the sacrifice of the happiness of multitudes to the caprices of incorrigible people, who gave proof of an incomprehensible obstinacy, who refused to recognize evidence and only lived on lies. From the Inquisition to the political justice of the monarchy, and from this to the revolutionary courts of justice, there was a constant progress towards greater severity in laws, the extension of the use of force, and the amplification of authority. For a considerable time, the Church had felt doubts about the value of the exceptional methods practiced by its inquisitors. Footnote. Modern authors, by taking literally certain instructions of the papacy, have been able to maintain that the Inquisition had been relatively indulgent, having regard to the customs of the time. End of footnote. The monarchy, especially when it had reached its full maturity, was troubled with very few scruples about the matter. but the revolution displayed the scandal of its superstitious cult of the state quite openly, in the full light of day. A reason of an economical order gave to the state at that time a strength which the church had never possessed. At the beginning of modern times, governments, by their maritime expeditions and the encouragement they gave to industry, had played a very great part in production. But in the 18th century, this part had become exceptionally important in the minds of theorists. People at that time had their heads full of great projects. They conceived kingdoms as vast companies undertaking to colonize and cultivate new lands, and they made efforts to ensure the good working of these companies. Thus, the state was the god of the reformers. They desire, wrote Tocqueville, quote, to borrow the authority of the central power and to use it to break up and to remake everything according to a new plan, which they have themselves conceived. The central power alone appears to them capable of accomplishing such a task. The power of the state must be limitless as its rights. Footnote. Tocqueville is probably alluding here to the maxims of Blackstone on the unlimited power of the English Parliament. The economists of the 18th century thought that the state had the right to do everything, since it was the expression of reason, and no single force could oppose the action of this reason. End of footnote. They say, all that is necessary is to persuade the state to make a suitable use of this power. End quote. Footnote. Tocqueville. Ancien Régime et la Révolution, page 100. End of footnote. The physiocrats seemed ready to sacrifice individuals to the common weal. They had no great love of liberty, and they thought the idea of an equipoise of powers absurd. They hoped to convert the state. Their system is defined by Tocqueville as a democratic despotism. The government would have been, in theory, the representative of everybody, controlled by an enlightened public opinion. Practically, it was an absolute master. Footnote. Tocqueville, op. cit., pages 235 to 240. End of footnote. One of the things which most astonished Tocqueville in the course of his studies of the old regime is the admiration felt by the physiocrats for China, which appeared to them as the type of good government, because in that country there were only valets and clerks carefully catalogued and chosen by competition. Footnote. Tocqueville, op. cit., page 241. End of footnote. Since the Revolution, there has been such an upheaval of ideas that we have considerable difficulty in understanding correctly the conceptions of our fathers. Footnote. In the history of judicial ideas in France, full consideration must be given to the dividing up of landed property, which, by multiplying the independent heads of productive units, contributed more to the spread of judicial ideas among the masses than was ever done among the literate classes by the finest treatises on philosophy. End of footnote. The capitalist economic system has thrown full light on the extraordinary power of the individual unaided by the state. The confidence which the men of the 18th century had in the industrial capacities of the state seems puerile to everybody who has studied production elsewhere than in the insipid books of the sociologist, which still preserve very carefully the cult for the blunders of the past. The law of nature has become an inexhaustible subject of banter for people who have the slightest knowledge of history. The employment of the courts of law as a means of coercing a political adversary arouses universal indignation, and people with ordinary common sense hold that it ruins all judicial conceptions. Sumner Maine points out that the relationships of governments and citizens have been completely overhauled since the end of the 18th century. Formerly, the state was always supposed to be good and wise. Consequently, any attempt to hinder its working was looked upon as a grave offense. The liberal system supposes, on the contrary, that the citizen, left free, chooses the better part, and that he exercises the first of his rights in criticizing the government, which has passed from the position of master to that of servant. Footnote. Sumner Maine. Essai sur le gouvernement populaire. French translation, page 20. End of footnote. Maine does not say what is the cause of this transformation. The cause seems to me to be above all of an economic order. In the new state of things, political crime is an act of simple revolt which cannot carry with it disgrace of any kind, which is combated for reasons of prudence, but which no longer merits the name of crime, for its author in no way resembles a criminal. We are not perhaps better, more human, more sensitive to the misfortunes of others than were the men of '93. And I should even be rather disposed to assert that the country is probably less moral than it was at that time. But we are no longer dominated to the same extent that our fathers were by this superstition of the God state, to which they sacrificed so many victims. The ferocity of the members of the National Convention is easily explained by the influence of the conceptions which the Third Estate derived from the detestable practices of the old regime. End of section 9. Section 10, Chapter 3, Part 3 of Reflections on Violence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Travis. Reflections on Violence by Georges Sorel. Translated by Thomas Ernest Hume. Chapter 3. Prejudices against Violence. Part 3. It would be strange if the old ideas were quite dead. The Dreyfus case showed us that the immense majority of the officers and priests still conceived justice in the manner of the old regime and looked upon condemnations for state reasons as quite natural. Footnote. The extraordinary and illegal severity which was brought to bear in the application of the penalty is explained by the fact that the aim of the trial was to terrify certain spies who, by their situation, were out of reach. Whether Dreyfus was guilty or innocent troubled his accusers little. The essential thing was to protect the state from treachery and to reassure the French people who were maddened by the fear of war. End of footnote. That should not surprise us, for these two types of people, never having had any direct relationship with production, can understand nothing about law. The revolt of the enlightened public against the practices of the Minister of War was so great that for a moment it might have been believed that reasons of state would no longer be admitted as a pretext for condemnation, outside the two types mentioned above, except by the readers of the Petit Journal, whose mentality would thus be characterized and shown to be much the same as that which existed a century ago. We know now, alas, by cruel experience, that the state had its high priests and its fervent worshippers, even among the Dreyfusards. The Dreyfus case was scarcely over when the government of Republican defense began another political prosecution in the name of state policy and accumulated almost as many lies as the État-Major, Army Council, had accumulated in the Dreyfus trial. No serious person nowadays can doubt that the great plot for which Deroulede, Buffet, and La Saluce were condemned was an invention of the police. The siege of what has been called the Fort Chabrol was arranged in order to make Parisians believe that they had been on the eve of a civil war. The victims of this judicial crime were granted an amnesty, but the amnesty should not have sufficed. If the Dreyfusards had been sincere, they should have demanded a recognition by the state of the scandalous error which the lies of the police had caused it to commit. On the contrary, they seem to have seen nothing that violated the principles of eternal justice in their continued support of a condemnation founded on the most evident fraud. Jaurès and many other eminent Dreyfusards commended General André and Combes for having organized a regular system of secret accusations. Kotzky warmly reproached him for his conduct. The German writer demanded that socialists should not continue to represent, quote, the the wretched practices of the middle-class republic, end quote, as great democratic actions, and that they should remain, quote, faithful to the principle which declares that the informer is the worst kind of rascal, end quote. Debat, November 13th, 1904. The saddest thing about this affair was that Jaurès asserted that Colonel Hartmann, who protested against the system of fiche, secret reports, had himself employed similar methods. Footnote. In L'Humanité of November 17, 1904, there is a letter from Paul Guies and from Vazet declaring that nothing of this kind can be imputed to Colonel Hartmann. Jaurès follows this letter with a strange commentary. He considers that the informers acted in perfect good faith, and he regrets that the colonel should have furnished, quote, imprudently further matter for the systematic campaign of the reactionary newspapers, end quote. Jaurès has no suspicion that this commentary made his own case much worse, and that it was not unworthy of a disciple of Escobar. End of footnote. The latter wrote to him, quote, I pity you for this, that you have come to defend today, and by such means, the guilty acts which, with us, you condemned a few years ago. I pity you that you should believe yourself obliged to make the Republican form of government responsible for the vile proceedings of the police spies who dishonor it. End quote. Debat, November 5th, 1904. Experience has always shown us hitherto that revolutionaries plead reasons of state as soon as they get into power, that they then employ police methods and look upon justice as a weapon which they may use unfairly against their enemies. Parliamentary socialists do not escape the universal rule. They preserve the old cult of the state. They are therefore prepared to commit all the misdeeds of the old regime and of the revolution. A fine collection of platitudinous political maxims might be composed by going through Jaurès's Histoire socialiste. I've never had the patience to read the 1,824 pages devoted to the story of the revolution between August 10th, 1792, and the fall of Robespierre. I have simply turned over the leaves of this tedious book and seen that it contained a mixture of a philosophy worthy of Monsieur Pantalon and a policy fitting a purveyor to the guillotine. For a long time I had reckoned that Jaurès would be capable of every ferocity against the vanquished. I saw that I had not been mistaken, but I should not have thought that he was capable of so much platitude. In his eyes, the vanquished are always in the wrong, and victory fascinates our great defender of eternal justice so much that he is ready to consent to every prescription demanded of him. Revolutions, he says, quote, claim from a man the most frightful sacrifices, not only of his rest, not only of his life, but of human tenderness and pity. End quote. Footnote. J. Jaurès. La Convention, page 1732. End of footnote. Why write so much, then, about the inhumanity of the executioners of Dreyfus? They also sacrificed human tenderness to what appeared to them to be the safety of the country. A few years ago, the Republicans were extremely indignant with the Vicomte de Villeguie, who, when receiving Hanotaux into the French Academy, called the coup d'etat of 1851, quote, a somewhat harsh police exploit, end quote. Footnote. This was on March 24th, 1898, at a particularly critical moment of the Dreyfus case, when the nationalists were asking that agitators and enemies of the army should be swept away. J. Renaud says that de Villeguie openly invited the army to begin again the work of 1850. Histoire de l'affaire Dreyfus, tome 3, page 545. End of footnote. Jaurès, taught by revolutionary history, now reasons in exactly the same manner as the jovial Vicomte. Footnote. De Villeguie has the habit in his polemics of thanking his adversaries for having given him much amusement. That is why I take the liberty of calling him jovial, although his writings are rather soporific. End of footnote. He praises, for example, quote, the policy of vigor and of wisdom, end quote, which consisted in forcing the convention to expel the Girondins, quote, with a certain appearance of legality, end quote. Footnote. J. Jaurès, Opsit, page 1434, end of footnote. The massacres of September 1792 embarrass him somewhat. Legality is not very apparent here, but he has big words and bad reasons for every ugly cause. Danton's conduct was not very worthy of admiration at the time of these melancholy happenings, but Jaurès must excuse him, since Danton was triumphant during this period. Quote, he did not think it was his duty as a revolutionary and patriotic minister to enter upon a struggle with these misguided popular forces. How can we refine the metal of the bells when they are sounding the alarm of imperiled liberty? End quote. Footnote. J. Jaurès, Opsit, page 77. End of footnote. It seems to me that Cavaignac might have explained his conduct in the Dreyfus case in the same way. To the people who accused him of being hand in hand with the anti-Semites, he might have answered that his duty as a patriotic minister did not compel him to enter upon a struggle with the misguided populace, and that on the days when the safety of national defense is at stake, we cannot refine the metal of the bells which are sounding the alarm of the country in danger. When he comes to the period when Camille Desmoulins sought to stir up a movement of opinion strong enough to stop the terror, Jaurès speaks energetically against this attempt. He acknowledges, however, a few pages farther on, that the guillotine system could not last forever. But Desmoulins, having succumbed, is wrong in the eyes of our humble worshipper of success. Jaurès accuses the author of the Vieux Cordelier of forgetting the conspiracies, the treasons, the corruptions, and all the dreams with which the terrorists fed their infatuated imaginations. He is even ironical enough to speak of free France, and he brings forth this sentence, worthy of a Jacobin pupil of Joseph Prudhomme. Quote, the knife of Desmoulins was chiseled with an incomparable art, but he planted it in the heart of the revolution. End quote. Footnote. J. Jaurès, Opsit, page 1731. End of footnote. When Robespierre no longer commands the majority in the convention, he is, as a matter of course, put to death by the other terrorist, in virtue of the legitimate working of the parliamentary institutions of that time. But to appeal to mere public opinion against the government leaders, that was the crime of Desmoulins. His crime was also that committed by Jaurès at the time he defended Dreyfus against the great leaders of the army and the government. How many times has not Jaurès been accused of compromising the national defense? But that time is already a long way off, and our orator at that period, not having yet tasted the advantages of power, did not possess a theory of the state as ferocious as that which he possesses today. I think that I have said sufficient to enable me to conclude that if by chance our parliamentary socialists get possession of the reins of government, they will prove to be worthy successors of the Inquisition, of the old regime, and of Robespierre. Political courts will be at work on a large scale, and we may even suppose that the unfortunate law of 1848, which abolished the death penalty in political matters, will be repealed. Thanks to this reform, we might again see the state triumphing by the hand of the executioner. Proletarian acts of violence have no resemblance to these proscriptions. They are purely and simply acts of war. They have the value of military demonstrations and serve to mark the separation of classes. Everything in war is carried on without hatred and without the spirit of revenge. In war, the vanquished are not killed. Non-combatants are not made to bear the consequences of the disappointments which the armies may have experienced on the fields of battle. Footnote. I bring to notice here a fact which is perhaps not very well known. The Spanish War in the time of Napoleon was the occasion of innumerable atrocities. But Colonel Lafay says that in Catalonia, the murders and cruelties were never committed by Spanish soldiers who had been enlisted for some time and had become familiar with the usages of war. Mémoire sur les campagnes de Catalogne de 1808 à 1814, pages 164 to 165. End of footnote. Force is then displayed according to its own nature, without ever professing to borrow anything from the judicial proceedings which society sets up against criminals. The more syndicalism develops by abandoning the old superstitions which come to it from the old regime and from the church, through the men of letters, professors of philosophy, and historians of the Revolution, the more will social conflicts assume the character of a simple struggle, similar to those of armies on campaign. We cannot censure too severely those who teach the people that they ought to carry out the highly idealistic decrees of a progressive justice. Their efforts will only result in the maintenance of those ideas about the state which provoked the bloody acts of '93, whilst the idea of a class war, on the contrary, tends to refine the conception of violence. End of section 10. Section 11, Chapter 3, Part 4 of Reflections on Violence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Travis. Reflections on Violence by Georges Sorel. Translated by Thomas Ernest Hume. Chapter 3, Prejudices Against Violence, Part 4. Syndicalism in France is engaged on an anti-militarist propaganda, which shows clearly the immense distance which separates it from parliamentary socialism in its conception of the nature of the state. Many newspapers believe that all this is merely an exaggerated humanitarian movement provoked by the Articles of Hervé. This is a great error. We should be misconceiving the nature of the movement if we suppose that it was merely a protest against harshness of discipline, against the length of military service, or against the presence in the higher ranks of officers hostile to the existing institutions of the country. Footnote. According to Joseph Renaud, an error was committed after the war in choosing as generals former pupils of the military schools, Saint-Cyr and the Polytechnique. He said that the Jesuit colleges had sent many clericals to the school, and it would have been better to choose instead officers who had risen from the ranks. The generals would have then been less clerical. Loc Cit, pages 555 to 556. I believe that his system would not have had the result he imagined it would. End of footnote. These are the reasons which led many middle-class people to applaud declamations against the army at the time of the Dreyfus case, but they are not the syndicalist reasons. The army is the clearest and most tangible of all possible manifestations of the state, and the one which is most firmly connected with its origins and traditions. Syndicalists do not propose to reform the state, as the men of the 18th century did. They want to destroy it. Footnote. Quote, the society which will organize production on the basis of a free and equal association of producers will transport the whole machinery of the state to where its place will be henceforward in the Museum of Antiquities, by the side of the spinning wheel and the bronze axe. End quote. Ingalls, Les Origines de la Société. French translation, page 281. End of footnote. Because they wish to realize this idea of Marx's that the socialist revolution ought not to culminate in the replacement of one governing minority, by another minority. Footnote: Manifeste communiste, translated, Andler, Tome 1, page 39. End of footnote. The syndicalists outline their doctrines still more clearly when they give it a more ideological aspect and declare themselves anti-patriotic, following the example of the Communist Manifesto. It is impossible that there should be the slightest understanding between syndicalists and official socialists on this question. The latter, of course, speak of breaking up everything, but they attack men in power rather than power itself. They hope to possess the state forces, and they are aware that on the day when they control the government, they will have need of an army. They will carry on foreign politics, and consequently, they, in their turn, will have to praise the feeling of devotion to the fatherland. Parliamentary socialists perceive that anti-patriotism is deeply rooted in the minds of socialist workmen, and they make great efforts to reconcile the irreconcilable. They are anxious not to oppose too strongly ideas to which the proletariat has become attached, but at the same time, they cannot abandon their cherished state, which promises them so many delights. They have stooped to the most comical oratorical acrobatics in order to get over the difficulty. For instance, after the sentence of the Court of Assize of the Seine condemning Hervé and the anti-militarist, the National Council of the Socialist Party passed a resolution branding this, quote, verdict due to hatred and fear, end quote, declaring that a class justice could not, quote, respect liberty of opinion, end quote, protesting against the employment of troops in strikes and affirming, quote, resolutely the necessity for action and for an international understanding among the workers for the suppression of war, end quote. Socialiste, January 20th, 1906. All this is very clever, but the fundamental question is avoided. Thus, it cannot any longer be contested that there is an absolute opposition between revolutionary syndicalism and the state. This opposition takes in France the particularly harsh form of anti-patriotism because the politicians have devoted all their knowledge and ability to the task of spreading confusion in people's minds about the essence of socialism. On the plane of patriotism, there can be no compromises and halfway positions. It is therefore on this plane that the syndicalists have been forced to take their stand when middle-class people of every description employed all their powers of seduction to corrupt socialism and to alienate the workers from the revolutionary idea. They have been led to deny the idea of patriotism by one of those necessities which are met with at all times in the course of history. Footnote: after the trial of Hervé, Léon Daudet wrote, quote, those who followed this case were thrilled by the testimonies, by no means theatrical, of the trade union secretaries. End quote. Libre Parole, December 31st, 1905. End of footnote. And which philosophers have sometimes great difficulty in explaining, because the choice is imposed by external conditions, and not freely made for reasons drawn from the nature of things. This character of historical necessity gives to the existing anti-patriotic movement a strength which it would be useless to attempt to dissimulate by means of sophistries. Footnote. Yet Jaurès had the audacity to declare in the Chamber on May 11th, 1907, that there was only, quote, on the surface of the working class movement a few paradoxical and outrageous formulas which originated not from the negation of the fatherland, but from condemnation of the abuse to which word and idea were so often put, end quote. Language like this could only have been used before an assembly which was entirely ignorant of the working class movement. End of footnote. We have the right to conclude from the preceding analysis that syndicalist violence perpetrated in the course of strikes by proletarians who desire the overthrow of the state must not be confused with those acts of savagery which the superstition of the state suggested to the revolutionaries of '93, when they had power in their hands and were able to oppress the conquered, following the principles which they had received from the church and from the monarchy. We have the right to hope that a socialist revolution carried out by pure syndicalists would not be defiled by the abominations which sullied the middle-class revolutions. End of section 11. Section 12, Chapter 4, Part 1 of Reflections on Violence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Travis. Reflections on Violence by Georges Sorel. Translated by Thomas Ernest Hume. Chapter 4, The Proletarian Strike, Part 1. Header Note 1. The confusion in parliamentary socialism and the clearness of the general strike. Myths and history, the value of the general strike proved by experience. 2. Researches made to perfect Marxism. Means of throwing light upon it. Starting from the point of view of the general strike. Class war, preparation for the revolution and absence of utopias. Irrevocable character of the revolution. 3. Scientific prejudices against the general strike. Doubts about science. The clear and the obscure parts in thought. Economic incompetence of parliaments. End of header note. Every time that we attempt to obtain an exact conception of the ideas behind proletarian violence, we are forced to go back to the notion of the general strike. And this same conception may render many other services and throw an unexpected light on all the obscure parts of socialism. In the last pages of the first chapter, I compared the general strike to the Napoleonic battle, which definitely crushes an adversary. This comparison will help us to understand the part played by the general strike in the world of ideas. Military writers of today, when discussing the new methods of war necessitated by the employment of troops infinitely more numerous than those of Napoleon, equipped with arms much more deadly than those of his time, do not for all that imagine that wars will be decided in any other way than that of the Napoleonic battle. The new tactics proposed must fit into the drama Napoleon had conceived. The detailed development of the combat will doubtless be quite different from what it used to be, but the end must always be the catastrophic defeat of the enemy. The methods of military instruction are intended to prepare the soldier for this great and terrible action, in which everybody must be ready to take part at the first signal. From the highest to the lowest, the members of a really solid army have always in mind this catastrophic issue of international conflicts. The revolutionary syndicates argue about socialist action exactly in the same manner as military writers argue about war. They restrict the whole of socialism to the general strike. They look upon every combination as one that should culminate in this catastrophe. They see in each strike a reduced facsimile, an essay, a preparation for the great final upheaval. The new school, which calls itself Marxist, syndicalist, and revolutionary, declared in favor of the idea of the general strike as soon as it became clearly conscious of the true sense of its own doctrine, of the consequences of its activity, and of its own originality. It was thus led to leave the old official utopian and political tabernacles which hold the general strike in horror, and to launch itself into the true current of the proletarian revolutionary movement. For a long time past, the proletariat had made adherence to the principle of the general strike the test by means of which the socialism of the workers was distinguished from that of the amateur revolutionaries. Parliamentary socialists can only obtain great influence if they can manage, by the use of a very confused language, to impose themselves on very diverse groups. For example, they must have working men constituents simple enough to allow themselves to be duped by high-sounding phrases about future collectivism. They are compelled to represent themselves as profound philosophers to stupid middle-class people who wish to appear to be well-informed about social questions. It is very necessary also for them to be able to exploit rich people who think that they are earning the gratitude of humanity by taking shares in the enterprises of socialist politicians. This influence is founded on balderdash, and our bigwigs endeavor, sometimes only too successfully, to spread confusion among the ideas of the readers. They detest the general strike because all propaganda carried on from that point of view is too socialistic to please philanthropists. In the mouths of these self-styled representatives of the proletariat, all socialistic formulas lose their real sense. The class war still remains the great principle, but it must be subordinated to national solidarity. Footnote: the Petite Parisienne, which makes a specialty of socialist and working class questions, warned strikers on March 31, 1907, that they, quote, must never imagine that they are absolved from the observance of the ordinary social duties and responsibilities, end quote. End of footnote. Internationalism is an article of faith about which the most moderate declare themselves ready to take the most solemn oaths. But patriotism also imposes sacred duties. Footnote: at the time when the anti-militarists were beginning to occupy public attention, the Petite Parisienne was distinguished by its patriotism. On October 8, 1905, it published an article on the sacred duty and on, quote, the worship of this tricolor flag, which is carried all over the world, our glories and our liberties, end quote. On January 1, 1906, it congratulated the Jury de la Seine. Quote, the flag has been avenged for the insults flung by its detractors on this noble emblem. When it is carried through the streets, it is saluted. The juries have done more than bow to it. They have gathered round it with respect, end quote. This is certainly very cautious socialism. End of footnote. The emancipation of the workers must be the work of the workers themselves. Their newspapers repeat this every day, but real emancipation consists in voting for a professional politician, in securing for him the means of obtaining a comfortable situation in the world, and subjecting oneself to a leader. In the end, the state must disappear. And they are very careful not to dispute what Engels has written on this subject. But this disappearance will take place only in a future so far distant that you must prepare yourself for it by using the state meanwhile as a means of providing the politicians with titbits. And the best means of bringing about the disappearance of the state consists in strengthening meanwhile the governmental machine. This method of reasoning resembles that of Gribouille, who threw himself into the water in order to escape getting wet in the rain. Whole pages could be filled with the bare outlines of the contradictory, comical, and quack arguments which form the substance of the harangues of our great men. Nothing embarrasses them, and they know how to combine in pompous, impetuous, nebulous speeches the most absolute irreconcilability with the most subtle opportunism. A learned exponent of socialism has said that the art of reconciling opposites by means of nonsense is the most obvious result which he had got from the study of the works of Marx. Footnote: 2 motions had been discussed at length by the National Council, one proposing that the departmental federations should be invited to enter the electoral struggle wherever it was possible. The other, that candidates should be put forward everywhere. One member got up and said, quote, I should be glad of your earnest attention, for the argument which I am about to state may at first sight appear strange and paradoxical. These 2 motions are not irreconcilable if we try to solve this contradiction according to the natural Marxian method of solving any contradiction. End quote. Socialiste, October 7th, 1905. It seems that nobody understood, and in fact, it was unintelligible. End of footnote. I confess my extreme incompetence in these difficult matters. Moreover, I make no claim whatever to be counted among the people upon whom politicians confer the title of learned. Yet I cannot easily bring myself to admit that this is the sum and substance of the Marxian philosophy. The controversy between Jaurès and Clemenceau demonstrated quite clearly that our parliamentary socialists can succeed in deceiving the public only by their equivocation, and that, as a result of continually deceiving their readers, they have finally lost all sense of honest discussion. In the Aurore of September 4th, 1905, Clemenceau accuses Jaurès of muddling the minds of his partisans, quote, with metaphysical subtleties into which they are incapable of following him, end quote. There is nothing to object to in this accusation, save the use of the word metaphysical. Jaurès is no more a metaphysician than he is a lawyer or an astronomer. In the number of October 26, Clemenceau proves that his opponent possesses, quote, the art of falsifying his texts, end quote, and he ends by saying, quote, it seemed to me instructive to expose certain polemical practices which we wrongly suppose to be monopoly of the Jesuits, end quote. Against this noisy, garrulous, and lying socialism, which is exploited by ambitious people of every description, which amuses a few buffoons, and which is admired by decadents, revolutionary syndicalism takes its stand, and endeavors, on the contrary, to leave nothing in a state of indecision. Its ideas are honestly expressed, without trickery and without mental reservations. No attempt is made to dilute doctrines by a stream of confused commentaries. Syndicalism endeavors to employ methods of expression which throw a full light on things, which put them exactly in the place assigned to them by their nature, and which bring out the whole value of the forces in play. Oppositions, instead of being glozed over, must be thrown into sharp relief if we desire to obtain a clear idea of the syndicalist movement. The groups which are struggling one against the other must be shown as separate and as compact as possible. In short, the movements of the revolted masses must be represented in such a way that the soul of the revolutionaries may receive a deep and lasting impression. These results could not be produced in any very certain manner by the use of ordinary language. Use must be made of a body of images which, by intuition alone, and before any considered analyses are made, is capable of evoking as an undivided whole the mass of sentiments which corresponds to the different manifestations of the war undertaken by socialism against modern society. The syndicalists solved this problem perfectly by the concentrating the whole of socialism in the drama of the general strike. There is thus no longer any place for the reconciliation of contraries in the equivocations of the professors. Everything is clearly mapped out so that only one interpretation of socialism is possible. This method has all the advantages which integral knowledge has over analysis, according to the doctrine of Bergson. And perhaps it would not be possible to cite another example which would so perfectly demonstrate the value of the famous professor's doctrines. Footnote: the nature of these articles will not allow of any long discussion of this subject, but I believe that it would be possible to develop still further the application of Bergson's ideas to the theory of the general strike. Movement, in Bergson's philosophy, is looked upon as an undivided whole, which leads us precisely to the catastrophic conception of socialism. End of footnote. The possibility of the actual realization of the general strike has been much discussed. It has been stated that the socialist war could not be decided in one single battle. To the people who think themselves cautious, practical, and scientific, the difficulty of setting great masses of the proletariat in motion at the same moment seems prodigious. They have analyzed the difficulties of detail which such an enormous struggle would present. It is the opinion of the socialist sociologists, as also of the politicians, that the general strike is a popular dream, characteristic of the beginnings of a working class movement. We have had quoted against us the authority of Sidney Webb, who has decreed that the general strike is an illusion of youth. Footnote: Bordeaux, Evolution du Socialisme, page 232. End of footnote. Of which the English workers, whom the monopolists of sociology have so often presented to us as the depositaries of the true conception of the working class movement, soon rid themselves. That the general strike is not popular in contemporary England is a poor argument to bring against the historical significance of the idea, for the English are distinguished by an extraordinary lack of understanding of the class war. Their ideas have remained very much dominated by medieval influences. The guild, privileged or at least protected by laws, still seems to them the ideal of working class organization. It is for England that the term working class aristocracy as a name for the trades unionist was invented, and, as a matter of fact, trades unionism does pursue the acquisition of legal privileges. Footnote: This is seen, for example, in the efforts by the trade unions to obtain laws absolving them from the civil responsibilities of their acts. End of footnote. We might therefore say that the aversion felt by England for the general strike should be looked upon as strong presumptive evidence in favor of the latter by all those who look upon the class war as the essence of socialism. Moreover, Sidney Webb enjoys a reputation for competence which is very much exaggerated. All that can be put to his credit is that he has waded through uninteresting blue books and has had the patience to compose an extremely indigestible compilation on the history of trades unionism. He has a mind of the narrowest description, which could only impress people unaccustomed to reflection. Footnote: Tard could never understand the reputation enjoyed by Sidney Webb, which seemed to him to be a worthless scribbler. End of footnote. Those who introduced his fame into France knew nothing at all about socialism, and if he is really in the first rank of contemporary authors of economic history, as his translator affirms, footnote: Mettons, le socialisme en Angleterre, page 210. This writer has received from the government a certificate of socialism. On July 26, 1904, the French Commissioner General at the St. Louis exhibition said, Monsieur Mettons is animated by the best democratic spirit. He is an excellent Republican. He is even a socialist, whom working class organization should welcome as a friend. Association Ouvrière, July 30th, 1904. An amusing study could be made of those persons who possess certificates of this kind, given to them either by the government, the Musée Social, or the well-informed press. End of footnote. It is because the intellectual level of these historians is rather low. Moreover, many examples show us that it is possible to be a most illustrious professional historian and yet possess a mind something less than mediocre. Neither do I attach any importance to the objections made to the general strike based on considerations of a practical order. The attempt to construct hypotheses about the nature of the struggles of the future and the means of suppressing capitalism on the model furnished by history is a return to the old methods of the utopists. There is no process by which the future can be predicted scientifically, or even one which enables us to discuss whether one hypothesis about it is better than another. It has to be proved by too many memorable examples that the greatest men have committed prodigious errors in thus desiring to make predictions about even the least distant future. Footnote: The errors committed by Marx are numerous and sometimes enormous. Cf. G. Sorel, Saggi di Critica del Marxismo, pages 51 to 57. End of footnote. And yet, without leaving the present, without reasoning about the future, which seems forever condemned to escape our reason, we should be unable to act at all. Experience shows that the framing of a future in some indeterminate time may, when it is done in a certain way, be very effective and have very few inconveniences. This happens when the anticipations of the future take the form of those myths, which enclose with them all the strongest inclinations of a people, of a party, or of a class, inclinations which recur to the mind with the insistence of instincts in all the circumstances of life, and which give an aspect of complete reality to the hopes of immediate action by which, more easily than by any other method, men can reform their desires, passions, and mental activity. We know, moreover, that these social myths in no way prevent a man profiting by the observations which he makes in the course of his life, and form no obstacle to the pursuit of his normal occupations. Footnote. It has often been remarked that English or American sectarians whose religious exaltations was fed by the apocalyptic myths were often, nonetheless, very practical men. End of footnote. The truth of this may be shown by numerous examples. The first Christians expected the return of Christ and the total ruin of the pagan world, with the inauguration of the kingdom of the saints at the end of the first generation. The catastrophe did not come to pass, but Christian thought profited so greatly from the apocalyptic myth that certain contemporary scholars maintain that the whole preaching of Christ referred solely to this one point. Footnote. At the present time, this doctrine occupies an important place in German exegesis. It was introduced into France by the Abbé Lavoisier. End of footnote. The hopes which Luther and Calvin had formed of the religious exaltation of Europe were by no means realized. These fathers of the Reformation very soon seemed men of a past era. For modern-day Protestants, they belong rather to the Middle Ages than to modern times, and the problems which troubled them most occupy very little place in contemporary Protestantism. Must we, for that reason, deny the immense result which came from their dreams of Christian renovation? It must be admitted that the real developments of the Revolution did not in any way resemble the enchanting pictures which created the enthusiasm of its first adepts. But without those pictures, would the Revolution have been victorious? Many utopias were mixed up with the revolutionary myth. Footnote. Cf. The Letter to Daniel Alave, Introduction, Part 4. End of footnote. Because it had been formed by a society passionately fond of imaginative literature, full of confidence in the science. Footnote. In French, petite science. This expression is used to indicate the popular science with which the majority is much more familiar than it is with the difficult researches of the real scientist. These latter are generally as modest as the writers on popular science are vain and boastful. End of footnote. And very little acquainted with the economic history of the past. These utopias came to nothing. But it may be asked whether the Revolution was not a much more profound transformation than those dreamed of by the people who, in the 18th century, had invented social utopias. In our own times, Mazzini pursued what the wiseacres of his time called a mad chimera. But it can no longer be denied that, without Mazzini, Italy would never have become a great power, and that he did more for Italian unity than Cavour and all the politicians of his school. A knowledge of what the myths contain in the way of details which will actually form part of the history of the future is then of small importance. They are not astrological almanacs. It is even possible that nothing which they contain will ever come to pass, as was the case with the catastrophe expected by the first Christians. Footnote. I have tried to show elsewhere how this social myth, which has disappeared, was succeeded by a piety which has remained extremely important in Catholic life. This evolution from the social to the individual seems to me quite natural in a religion. Le Système historique des Renaud, pages 374 to 382. End of footnote. In our own daily life, are we not familiar with the fact that what actually happens is very different from our preconceived notion of it? And that does not prevent us from continuing to make resolutions. Psychologists say that there is heterogeneity between the ends in view and the ends actually realized. The slightest experience of life reveals this law to us, which Spencer transferred into nature, to extract therefrom his theory of the multiplication of effects. Footnote. I believe, moreover, that the whole of Spencer's evolutionism is to be explained as an application of the most commonplace psychology to physics. End of footnote. The myth must be judged as a means of acting on the present. Any attempt to discuss how far it can be taken literally as future history is devoid of sense. It is the myth in its entirety which is alone important. Its parts are only of interest insofar as they bring out the main idea. No useful purpose is served, therefore, in arguing about the incidents which may occur in the course of a social war, and about the decisive conflicts which may give victory to the proletariat. Even supposing the revolutionaries to have been wholly and entirely deluded in setting up this imaginary picture of the general strike, this picture may yet have been, in the course of the preparation for the revolution, a great element of strength, if it has embraced all the aspirations of socialism, and if it has given to the whole body of revolutionary thought a precision and rigidity which no other method of thought could have given. To estimate, then, the significance of the idea of the general strike, all the methods of discussion which are current among politicians, sociologists, or people with pretensions to political science must be abandoned. Everything which its opponents endeavor to establish may be conceded to them without reducing in any way the value of the theory which they think they have refuted. The question whether the general strike is a partial reality or only a product of popular imagination is of little importance. All that it is necessary to know is whether the general strike contains everything that the socialist doctrine expects of the revolutionary proletariat. To solve this question, we are no longer compelled to argue learnedly about the future. We are not obliged to indulge in lofty reflections about philosophy, history, or economics. We are not on the plane of theories, and we can remain on the level of observable facts. We have to question men who take a very active part in the real revolutionary movement amidst the proletariat, men who do not aspire to climb into the middle class and whose mind is not dominated by corporative prejudices. These men may be deceived about an infinite number of political, economical, or moral questions, but their testimony is decisive, sovereign, and irrefutable when it is a question of knowing what are the ideas which most powerfully move them and their comrades, which most appeal to them as being identical with their socialistic conceptions, and thanks to which their reason, their hopes, and their way of looking at particular facts seem to make but one indivisible unity. Footnote. This is another application of Bergson's theories. End of footnote. Thanks to these men, we know that the general strike is indeed what I have said, the myth in which socialism is wholly comprised, i.e., a body of images capable of evoking instinctively all the sentiments which correspond to the different manifestations of the war undertaken by socialism against modern society. Strikes have engendered in the proletariat the noblest, deepest, and most moving sentiments that they possess. The general strike groups them all in a coordinated picture, and by bringing them together gives to each one of them its maximum of intensity. Appealing to their painful memories of particular conflicts, it colors with an intense life all the details of the composition presented to consciousness. We thus obtain that intuition of socialism which language cannot give us with perfect clearness, and we obtain it as a whole, perceived instantaneously. Footnote. This is the global knowledge of Bergson's philosophy. End of footnote. We may urge yet another piece of evidence to prove the power of the idea of the general strike. If that idea were a pure chimera, as is so frequently said, parliamentary socialists would not attack it with such heat. I do not remember that they ever attacked the senseless hopes which the utopists have always held up before the dazzled eyes of the people. Footnote. I do not remember that the official socialists have ever shown up the ridiculousness of the novels of Bellamy, which have had so great a success. These novels needed criticism all the more because they presented to the people an entirely middle-class ideal of life. They were a natural product of America, a country which is ignorant of the class war. But in Europe, would not the theorists of the class war have understood them? End of footnote. In the course of a polemic about realizable social reforms, Clemenceau brought out the Machiavellianism in the attitude of Jaurès when he is confronted with popular illusions. He shelters his conscience beneath, quote, some cleverly balanced sentence, end quote, but so cleverly balanced that it, quote, will be received without thinking by those who have the greatest need to probe into its substance, while they will drink in with delight the delusive rhetoric of terrestrial joys to come, end quote. Aurore, December 28, 1905. But when it is a question of the general strike, it is quite another thing. Our politicians are no longer content with complicated reservations. They speak violently and endeavor to induce their listeners to abandon this conception. It is easy to understand the reason for this attitude. Politicians have nothing to fear from the utopias which present a deceptive mirage of the future to the people, and turn, quote, men towards immediate realizations of terrestrial felicity, which anyone who looks at these matters scientifically knows can only be very partially realized, and even then, only after long efforts on the part of several generations. End quote. That is what socialist politicians do, according to Clemenceau. The more readily the electors believe in the magical forces of the state, the more will they be disposed to vote for the candidate who promises marvels. In the electoral struggle, each candidate tries to outbid the others, in order that the socialist candidates may put the radicals to rout. The electors must be credulous enough to believe every promise of future bliss. Footnote. In the article which I have already quoted, Clemenceau recalls that Jaurès made use of these outbidding tactics in a long speech which he made at Béziers. End of footnote. Our socialist politicians take very good care, therefore, not to combat these comfortable utopias in any very effective way. They struggle against the conception of the general strike because they recognize, in the course of their propagandist rounds, that this conception is so admirably adapted to the working class mind that there is a possibility of it dominating the latter in the most absolute manner, thus leaving no place for the desires which the parliamentarians are able to satisfy. They perceive that this idea is so effective as a motive force that once it has entered the minds of the people, they can no longer be controlled by leaders, and that thus the power of the deputies would be reduced to nothing. In short, they feel in a vague way that the whole socialist movement might be easily absorbed by the general strike, which would render useless all those compromises between political groups in view of which the parliamentary regime has been built up. The opposition it meets with from official socialists, therefore, furnishes a confirmation of our first inquiry into the scope of the general strike. End of section 12. Section 13, Chapter 4, Part 2 of Reflections on Violence. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Travis. Reflections on Violence by Georges Sorel. Translated by Thomas Ernest Hume. Chapter 4. The Proletarian Strike, Part 2. We must now proceed further and inquire whether the picture furnished by the general strike is really complete. That is to say, whether it comprises all those features of the struggle which are recognized by modern socialism. But first of all, we must state the problem more precisely. This will not be difficult if we start from the explanations given above on the nature of the conception. We have seen that the general strike must be considered as an undivided whole. Consequently, no details about ways and means will be of the slightest help to the understanding of socialism. It must even be added that there is always a danger of losing something of this understanding if an attempt is made to split up this whole into parts. We will now endeavor to show that there is a fundamental identity between the chief tenets of Marxism and the coordinated aspects furnished by the picture of the general strike. This affirmation is certain to appear paradoxical to many who have read the publications of the most accredited Marxians. And in fact, for a very long time, a well-marked hostility to the general strike existed in Marxian circles. This tradition has done a good deal of harm to the progress of Marx's doctrine, and it is, in fact, a very good illustration of the way in which, as a rule, disciples tend to restrict the application of their master's ideas. The new school has had considerable difficulty in liberating itself from these influences. It was formed by people who had received the Marxian imprint in a very marked degree. And it was a long time before the school recognized that the objections brought against the general strike arose from the incapacity of the official representatives of Marxism rather than from the principle of the doctrine itself. Footnote: in an article, Introduction à la Métaphysique, published in 1903, Bergson points out that disciples are always inclined to exaggerate the points of difference between masters, and that, quote, the master, in so far as he formulates, develops, translates into abstract ideas what he brings, is already in a way his own disciple, end quote. English translation by T.E. Hume. End of footnote. The new school began its emancipation on the day when it perceived clearly that the formulas of socialism were often very far from the spirit of Marx, and when it recommended a return to that spirit. It was not without a certain amount of stupefaction that it discerned that it had credited the master with many so-called inventions, which were in reality taken from his predecessors, or which were commonplaces even at the time when the Communist Manifesto was drawn up. According to an author, who, in the opinion of the government and the Musée Social, is considered to be well informed, quote, the accumulation of capital in the hands of a few individuals is one of the great discoveries of Marx, one of the discoveries of which he was most proud. End quote. Footnote: A. Meton, Opsit, page 191. End of footnote. With all due deference to the historical science of this notable university light, this theory was one which was in everybody's mouth long before Marx had ever written a word, and it had become a dogma in the socialist world at the end of the reign of Louis Philippe. There are many Marxian theories of the same kind. A decided step towards reform was made when those Marxians who aspired to think for themselves began to study the syndicalist movement. They discovered that, quote, the genuine trade unionists have more to teach us than they have to learn from us, end quote. Footnote: G. Sorel, Avenir Socialiste des Syndicats, page 12, end of footnote. This was the beginning of wisdom. It was a step towards the realistic method which had led Marx to his real discoveries. In this way, a return might be made to those methods which alone merit the name philosophical, quote, for true and fruitful ideas are so many close contacts with currents of reality, end quote. And they, quote, owe most of the clearness to the light which the facts and the applications to which they led have by reflection shed on them, the clearness of a concept being scarcely anything more at bottom than the certainty, at last obtained, of manipulating the concept profitably. End quote. Footnote: Bergson, Loxit. End of footnote. And yet another profound thought of Bergson may usefully be quoted. Quote, "For we do not obtain an intuition from reality, that is, an intellectual sympathy with the most intimate part of it, unless we have won its confidence by a long fellowship with its superficial manifestations. And it is not merely a question of assimilating the most conspicuous facts. So immense a mass of facts must be accumulated and fused together that in this fusion, all the preconceived and premature ideas which observers may unwittingly have put into their observations will be certain to neutralize each other. In this way only can the bare materiality of the known facts be exposed to view." End quote. Finally, what Bergson calls an integral experience is obtained. Footnote. Bergson, Loxit. End of footnote. Thanks to the new principle, people very soon came to recognize that the propositions which, in their opinion, contained a complete statement of socialism were deplorably inadequate, so that they were often more dangerous than useful. It is the superstitious respect paid by social democracy to the mere text of its doctrines that nullified every attempt in Germany to perfect Marxism. When the new school had acquired a full understanding of the general strike, and had thus obtained a profound intuition of the working class movement, it saw that all the socialist theories, interpreted in light of this powerful construction, took on a meaning which till then they had lacked. It perceived that the clumsy and rickety apparatus which had been manufactured in Germany to explain Marx's doctrines must be rejected if the contemporary transformation of the proletarian idea was to be followed exactly. It discovered that the conception of the general strike enabled them to explore profitably the whole vast domain of Marxism, which until then had remained practically unknown to the bigwigs who professed to be guiding socialism. Thus, the fundamental principles of Marxism are perfectly intelligible only with the aid of the picture of the general strike, and, on the other hand, the full significance of this picture, it may be supposed, is apparent only to those who are deeply versed in the Marxian doctrine. A. First of all, I shall speak of the class war, which is the point of departure for all socialistic thought, and which stands in such great need of elucidation, since sophists have endeavored to give a false idea of it. 1. Marx speaks of society as if it were divided into two fundamentally antagonistic groups. Observation, it has often been urged, does not justify this division, and it is true that a certain effort of will is necessary before we can find it verified in the phenomena of everyday life. The organization of a capitalistic workshop furnishes a first approximation, and piecework plays an essential part in the formation of the class idea. In fact, it throws into relief the very clear opposition of interest about the price of commodities. Footnote. I do not know whether the learned, economists and other people who make inquiries on social conditions, have always quite understood the function of piecework. It is evident that the well-known formula, the producer should be able to buy back his product, arose from her reflections on the subject of piecework. End of footnote. The workers feel themselves under the thumb of the employers in the same way that peasants feel themselves in the power of the merchants and the moneylenders of the towns. History shows that no economic opposition has been more clearly felt than the latter. Since civilization has existed, country and town have formed two hostile camps. Footnote. Quote, it may be said that the economic history of society turns on this antithesis, end quote, of town and country. Capital, Volume 1, page 152, Column 1. End of footnote. Piecework also shows that in the wage-earning world, there is a group of men somewhat analogous to the retail shopkeepers, possessing the confidence of the employer and not belonging to the proletariat class. The strike throws a new light on all this. It separates the interests and the different ways of thinking of the two groups of wage earners. the foremen, clerks, engineers, etc., as contrasted with the workmen who alone go on strike, much better than the daily circumstances of life do. It then becomes clear that the administrative group has a natural tendency to become a little aristocracy. For these people, state socialism would be advantageous, because they would go up one in the social hierarchy. But all oppositions become extraordinarily clear when conflicts are supposed to be enlarged to the size of the general strike. Then all parts of the economical judicial structure, insofar as the latter is looked upon from the point of view of the class war, reach the summit of their perfection. Society is plainly divided into two camps, and only into two on a field of battle. No philosophical explanation of the facts observed in practical affairs could throw such vivid light on the situation as the extremely simple picture called up by the conception of the general strike. 2. It would be impossible to conceive the disappearance of capitalistic dominance if we did not suppose an ardent sentiment of revolt always present in the soul of the worker. But experience shows that very often the revolts of a day are far from possessing a really specifically socialistic character. More than once, the most violent outbursts have depended on passions which could be satisfied inside the middle-class world. Many revolutionaries have been seen to abandon their ode of reconcilability when they found themselves on the road to fortune. Footnote. It may be remembered that in the eruption at Martinique, a governor perished who, in 1879, had been one of the protagonists of the Socialist Congress held at Marseille. The Commune itself was not fatal to all its partisans. Several have had fairly distinguished careers. The ambassador of France at Rome was among the most importunate of those who, in 1871, demanded the death of the hostages. End of footnote. It is not only satisfactions of a material kind which produce these frequent and scandalous conversions. Vanity, much more than money, is the great motive force in transformation of the revolutionary into a bourgeois. All that would be negligible if it were only a question of a few exceptional people. But it has often been maintained that the psychology of the working classes would so easily adapt itself to the capitalistic order of things that social peace would be rapidly obtained if employers, on their part, would make a few sacrifices of money and amour-propre. G. Le Bon says that the belief in the revolutionary instincts of crowds is a very great mistake, that their tendencies are conservative, that the whole power of socialism lies in the rather muddled state of mind of the middle class. He is convinced that the masses will always flock to a Caesar. Footnote. G. Le Bon, Psychologie du Socialisme, 3rd edition, page 111 and pages 457 to 459. The author, who a few years ago was treated as an imbecile by the little bullies of university socialism, is one of the most original physicists of our time. End of footnote. There is a good deal of truth in these judgments, which are founded on a very wide knowledge of history, but G. Le Bon's theories must be corrected in one respect. They are only valid for societies which lack the conception of the class war. Observation shows that this last conception is maintained with an indestructible vitality in every circle which has been touched by the idea of the general strike. The day when the slightest incidents of daily life become symptoms of the state of war between the classes, when every conflict is an incident in the social war, when every strike begets the perspective of a total catastrophe, on that day there is no longer any possibility of social peace, of resignation to routine, or of enthusiasm for philanthropic or successful employers. The idea of the general strike has such power behind it that it drags into the revolutionary track everything it touches. In virtue of this idea, socialism remains ever young. All attempts made to bring about social peace seem childish. Desertions of comrades into the ranks of the middle class, far from discouraging the masses, only excite them still more to rebellion. In a word, the line of cleavage is never in danger of disappearing. 3. The successes obtained by politicians in their attempts to make what they call the proletarian influence felt in middle-class institutions constitute a very great obstacle to the maintenance of the notion of class war. The world has always been carried on by compromises between opposing parties, and order has always been provisional. No change, however considerable, can be looked upon as impossible in a time like ours, which has seen so many novelties introduced in an unexpected manner. Modern progress has been brought about by successive compromises. Why not pursue the aims of socialism by methods which have succeeded so well? Many means of satisfying the more pressing desires of the unfortunate classes can be thought of. For a long time, these proposals for improvement were inspired by a conservative, feudal, or Catholic spirit. We wish, said the inventors, to rescue the masses from the influence of the radicals. The latter, seeing their political influence assailed, not so much by their old enemies as by socialist politicians, invent nowadays all kinds of projects of a progressive, democratic, free-thinking color. We are beginning, at last, to be threatened with socialistic compromises. Enough attention has not always been paid to the fact that many kinds of political, administrative, and financial systems engender and support the domination of the middle class. Footnote. The socialists are mistaken in believing that the existence of a middle class is bound up with the existence of the capitalist industrial system. Any country submitted to a bureaucracy directing production, either directly or through corporations, would have a middle class. End of footnote. We must not always attach too much importance to violent attacks on the middle class. They may have behind them the desire to reform and perfect capitalism. Footnote. I know, for instance, a very enlightened Catholic who gives vent with singular acrimony to his contempt for the French middle class. But his ideal is Americanism, i.e., a very young and very active capitalistic society. End of footnote. There are, it seems, quite a number of people about nowadays who, though not in the least desiring the disappearance of the capitalistic regime, would willingly abolish inheritance like the followers of Saint Simon. Footnote. P. de Roussier was very much struck by the way rich fathers in the United States forced their sons to earn their own living. He often met, quote, Frenchmen who were profoundly shocked by what they called the egoism of American fathers. It seemed revolting to them that a rich man should leave his son to earn his own living, that he did nothing to set him up in life. End quote. La vie américaine, l'éducation et la société, page 9. End of footnote. The idea of the general strike destroys all the theoretical consequences of every possible social policy. Its partisans look upon even the most popular reforms as having a middle-class character. So far as they are concerned, nothing can weaken the fundamental opposition of the class war. The more the policy of social reforms becomes preponderant, the more will socialists feel the need of placing against the picture of the progress which it is the aim of this policy to bring about. This other picture of complete catastrophe furnished so perfectly by the general strike. B. Let us now examine, with the aid of the conception of the general strike, certain very essential aspects of the Marxian revolution. 1. Marx says that on the day of the revolution, the proletariat will be disciplined, united, and organized by the very mechanism of production. This exceedingly concentrated formula would not be very intelligible if we did not read it in connection with its context. According to Marx, the working class is bowed beneath a system in which, quote, abject poverty, oppression, slavery, degradation, and exploitation increase, end quote, and against which it is organizing an ever-increasing resistance until the day when the whole social structure breaks up. Footnote. Capital. Volume 1, page 342, column 1. End of footnote. The accuracy of this description has been many times disputed. It seems indeed to be more suited to the Manifesto period, 1847, than to the time when Capital was published, 1867. But this objection must not stop us, and it may be thrust on one side by means of the theory of myths. The different terms which Marx uses to describe the preparation for the decisive combat are not to be taken literally as statements of fact about a determined future. It is the description in its entirety which should engage our attention, and taken in this way, it is perfectly clear. Marx wishes us to understand that the whole preparation of the proletariat depends solely on the organization of a stubborn, increasing, and passionate resistance to the present order of things. This argument is of supreme importance if we are to have a sound conception of Marxism, but it is often contested, if not in theory, at least in practice. The proletariat, it has been held, should prepare for the part it is to play in the future by other ways than those of revolutionary syndicalism. Thus, the exponents of cooperation hold that a prominent place in the work of enfranchisement must be given to their own particular remedy. The Democrats say that it is essential to abolish all the prejudices arising from the old Catholic influence, etc. Many revolutionaries believe that, however useful syndicalism may be, it is not, in itself, sufficient to organize a society which needs a new philosophy, a new code of laws, etc. As the division of labor is a fundamental law of the world, socialists should not be ashamed to apply to specialists in philosophy and law, of whom there is never any lack. Jaurès never stops repeating this kind of stuff. This expansion of socialism is contrary to the Marxian theory, as also to the conception of the general strike. But it is evident that the conception of the general strike makes a much more striking appeal to the mind than any formula. 2. I have already called attention to the danger for the future of civilization presented by revolutions which take place in a period of economic decadence. Many Marxists do not seem to have formed a clear idea of Marxist thought on this subject. The latter believe that the great catastrophe would be preceded by an enormous economic crisis. But the crisis Marx had in mind must not be confused with an economic decadence. Crises appeared to him as a result of a too risky venture on the part of production, which creates productive forces out of proportion to the means of regulation which the capitalistic system automatically brings into play. Such a venture supposes that the future was looked upon as favorable to very large enterprises, and that the conception of economic progress prevailed absolutely at the time. In order that the lower middle classes were still able to find tolerable conditions of existence under the capitalist regime may join hands with the proletariat, it is essential that they shall be able to picture the future of production as bright with hope, just as the conquest of America formerly appeared to the English peasants who left Europe to throw themselves into a life of adventure. The general strike leads to the same conclusions. The workers are accustomed to seeing the revolts against the restrictions imposed by capitalism succeed during periods of prosperity. So that it may be said that if you once identify revolution and general strike, it then becomes impossible to conceive this of an essential transformation of the world taking place in a time of economic decadence. The workers are equally well aware that the peasants and the artisans will not join hands with them unless the future appears so rosy-colored that industrialism will be able to ameliorate the lot not only of the producers, but that of everybody. Footnote. It is not difficult to see that propagandists are obliged to refer frequently to this aspect of the social revolution. This will take place while the intermediary classes are still in existence. but when they become sickened by the farce of social pacification, and when a period of such great economic progress has been reached that the future will appear in colors favorable to everybody. End of footnote. It is very important always to lay stress on the high degree of prosperity which industry must possess in order that the realization of socialism may be possible. For experience shows us that it is by seeking to stop the progress of capitalism and to preserve the means of existence of classes who are on the downgrade that the prophets of social peace chiefly endeavor to capture popular favor. The dependence of the revolution on the constant and rapid progress of industry must be demonstrated in a striking manner. Footnote. Kautsky has often dwelt on this idea, of which Engels was particularly fond. End of footnote. 3. Too great stress cannot be laid on the fact that Marxism condemns every hypothesis about the future manufactured by the utopists. Professor Brentano of Munich relates that in 1869, Marx wrote to his friend Beazley, who had published an article on the future of the working class, to say that up till then he had looked upon him as the sole revolutionary Englishman, and that henceforth he looked upon him as a reactionary. For he said, quote, "The man who draws up a program for the future is a reactionary." End quote. Footnote. Bernstein said about the story that Brentano might have exaggerated a little, but that, quote, "the phrase quoted by him was not inconsistent with Marx's general line of thought." End quote. Mouvement Socialiste, September 1, 1899, page 270. Of what can utopias be composed? Of the past, and often of a very far-off past. It is probably for this reason that Marx called Beazley a reactionary, while everybody else was astonished at his revolutionary boldness. The Catholics are not the only people who are hypnotized by the Middle Ages, and Yves Guillot pokes fun at the collectivist troubadourism of Lafargue. Lafargue and Y. Guillot, La Propriété, pages 121 to 122. End of footnote. He considered that the proletariat had no need to take lessons from the learned inventors of solutions to social problems, but simply to take up production where capitalism left it. There was no need for programs of the future. The programs are already worked out in the workshops. The idea of a technological continuity dominates the whole of the Marxian position. Experience gained in strikes leads us to a conception identical with that of Marx. Workmen who put down their tools do not go to their employers with schemes for the better organization of labor, and do not offer them assistance in the management of their business. In short, utopias have no place in economic conflicts. Jaurès and his friends are well aware that this is a very strong argument against their own ideas of the way in which socialism is to be realized. They would like, even now, to have fragments of the industrial programs manufactured by learned sociologists and accepted by the workers introduced into strike negotiations. They would like to see the creation of what they call industrial parliamentarism, which, exactly as in the case of political parliamentarism would imply, on the one hand, the masses who are led, and, on the other, demagogues to show them the way. This would be the apprentice stage of their sham socialism, and might begin at once. With the general strike, all these fine things disappear. The revolution appears as a revolt, pure and simple, and no place is reserved for sociologists, for fashionable people who are in favor of social reforms, and for the intellectuals who have embraced the profession of thinking for the proletariat. C. Socialism has always inspired terror because of the enormous element of the unknown which it contains. People feel that a transformation of this kind would permit of no turning back. Utopists have used all their literary art in the endeavor to lull anxiety by pictures of the future so enchanting that fear might be banished. But the more they accumulate fine promises, the more did thoughtful people suspect traps. And in this, they were not altogether mistaken, for the utopists would have led the world to disasters, tyranny, and stupidity if they had been hearkened to. Marx was firmly convinced that the social revolution of which he spoke would constitute an irrevocable transformation, and that it would mark an absolute separation between two historical eras. He often returned to this idea, and Engels has endeavored to show, by means of images which were sometimes a little grandiose, how economic enfranchisement would be the point of departure of an era having no relationship with the past. Rejecting all utopias, these two founders of modern socialism renounced all the resources by which their predecessors had rendered the prospect of a great revolution less formidable. But however strong the expressions which they employed might have been, the effects which they produced are still very inferior to those produced by the avocation of the general strike. This conception makes it impossible for us to ignore the fact that a kind of irresistible wave will pass over the old civilization. There is something really terrifying in all this, but I believe that it is very essential that this feature of socialism should be insisted on if the latter is to have its full educational value. Socialists must be convinced that the work to which they are devoting themselves is a serious, formidable, and sublime work. It is only on this condition that they will be able to bear the innumerable sacrifices imposed on them by a propaganda which can procure them neither honors, profits, nor even immediate intellectual satisfaction. Even if the only result of the idea of the general strike was to make the socialist conception more heroic, it should on that account alone be looked upon as having an incalculable value. The resemblances which I have just established between Marxism and the general strike might be carried still further and deeper. If they have been overlooked hitherto, it is because we are much more struck by the form of things than by their content. A large number of people find great difficulty in believing that there can be any parallelism between a philosophy based on Hegelianism and the constructions made by men entirely devoid of higher culture. Marx had acquired in Germany a taste for very condensed formulas, and these formulas were so admirably suited to the conditions in the midst of which he worked that he naturally made great use of them. When he wrote, there had been none of the great and numerous strikes, which would have enabled him to speak with the detailed knowledge of the means by which the proletariat may prepare itself for the revolution. This absence of knowledge, gained from experience, very much hampered Marx's thought. He avoided the use of too precise formulas, which would have had this inconvenience of giving a kind of sanction to existing institutions, which seemed valueless to him. He was therefore happy to be able to find in German academic writing a habit of abstract language which allowed him to avoid all discussion of detail. Footnote: I have elsewhere put forward the hypothesis that Marx, in the penultimate chapter of the first volume of Capital, perhaps wished to demonstrate the difference between the evolution of the proletariat and that of the middle-class force. He said that the working class is disciplined, united, and organized by the very mechanism of capitalist production. There is perhaps an indication of a movement towards liberty, opposed to the movement towards automatism, which will be discussed later when we come to consider middle-class force. Saggi di Critica, pages 46 to 47. End of footnote. No better proof perhaps can be given of Marx's genius than the remarkable agreement which is found to exist between his views and the doctrine which revolutionary syndicalism is today building up slowly and laboriously, keeping always strictly to strike tactics. End of section 13. Section 14, Chapter 4, Part 3 of Reflections on Violence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Travis. Reflections on Violence by Georges Sorel, translated by Thomas Ernest Hume. Chapter 4, The Proletarian Strike, Part 3. For some time yet, the conception of the general strike will have considerable difficulty in becoming acclimatized in circles which are not specially dominated by strike tactics. I think it might be useful at this point to inquire into the motives which explain the repugnance felt by many intelligent and sincere people who are disturbed by the novelty of the syndicalist point of view. All the members of the new school know that they had to make great efforts in order to overcome the prejudices of their upbringing, to set aside the associations of ideas which sprang up spontaneously in their mind, and to reason along lines which in no way corresponded to those which they had been taught. During the 19th century, there existed an incredible scientific ingenuousness which was the direct outcome of the illusions that had aroused so much excitement towards the end of the 18th century. Footnote: The history of scientific superstitions is of the deepest interest to philosophers who wish to understand socialism. These superstitions have remained dear to our democracy, as they have been dear to the beaux esprits of the old regime. I have touched on a few of the aspects of this history in Les Illusions du Progrès. Engels was often under the influence of these errors, from which Marx himself was not always free. End of footnote. Because astronomers had managed to calculate the tables of the moon, it was believed that the aim of all science was to forecast the future with accuracy. Because Leverrier had been able to indicate the probable position of the planet Neptune, which had never been seen, and which accounted for the disturbances of observable planets, it was believed that science could remedy the defects of society and indicate what measures should be taken to bring about the disappearance of the unpleasant things in the world. It may be said that this was the middle-class conception of science. It certainly corresponds very closely to the mental attitude of those capitalists who, ignorant of the perfected appliances of their workshops, yet direct industry, and always find ingenious inventors to get them out of their difficulties. For the middle class, science is a mill which produces solutions to all the problems we are faced with. Footnote: Marx quotes this curious phrase from Ure, written about 1830. Quote, "This invention supports the doctrine already developed by us. If capital enlists the aid of science, the rebel hand of labor always learns how to be tractable." End quote. Capital, English translation, Volume 1, page 188, Column 2. End of footnote. Science is no longer considered as a perfected means to knowledge, but only as a recipe for procuring certain advantages. Footnote: To use the language of the New School, science was considered from the point of view of the consumer and not from the point of view of the producer. End of footnote. I have said that Marx rejected all attempts to determine the conditions of a future society. Too much stress cannot be laid on this point, for it shows that he took a stand outside middle-class science. The doctrine of the general strike also repudiates this science, and many professors consequently accuse the new school of having negative ideas only. Their own aim, on the other hand, is the noble one of constructing universal happiness. The leaders of social democracy, it seems to me, have not been very Marxian on this point. A few years ago, Kautsky wrote a preface to a somewhat burlesque utopia. Footnote: Atlanticus. Ein Blick in die Zukunftsstadt. E. Cellier reviewed this book in the Debat of August 16, 1899. End of footnote. I believe that among the motives which led Bernstein to part from his old friends must be counted the horror which he felt for their utopias. If Bernstein had lived in France and had known our revolutionary syndicalism, he would soon have perceived that the latter was on the true Marxian track. But neither in England nor in Germany did he find a working-class movement which could guide him. Wishing to remain attached to realities as Marx had been, He thought that it was better to carry on a policy of social reform, pursuing practical ends, than to lull himself to sleep to the sound of fine phrases about the happiness of future humanity. The worshippers of this useless pseudoscience did not allow themselves to be stopped by the objection, legitimate in this case, that their methods of calculation were entirely inadequate of their means of determination. Their conception of science, being derived from astronomy, supposes that everything can be expressed by some mathematical law. Evidently, there are no laws of this kind in sociology, but man is always susceptible to analogies connected with the forms of expression. It was thought that a high degree of perfection had been attained, and that already something had been accomplished for science when, starting from a few principles not offensive to common sense, which seemed confirmed by a few common experiences, it had been found possible to present a doctrine in a simple, clear, and deductive manner. This so-called science is simply chatter. Footnote. Quote, "It has not been enough noticed how feeble is the reach of deduction in the psychological and moral sciences. Very soon, appeal has to be made to common sense, that is to say, to the continuous experience of the real, in order to inflect the consequences deduced and bend them along the sinuosities of life. Deduction succeeds in things moral only metaphorically, so to speak." End quote. Bergson, Creative Evolution, page 224. Newman had already written something similar to this, but in more precise terms. Quote, "Thus it is that the logician, for his own purposes, and most usefully as far as these purposes are concerned, turns rivers, full, winding, and beautiful, into navigable canals. His business is not to ascertain facts in the concrete, but to find and dress up middle terms, and, provided they and the extremes which they go between are not equivocal, either in themselves or in their use. Supposing he can enable his pupils to show well in a viva voce disputation, he has achieved the main purpose of his profession." End quote. Grammar of Assent, pages 261 to 262. There is no weakness in this denunciation of small talk. End of footnote. The utopists excelled in the art of exposition in accordance with these prejudices. The more their exposition satisfied the requirements of a school book, the more convincing they thought their inventions were. I believe that the contrary of this belief is the truth, and that we should distrust proposals for social reform all the more, when every difficulty seems solved in an apparently satisfactory manner. I should like to examine here, very briefly, a few of the illusions which have arisen out of what may be called the little science, footnote, C note, page 66, end of footnote, which believes that when it has attained clarity of exposition, that it has attained truth. This little science has contributed a great deal towards creating the crisis in Marxism, and every day we hear the new school accused of delighting in the obscurities of which Marx has so often been accused, while French socialists and Belgian sociologists, on the contrary. Perhaps the best way of giving an accurate idea of the error committed by the sham scientists against whom the new school is waging war will be to examine the general characteristics of some social phenomena, and to run through some of the achievements of the mind, beginning with the highest. A. 1. The positivists, who represent in an eminent degree mediocrity, pride, and pedantry, had decreed that philosophy was to give way before their science. But philosophy is not dead, and it has acquired a new and vigorous lease of life thanks to Bergson, who, far from wishing to reduce everything to science, has claimed for the philosopher the right to proceed in a manner quite opposed to that employed by the scientist. It might be said that metaphysics has reclaimed the lost ground by demonstrating to man the illusion of so-called scientific solutions, and by bringing the mind back to the mysterious region which the little science abhors. Positivism is still admired by a few Belgians, the employees of the Office du Travail. Footnote. This is the office of the Minister for Labor, and is principally occupied with the syndicates. It gives itself a certain socialistic air in the hope of duping the workmen. End of footnote. And General André. Footnote. A few years ago, this illustrious warrior was instrumental in blocking the candidature for the Collège de France of Paul Tinnery, whose erudition was universally recognized in Europe, in favor of a positivist. The positivists constitute a lay congregation which is ready for any dirty work. End of footnote. But these are people who count for very little in the world of thought. 2. Religions do not seem to be on the point of disappearing. Liberal Protestantism is dying because it attempted, at all costs, to give a perfectly rationalistic exposition of Christian theology. Auguste Comte manufactured a caricature of Catholicism in which he had retained only the administrative, hierarchical, and disciplinary machinery of that church. His attempt obtained success only with those people who like to laugh at the simplicity of their dupes. In the course of the 19th century, Catholicism recovered strength to an extraordinary degree because it would abandon nothing. It even strengthened its mysteries, and what is very curious, it gains ground in cultivated circles where the rationalism, which was formerly in fashion at the university, is scoffed at. Footnote. Pascal protested eloquently against those who considered obscurity an objection against Catholicism, and Brunetière was right in looking upon him as being one of the most anti-Cartesian of the men of his time. Études critiques, 4e série, pages 144 to 149. End of footnote. 3. The old claim made by our fathers that they had created a science of art, or even that they could describe a work of art in so adequate a manner that the reader could obtain from a book an exact aesthetic appreciation of a picture or of a statue, we look upon nowadays as a perfect example of pedantry. Taine's efforts in the direction first mentioned are very interesting, but only as regards the history of the various schools. His method gives us no useful information about the works themselves. As for the descriptions, they are only of value if the works themselves are of small aesthetic value, and if they belong to what is sometimes called literary painting. The poorest photograph of the Parthenon conveys 100 times as much information as a volume devoted to the praise of the marvels of this monument. It seems to me that the famous Prière sur l'Acropole, so often praised as one of the finest passages in Renan, is a rather remarkable example of rhetoric, in that it is much more likely to render Greek art unintelligible to us than to make us admire the Parthenon. Despite all his enthusiasm for Diderot, which is sometimes comical and expressed nonsensically, Joseph Renaud is obliged to acknowledge that his hero was lacking in artistic feeling in his famous Salon, because Diderot appreciated most of all those pictures which offered possibilities of literary dissertation. Footnote. J. Renaud, Diderot, pages 116 to 117, 125 to 127, 131 to 132. End of footnote. And Brunetière could say that Diderot's Salons were the corruption of criticism, because he discussed works of art in them as if they were books. Footnote. Brunetière, Évolution des Genres, page 122. Elsewhere, he calls Diderot a Philistine, page 153. End of footnote. The impotence of speech is due to the fact that art flourishes best on mystery, half shades, and indeterminate outlines. The more speech is methodical and perfect, the more likely it is to eliminate everything that distinguishes a masterpiece. It reduces the masterpiece to the proportions of an academic product. As a result of this preliminary examination of the three highest achievements of the mind, we are led to believe that it is possible to distinguish in every complex body of knowledge a clear and an obscure region, and to say that the latter is perhaps the more important. The mistake made by superficial people consists in the statement that the second part must disappear with the progress of enlightenment, and that eventually everything will be explained rationally in terms of the little science. This error is particularly revolting as regards art, and above all, perhaps as regards modern painting, which seeks more and more to render combinations of shade to which no attention was formerly paid on account of their lack of stability and of the difficulty of rendering them by speech. Footnote. It is to the credit of the Impressionists that they showed that these fine shades can be rendered by painting, but some few among them soon began to paint according to the formulas of a school. And then there appeared a scandalous contrast between their works and their avowed claims. End of footnote. B. 1. In ethics, the part that can be expressed easily, in clearly reasoned expositions, is that which has reference to the equitable relations between men. It contains maxims which are to be found in many different civilizations. Consequently, it was for a long time believed that a resume of these precepts might form the basis of a natural morality applicable to the whole of humanity. The obscure part of morality is that which has reference to sexual relationships, and this part is not easily expressed in formulas. To understand it thoroughly, you must have lived in a country for a great number of years. It is, moreover, the fundamental part. When it is known, the whole psychology of a people is understood. The supposed uniformity of the first system, in reality, then conceals many differences. Almost identical maxims may correspond to very different applications. Their clearness was only a delusion. 2. In legislation, everybody sees immediately that the law regulating contracts and debts constitutes the obvious part, that which is called scientific. Here again, there is great uniformity in the rules adopted by different peoples, and it was believed that it was eminently desirable to draw up a common code founded on a rational revision of those which existed. But in practice, it is again found that, in different countries, the courts generally attach different meanings to these supposed common principles. That is because there is something individual and particular in each maxim. The mysterious region is the family, which influences all social relationships. Laplace was very much struck by an opinion of Tocqueville on this subject. "I am astonished," said the great thinker, quote, "that ancient and modern publicists have not attributed a greater influence on the progress of human affairs to the laws of inheritance. These laws, it is true, refer to civil, private affairs, but they should be placed at the head of all political institutions, for they have an incredible influence on the social state of peoples, of which state the political laws are only the expression." End quote. Footnote. Tocqueville. Démocratie en Amérique. Tome 1, Chapter 3. Laplace. Réforme sociale en France. Chapter 17. 4. End of footnote. This remark governed all the researches of Laplace. This division of legislation into a clear and an obscure region has one curious consequence. It is very rare for people who are not members of the legal professions to undertake any discussion of equity. They know that it is necessary to have an intimate knowledge of certain rules of law in order to be able to argue about these questions. An outsider would run the risk of making himself ridiculous if he were to venture on an opinion. But on the question of divorce, of paternal authority, of inheritance, every man of letters believes himself as learned as the cleverest lawyer, because, in this obscure region, there are no well-defined principles, nor regular deductions. 3. In economics, the same distinction is perhaps still more evident. Questions relative to exchange can be easily expounded. The methods of exchange are very much alike in the different countries, and it is hardly likely that any very violent paradoxes will be made about monetary circulation. On the other hand, Everything relative to production presents a complexity which is sometimes inextricable. It is in production that local traditions are most strongly maintained. Ridiculous utopias regarding production may be invented indefinitely without revolting the common sense of readers. Nobody denies that production is the fundamental part of any economic system. This is a truth which plays a great part in Marxism, and which has been acknowledged even by authors who have been unable to understand its importance. Footnote. In my Introduction à l'économie moderne, I have shown how this distinction may be used to throw light on many questions which had till then remained exceedingly obscure, and notably to show the exact value of certain important arguments used by Proudhon. End of footnote. C. Let us now examine how parliamentary assemblies work. For a long time, it was believed that their principal function was that of arguing out the most important questions of social organization, and above all, those relating to the Constitution. In such matters, it is possible to proceed from first principles by way of deduction to clear and concise conclusions. Our forefathers excelled in this scholastic type of argument, which forms the luminous part of political discussions. Now that the question of the Constitution is scarcely ever discussed, certain great laws still give rise to fine oratorical tournaments. Thus, on the question of the separation of the church and the state, the professional expounders of first principles were heard and even applauded. It was the opinion of all that the debates had rarely reached so high a level, and this was because the question was one that lent itself to academic discussion. But when, as more frequently happens, commercial laws or social measures are discussed, then we see the stupidity of our representatives displayed in all its splendor. Ministers, presidents, or rapporteurs de commission. Footnote. Laws in France are discussed by a committee elected by the chamber. They alter the text of the law, and it is the duty of the rapporteur, named by the committee, to defend the amended text in open discussion in the chamber. Translator's note. End of footnote. Specialists vie with each other in displays of stupidity. The reason for this is that we are now dealing with economic questions, and the mind is no longer guided by simple rules. In order to be able to give an opinion worthy of consideration on these questions, one must have had a practical acquaintance with them, and our honorable members cannot be said to possess this kind of knowledge. Among them may be found many representatives of the little science. On July 5, 1905, a well-known specialist in venereal diseases, footnote, Dr. Auganier was for a long time one of the glories of that class of intellectuals who looked upon socialism as a variety of Dreyfusism. His great protest in favor of justice had brought him to the governorship of Madagascar, which proves that virtue is sometimes rewarded. End of footnote. Declared that he had not studied political economy, having, quote, a certain mistrust for that conjectural science, end quote. We must doubtless understand from this that it is more difficult to argue about production than it is to diagnose syphilis. The little science has engendered a fabulous number of sophistries which we continually come across, and which go down very well with the people who possess the stupid and mediocre culture distributed by the university. These sophistries consist in putting very different things on the same plane from a love of logical simplicity. Thus, sexual morality is reduced to the equitable relations between contracting parties, the family code to that regulating debts and agreements, and production to exchange. Because in nearly every country and in every age, the state has undertaken to regulate circulation, both of money and of banknotes, or has laid down a legal system of measures, it does not by any means follow that there would be the same advantage in entrusting to the state, for mere love of uniformity, the management of great enterprises. Yet this argument is one of those which appeal most strongly to many medical students and nurslings of the School of Law. I am convinced that Jaurès is even now unable to understand why industry has been abandoned by lazy legislators to the anarchical tendencies of egotists. If production is really the base of everything, as Marx says, it is criminal not to place it in the front rank, not to subject it to a great legislative action, conceived on the same lines as those parts of legislation which owe their clearness to their abstract character, i.e., not to order and arrange it so that it rests on great principles analogous to those which are brought forward when constitutional laws are discussed. Socialism is necessarily very obscure, since it deals with production, i.e., with the most mysterious part of human activity, and since it proposes to bring about a radical transformation of that region which it is impossible to describe with the clearness that is to be found in more superficial regions. No effort of thought, no progress of knowledge, no rational induction will ever dispel the mystery which envelops socialism. And it is because the philosophy of Marx recognized fully this feature of socialism that it acquired the right to serve as the starting point of socialist inquiry. But we must hasten to add that this obscurity lies only in the language by which we endeavor to describe the methods of realizing socialism. This obscurity may be said to be scholastic only. It does not in the least prevent us picturing the proletarian movement in a way that is exact, complete, and striking, and this may be achieved by the aid of that powerful construction which the proletarian mind has conceived in the course of social conflicts and which is called the general strike. It must never be forgotten that the perfection of this method of representation would vanish in a moment if any attempt were made to resolve the general strike into a sum of historical details. The general strike must be taken as a whole and undivided, and the passage from capitalism to socialism conceived as a catastrophe, the development of which baffles description. The professors of the little science are really difficult to satisfy. They assert very loudly that they will only admit into thought abstractions analogous to those used in the deductive sciences. As a matter of fact, this is a rule which is insufficient for purposes of action, for we do nothing great without the help of warmly colored and clearly defined images, which absorb the whole of our attention. Now, is it possible to find anything more satisfying from their point of view than the general strike? But, reply the professors, we ought to rely only on those realities which are given by experience. Is then the picture of the general strike made up of tendencies which were not obtained directly from observation of the revolutionary movement? Is it a work of pure reason, manufactured by indoor scientists attempting to solve this social problem according to the rules of logic? Is it something arbitrary? Is it not, on the contrary, a spontaneous product analogous to those others which students of history come across in periods of action? They insist and say that man ought not to let himself be carried away by his impulses without submitting them to the control of his intelligence, whose rights are unchallenged. Nobody dreams of disputing them. Of course, this picture of the general strike must be tested, and that is what I have tried to do above. But the critical spirit does not consist in replacing historical data by the charlatanism of a sham science. If it is desired to criticize the basis of the idea of the general strike, the attack must be directed against the revolutionary tendencies which it groups together and shows as in action. By no other method worthy of attention can you hope to prove to the revolutionaries that they are wrong in giving all their energies to the cause of socialism, and that their real interests would be better served if they were politicians. They have known this for a long time, and their choice is made. As they do not take up a utilitarian standpoint, any advice which you may give will be in vain. We are perfectly well aware that the historians of the future are bound to discover that we labored under many illusions, because they will see behind them a finished world. We, on the other hand, must act, and nobody can tell us today what these historians will know. Nobody can furnish us with the means of modifying our motor images in such a way as to avoid their criticisms. Our situation resembles somewhat that of the physicists who work at huge calculations based on theories which are not destined to endure forever. We have nowadays abandoned all hope of discovering a complete science of nature. The spectacle of modern scientific revolutions is not encouraging for scientists, and has no doubt led many people, naturally enough, to proclaim the bankruptcy of science. And yet, we should be mad if we handed the management of industry over to sorcerers, mediums, and wonder workers. The philosopher who does not seek to make a practical application of his theories may take up the point of view of the future historian of science, and then dispute the absolute character of present-day scientific theses. But he is as ignorant as the present-day physicist when he is asked how to correct the explanations given by the latter. Must he therefore take refuge in skepticism? Nowadays, no philosopher is worthy of consideration except the skeptical position. Their great aim, on the contrary, is to prove the legitimacy of a science which, however, makes no claim to know the real nature of things, and which confines itself to discovering relations which can be utilized for practical ends. It is because sociology is in the hands of people who are incapable of any philosophic reasoning that it is possible for us to be attacked in the name of the little science for being content with methods founded on the laws that a really thorough psychological analysis reveals as fundamental in the genesis of action, and which are revealed to us in all great historical movements. To proceed scientifically means, first of all, to know what forces exist in the world, and then to take measures whereby we may utilize them by reasoning from experience. That is why I say that, by accepting the idea of the general strike, although we know that it is a myth, we are proceeding exactly as a modern physicist does, who has complete confidence in his science, although he knows that the future will look upon it as antiquated. It is we who really possess the scientific spirit, while our critics have lost touch both with modern science and modern philosophy. And having proved this, we are quite easy in our minds. End of section 14. Section 15, Chapter 5, Part 1 of Reflections on Violence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Travis. Reflections on Violence by Georges Sorel. Translated by Thomas Ernest Hume. Chapter 5. The Political General Strike, Part 1. Header Note. 1. Use made of the syndicates by politicians. Pressure on parliaments. The general strike in Belgium and Russia. 2. Differences in the two currents of ideas corresponding to the two conceptions of the general strike. Class war, the state, the aristocracy of thought. 3. Jealousy fostered by politicians. War as a source of heroism and as pillage. Dictatorship of the proletariat and its historical antecedents. 4. Force and violence. Marx's ideas about force. Necessity of a new theory in the case of proletarian violence. End of header note. Politicians are people whose wits are singularly sharpened by their voracious appetites, and in whom the hunt for fat jobs develops the cunning of Apaches. They hold purely proletarian organizations in horror and discredit them as much as they can. Frequently, they even deny their efficacy in the hope of alienating the workers from groups which, they say, have no future. But when they perceive that their hatred is powerless, that their abuse does not hinder the working of these detested organizations, and that they have become strong, then they seek to turn to their own profit the forces which the proletariat has created. The cooperative societies were for a long time denounced as useless to the workers. Since they have prospered, more than one politician has cast languishing eyes on their cash box and would like to see the party supported by the income from the bakery and the grocery, as the Israelite consistories in many countries live on the dues from the Jewish butchers. Footnote. In Algeria, the scandals in the administration of the consistories, the administrative councils of the Jewish community, which had become sinks of electoral corruption, compelled the government to reform them. But the recent law respecting the separation of the churches and the state will probably bring about a return to the old practices. End of footnote. The syndicates may be very useful in electoral propaganda. A certain amount of skill is needed to utilize them profitably, but politicians do not lack lightness of the finger. Girard, the secretary of the railway syndicate, was once one of the most ardent revolutionaries in France. In the end, however, it was borne in upon him that it was easier to play with politics than to prepare for the general strike. Footnote. An attempt to organize a railway strike was made in 1898. Joseph Renaud says this about it, quote, "A very shady individual, Girard, who had founded an association of railway workers and employees which had a membership of 20,000, intervened in the conflict with the navies of Paris with the announcement of general strike of his syndicate. Brisson authorized search warrants, had the stations guarded by soldiery, and placed lines of sentinels along the track. Nobody came out." End quote. Histoire de l'affaire Dreyfus, Tome 4, pages 310 to 311. Nowadays, the Girard Syndicate is in such good odor with the government that the latter has granted it permission to start a big lottery. On May 14, 1907, Clemenceau spoke of it in the chamber as a body of, quote, "sensible and reasonable people," end quote, opposed to the goings-on of the Confédération du Travail. End of footnote. He is today one of those men in whom the Direction du Travail has most confidence, and in 1902 he went to a great deal of trouble in order to secure the return of Millerand to Parliament. There is a very large railway station in the constituency which the socialist ministers sought to represent, and, without the support of Girard, Millerand would probably have been defeated. In the Socialiste of September 14, 1902, a Guediste denounced this conduct, which seemed to him doubly scandalous since, in the first place, the Congress of Railway Workers had decided that the syndicate should not enter into politics, and secondly, because a former deputy, a Guediste, was Millerand's opponent. The author of the article feared that, quote, "the corporative groups were on the wrong track, and that, although they started out to utilize politics, they might finally find themselves the tools of a party," end quote. He was quite right. In any deals between the representatives of the syndicates and the politicians, it will always be the latter who will reap the greater advantage. Politicians have more than once intervened in strikes, desiring to destroy the prestige of their adversaries and to capture the confidence of the workers. The Longwy dock strikes in 1905 arose out of the efforts of a Republican federation which attempted to organize the syndicates that might possibly serve its policy as against that of the employers. Footnote. Mouvement Socialiste, December 1 to 15, 1905, page 130, end of footnote. The business did not quite take the turn desired by the promoters of the movement, who were not familiar enough with this kind of operation. Some socialist politicians, on the contrary, possess consummate skill in combining instincts of revolt into electoral forces. It was inevitable, therefore, that a few people should be struck by the idea that the great movements of the masses might be used for political ends. The history of England affords more than one example of a government giving way when numerous demonstrations against its proposals took place, even though it was strong enough to repel by force any attack on existing institutions. It seems to be an admitted principle of parliamentary government that the majority cannot persist in pursuing schemes which give rise to popular demonstrations of too serious a kind. It is one of the applications of the system of compromise on which this regime is founded. No law is valid when it is looked upon by a minority as being so oppressive that it rouses them to violent opposition. Great riotous demonstrations are an indication that the moment is not far off when an armed revolt might break out. Governments which are respectful of the old traditions give way before such demonstrations. Footnote. The clerical party thought that it would be able to make use of these tactics to block the application of the law regarding the congregations. It hoped that some show of violence would cause the government to give way, but the latter stuck to its guns, and it may be said that one of the mainsprings of the parliamentary system was thus broken, since there are fewer obstacles than formerly to the dictatorship of Parliament. End of footnote. Between the first simple threat of trouble and a riot, a general political strike might take place, which might assume any one of a large number of forms. It might be peaceful and of short duration, its aim being to show the government that it is on the wrong track and that there are forces which could resist it. It might also be the first act of a series of bloody riots. During the last few years, parliamentary socialists have not been so sure that they would soon come into power, and they have recognized that their authority in the two houses is not destined to increase indefinitely. When there are no exceptional circumstances to force the government to buy their support with large concessions, their parliamentary power is very much reduced. It would therefore be a great advantage to them if they could bring outside pressure to bear on recalcitrant majorities, which would appear to threaten the conservatives with a formidable insurrection. If there were in existence rich working-class federations, highly centralized and in a position to impose a strict discipline on their members, socialist deputies would not have very much trouble in inflicting their leadership occasionally on their parliamentary colleagues. All that they would have to do would be to take advantage of an opportunity that was favorable to a movement of revolt in order to stop some branch of industry for a few days. It has more than once been proposed that the government should be brought to a standstill in this fashion by a stoppage in the working of the mines or the railways. Footnote. In 1890, the National Congress at Lille of the Decadist party passed a resolution by which it declared that the general strike of the miners was actually possible, and that a general strike of the miners by itself would bring about the results that are expected in vain from a stoppage of every trade. End of footnote. For such tactics to produce the full effect desired, the strike must break out unexpectedly at the word of command of the party, and must stop when the latter has signed a compact with the government. It is for these reasons that politicians are so very much in favor of the centralization of the syndicates, and that they talk so much about discipline. Footnote. Quote, there may be room in the party for individual initiatives, but the arbitrary fancies of the individual must be put down. The safety of the party lies in its laws. We must steadfastly abide by them. It is the Constitution freely chosen by ourselves which binds us together, and which will enable us to conquer together or to die. End quote. Thus spoke a learned exponent of socialism at the National Council. Socialiste, October 7th, 1905. If a Jesuit expressed himself thus, there would be an outcry about monkish fanaticism. End of footnote. It is to be understood, of course, that this discipline is one which must subject the proletariat to their command. Associations which are very decentralized and group into bourses du travail would offer them far fewer guarantees of success, so that all those who are not in favor of a solid concentration of the proletariat round the party leaders are regarded by the latter as anarchists. The political general strike has this immense advantage, that it does not greatly imperil the precious lives of the politicians. It is an improvement on the moral insurrection which the Mountain made use of in the month of May 1793 in order to force the convention to expel the Girondists from its midst. Jaurès, who is afraid of alarming his clients, the financiers, just as the members of the mountain were afraid of alarming the departments, admires exceedingly any movement which is free from the violent acts that distress humanity. Footnote. J. Jaurès, La Convention, page 1384. End of footnote. He is not, therefore, an irreconcilable opponent of the political general strike. Recent events have given a very great impetus to the idea of the general political strike. The Belgians obtained the reform of the Constitution by a display which has been decorated, perhaps rather ambitiously, with the name of general strike. It now appears that these events did not have the tragic aspect they have been sometimes credited with. The ministry was very pleased to be put in a position to compel the House to accept an electoral bill which the majority disapproved of. Many liberal employers were very much opposed to this ultra-clerical majority. What happened, therefore, was something quite contrary to a proletarian general strike, since the workers served the ends of the state and of the capitalist. Since those already far-off times, there has been another attempt to bring pressure to bear on the central authority, with a view to establishing a more democratic system of suffrage. This attempt failed completely. The ministry, this time, was no longer secretly on the side of the promoters of the bill, and they did not force its adoption. Many Belgians were very much astonished at their failure, and could not understand why the king did not dismiss his ministers to please the socialist. He had formerly insisted on the resignation of his clerical ministers in face of a display of liberal feeling. In fact, this king, in their opinion, understood nothing of his duties, and, as was said at the time, he was only a pasteboard king. This Belgian incident is not without interest, because it brings home to us the fact that the proletarian general strike and the political general strike are diametrically opposed to one another. Belgium is one of the countries where the syndicalist movement is weakest. The whole socialist organization is founded on the bakers, grocers, and haberdasher shops that are run by committees of the party. The worker, accustomed from of old to a clerical discipline, remains an inferior, who believes himself obliged to follow the leadership of people who sell him the commodities he needs at a slight reduction, and who din Catholic or socialistic speeches into his ears. Not only do we find groceries set up as a priestcraft, but it is also from Belgium that we get the well-known theory of public services, against which Goethe wrote such a violent pamphlet in 1883, and which De Ville called in the same year a Belgian imitation of collectivism. Footnote. De Ville, La Capitale, page 10. End of footnote. The whole of Belgian socialism tends towards the development of state industrialism and the constitution of a class of state workers who would be firmly disciplined under the iron hand of leaders accepted by democracy. Footnote. Paul Leroy Beaulieu recently proposed to call the whole body of government employees the Fourth Estate, and those in private employment the Fifth Estate. He said that the first tended to form hereditary caste. Debat, November 28, 1905. As time goes on, the distinction between the two groups will grow more pronounced. The first group is a great source of support to socialist politicians who desire to transform it into a perfectly disciplined corporation capable of taking the lead in the working class movement. Thus, by the intermediacy of the employees of the state, the parliamentarians would govern the more easily the workers in private industry. End of footnote. It is quite natural, therefore, that in such a country the general strike should be conceived in a political form. In such conditions, the only aim of popular insurrection must be to take the power from one group of politicians and to hand it over to another, the people still remaining the passive beast that bears the yoke. Footnote. This does not prevent Vandervelde from comparing the future world to the Abbey of Thelema, celebrated by Rabelais, where everybody did as he pleased, and from saying that he aspires to an anarchist community. Distrie and Vandervelde, La Socialisme en Belgique, Page 289. Oh, the magic of big words. End of footnote. The recent troubles in Russia have helped to popularize the idea of the general strike among professional politicians. Many people were surprised at the results produced by great concerted stoppages of work. But what really happened and what followed from these disturbances is not very well known. People who are acquainted with the country believe that Vita was hand in glove with many of the revolutionaries, and that he was delighted at being able to obtain, by terrifying the Tsar, the dismissal of his enemies and the grant of institutions which, in his opinion, would put obstacles in the way of any return to the old regime. It is very remarkable that for a long time the government seemed paralyzed, and in the administration anarchy was at its height, while, from the moment Vita thought it necessary in his personal interest to act vigorously, repression was rapid. That day arrived, as several people had foreseen, when the financiers needed to revive Russian credit. It seems hardly probable that previous insurrections ever had the irresistible power attributed to them. The Petit Parisien, which was one of the French newspapers that had advertised, footnote, many French papers advertised the merits of the Russian minister, Vita, exactly as they advertised cures made by patent medicines. The French press receives at all times large subventions from the Russian embassy. But in this period, Vita spent much more than usual, in order to secure his continuance in office by quoting French opinion. End of footnote. The fame of Vita said that the Great Strike of October 1905 came to an end on account of the hunger of the workers. According to this newspaper, the strike had even been prolonged for a day in the hope that the Poles would take part in the movement and would obtain concessions as the Finns had done. Then it congratulated the Poles for having been wise enough not to budge, and for not having been given a pretext for German intervention. Petit Parisien, November 7th, 1905. We must not allow ourselves, therefore, to be too much dazzled by certain descriptions, and Charles Bonnier was right when, in the Socialiste of November 18th, 1905, he cast doubt on the truth of the account which had been given of the course of events in Russia. He had always been an irreconcilable opponent of the general strike, and he pointed out that there was no resemblance at all between what had happened in Russia and what the, quote, genuine syndicalist in France, end quote, looked forward to. In his opinion, the strike in Russia had merely been the consummation of a very complex process, one method out of the many employed, which had succeeded owing to the exceptionally favorable circumstances in which it had developed. We have here, then, a criterion which will serve to distinguish two kinds of movement generally designated by the same name. We have studied a proletarian general strike, which is one undivided whole. Now we have to consider the general political strike, which combines the incidents of economic revolt with many other elements depending on systems foreign to the industrial system. In the first case, no detail ought to be considered by itself. In the second, everything depends on the art with which heterogeneous details are combined. In this case, the parts must be considered separately, their importance estimated, and an attempt made to harmonize them. One would think that such a task ought to be looked upon as purely utopian, or even quite absurd by the people who are in the habit of bringing forward so many practical objections to the proletarian general strike. But if the proletariat left to itself can do nothing, politicians are equal to anything. Is it not one of the dogmas of democracy that the genius of demagogues can overcome all obstacles? I will not stop here to discuss what chances of success these tactics have, and I leave it to the stock jobbers who read L'Humanité to discover how the general political strike may be prevented from degenerating into anarchy. My only concern in the following pages will be to throw full light on the difference between the two conceptions of the general strike. End of section 15. Section 16. Chapter 5, Part 2 of Reflections on Violence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Travis. Reflections on Violence by Georges Sorel. Translated by Thomas Ernest Hume. Chapter 5. The Political General Strike. Part 2. We have seen that the idea of the syndicalist general strike contains within itself the whole of proletarian socialism. Not only are all its real elements found therein, but they are moreover grouped in the same way as in social struggles, and their movements are exactly those proper to their nature. It would be impossible to find any image which would represent equally well the political form of socialism, and which could be contrasted with the proletarian conception of it as represented by the general strike. Yet, by making the political general strike the pivoting point in the tactics of those socialists who are at the same time revolutionary and parliamentary, it becomes possible to obtain an exact notion of what it is that separates the latter from the syndicalists. A. To begin with, we perceive immediately that the political general strike does not presuppose a class war concentrated on a field of battle in which the proletariat attacks the middle class. The division of society into two antagonistic armies disappears, for this class of revolt is possible with any kind of social structure. In the past, many revolutions were the result of coalitions between discontented groups. Socialist writers have often pointed out that the poorer classes have more than once allowed themselves to be massacred to no purpose, save to place power in the hands of new rulers who, with great astuteness, had managed to utilize for their own advantage a passing discontent of the people against the former authorities. It seems indeed that the Russian liberals had hoped to see something of the kind happen in 1905. They were delighted at the number of peasant and working class insurrections. It has even been asserted that they heard with great satisfaction of the reverses of the army in Manchuria. Footnote: the correspondent of the Débat in the issue of November 25, 1906, related how the members of the Duma had congratulated a Japanese journalist on the victories of his compatriots. Cf. The Débat, December 25, 1907. End of footnote. They believed that the government, getting alarmed, would have recourse to their enlightenment. As there is a large number of sociologists among them, the little science would thus have obtained a huge success. But it is probable that the people would have been left to twiddle their thumbs. It is, I suppose, for much the same kind of reason that the capitalistic shareholders of l'Humanité are such ardent admirers of certain strikes. They look upon the proletariat as a very convenient instrument with which to clear the ground, and they feel certain from their study of history that it will always be possible for a socialist government to bring rebels to reason. Moreover, are not the laws against anarchists, made in an hour of madness, still carefully preserved on the statute books? They are stigmatized as rascally laws, but they may yet serve to protect capitalist socialists. Footnote: we may also ask how much the old enemies of military justice desire the abolition of the courts-martial. For a long time, the nationalists were able to maintain with some show of reason that they were retained in order that Dreyfus, if the Court of Cassation ordered a third trial, should not be brought up before a court of assize. A court-martial can be more easily packed than a jury. End of footnote. B. 1. Further, under the influence of this conception, it would no longer be true to say that the whole organization of the proletariat was contained within revolutionary syndicalism. Since the syndicalist general strike would no longer be the entire revolution, other organizations would have been created side by side with the syndicates. As the strike can only be one detail cunningly dovetailed into many other incidents which must be set going at the propitious moment, the syndicates would have to await the word of command of the political committees, or at least work in perfect unison with the committees which represent the superior intelligence of the socialist movement. In Italy, Ferri has symbolized this unison in a rather comical manner by saying that socialism has need of two legs. This figure of speech was borrowed from Lessing, who little thought that it might become one of the principles of sociology. In the second scene of Minna von Barnhem, the innkeeper says to Jost that a man cannot stand on one glass of brandy any more than he can walk on one leg. He also adds that all good things are 3 in number, and that a rope of 4 strands is all the stronger. I'm not aware that sociology has made any use of these other aphorisms, which are worth just as much as the one Ferri misused. 2. If the syndicalist general strike is connected with the idea of an era of great economic progress, the political general strike calls up rather that of a period of decadence. Experience shows that classes on the downgrade are more easily captured by the fallacious harangues of politicians than classes on the upgrade, so that there seems to be a close relation between the political perspicacity of men and the conditions under which they live. Prosperous classes may often act very imprudently, because they have too much confidence in their own strength. They face the future with too much boldness, and they are overcome for the moment by a frenzied desire for renown. Enfeebled classes habitually put their trust in people who promise them the protection of the state, without ever trying to understand how this protection could possibly harmonize their discordant interest. They readily enter into every coalition formed for the purpose of forcing concessions from the government. They greatly admire charlatans who speak with a glib tongue. Socialism must be exceedingly careful if it is not to fall to the level of what Engels calls bombastic anti-Semitism. Footnote. Engels feared that the socialists, in order to gain adherents in the electoral struggles rapidly, would make promises which were contrary to Marxist doctrine. The anti-Semites told the peasants and the small shopkeepers that they would protect them from the development of capitalism. Engels thought that an imitation of this procedure would be dangerous since, in his opinion, the social revolution could only be realized when capitalism had almost completely destroyed the small proprietors and small industries. If the socialists, then, endeavored to hinder this evolution, they would ultimately compromise their own cause. Engels did not know that the French socialist, whose agrarian program he was criticizing, had often made such promises, and that several socialist deputies were very friendly with Drummond. Engels, La question agraire et le socialisme, in the Mouvement Socialiste, October 15, 1900, page 462. Cf. pages 458 to 459, and page 463. End of footnote. And the advice of Engels on this point has not always been followed. The political general strike presupposes that very diverse social groups shall possess the same faith in the magical force of the state. This faith is never lacking in social groups which are on the downgrade, and its existence enables windbags to represent themselves as able to do everything. The political general strike would be greatly helped by the stupidity of the philanthropist, and this stupidity is always a result of the degeneration of the rich classes. Its chances of success would be enhanced by the fact that it would have to deal with cowardly and discouraged capitalists. 3. Under such conditions, it would no longer be possible to ignore plans of the future state of society. These plans, on which Marx poured ridicule, and which the syndicalist general strike ignores, would become an essential element of the new system. A political general strike could not be proclaimed until it was known with absolute certainty that the complete framework of the future organization was ready. That is what Jaurès intended to convey in his articles of 1901 when he said that modern society, quote, will recoil from an enterprise as indeterminate and as empty as the syndicalist strike as one draws back from a precipice. End quote. Footnote. Jaurès, Études socialistes, page 107. End of footnote. There are plenty of young barristers, briefless and likely to remain so, who have filled enormous notebooks with their detailed projects for the social organization of the future. If we have not yet been favored with the breviary of the Revolution, which Lucien Hare announced in 1900, we know at least that regulations have been framed for the establishment of the bookkeeping branch of collectivist society. And Tarburiak has even gone into the question of the printed forms to be recommended for the use of the future bureaucracy. Footnote. Many idiotically serious things like this may be found in Tarburiak's Cité Future. People who call themselves well-informed say that Arthur Fontaine, Directeur du Travail, has some astonishing solutions of the social question in his portfolios, and that he will reveal them on the day he retires. Our successors will bless him for having saved up for them pleasures we shall not know. End of footnote. Jaurès is continually bewailing the fact that so many lights are condemned to remain hidden under the capitalist bushel. And he feels convinced that the revolution depends very much less on the conditions Marx had in mind than on the efforts of unknown geniuses. C. I've already called attention to the terrible nature of the revolution as conceived by Marx and the syndicalists, and I have said that it is very important that its character of absolute and irrevocable transformation should be preserved, because it is that which gives socialism its high educational value. The comfort-loving followers of our politicians could not view with any approval the profoundly serious work which is being carried on by the proletariat. The former desire to reassure the middle class and promise not to allow the people to give themselves up entirely to their anarchical instincts. They explain to the middle class that they do not by any means dream of suppressing the great state machine, but wise socialists desire two things. One, to take possession of this machine so that they may improve its works and make them run to further their friends' interest as much as possible. And two, to assure the stability of the government, which will be very advantageous for all businessmen. Tocqueville had observed that, since the beginning of the 19th century, the administrative institutions of France having changed very little, revolutions had no longer produced any very great upheavals. Footnote. Tocqueville, L'Ancien Régime et la Révolution, page 297. End of footnote. Socialist financiers have not read Tocqueville, but they understand instinctively that the preservation of a highly centralized, very authoritative, and very democratic state puts immense resources at their disposal and protects them from proletarian revolution. The transformations which their friends, the parliamentary socialists, may carry out will always be of a very limited scope, and it will always be possible, thanks to the state, to correct any imprudences they may commit. The general strike of the syndicalists drives away from socialism all financiers in quest of adventures. The political strike rather pleases these gentlemen, because it would be carried out in circumstances favorable to the power of politicians, and consequently to the operations of their financial allies. Footnote. In the Avant-Garde of October 29, 1905, may be read the report of Lucien Roland to the National Council of the Unified Socialist Party on the election at Florac of Louis Dreyfus, a speculator in grain and shareholder of L'Humanité. I was greatly pained, says Roland, quote, to hear one of the rois de l'époque, kings of the time, speak in the name of our Internationale, of our red flag, of our principles, and cry, "Long live the Socialist Republic." End quote. Those whose only knowledge of this election has been gained from the official report published in the Socialiste of October 28, 1905, will have gained a singularly false idea of it. Official socialist documents should be mistrusted. I do not believe that, during the Dreyfus case, the friends of the General Staff ever distorted the truth so much as the official socialists did on this occasion. The Fourieriste Toussaint published in the reign of Louis Philippe a book entitled Les Juifs, Rois de l'époque, in which he attacked the great speculators. Roland is alluding to this and wishes to recall the fact that L. Dreyfus was a large speculator in corn. End of footnote. Marx supposes, exactly as the syndicalists do, that the revolution will be absolute and irrevocable, because it will place the forces of production in the hands of free men, i.e., of men who will be capable of running the workshop created by capitalism without any need of masters. This conception would not at all suit the financiers and the politicians whom they support, for both are only fit to exercise the noble profession of masters. Therefore, the authors of all inquiries into moderate socialism are forced to acknowledge that the latter implies the division of society into two groups. The first of these is a select body, organized as a political party which has adopted the mission of thinking for the thoughtless masses, and which imagines that, because it allows the latter to enjoy the results of its superior enlightenment, it has done something admirable. Footnote. The intellectuals are not, as is so often said, men who think. They are people who have adopted the profession of thinking, and who take an aristocratic salary on account of the nobility of this profession. End of footnote. The second is the whole body of the producers. The select body of politicians has no other profession than that of using its wits, and they find that it is strictly in accordance with the principles of eminent justice, of which they are sole owners, that the proletariat should work to feed them and furnish them with the means for an existence that only distantly resembles an ascetic's. This division is so evident that generally no attempt is made to hide it. The officials of socialism constantly speak of the party as of an organism having a life of its own. At the International Socialist Congress of 1900, the party was warned against the danger it ran in following a policy which might separate it too much from the proletariat. It must inspire the masses with confidence if it desires to have their support on the day of the great battle. Footnote. For example, Vaillant says, quote, "Since we have to fight this great battle, do you think that we can win it if we have not the proletariat behind us? We must have the proletariat, and we shall not have it if we have discouraged it, if we have shown it that the party no longer represents its interest, no longer represents the war of the working class against the capitalist class." End quote. Cahiers de la quinzaine, 6e de la 12e série, pages 159 to 160. This number contains the shorthand note of the proceedings at the Congress. End of footnote. The great reproach which Marx leveled at his adversaries in the alliance was this separation of the leaders and the led, which had the effect of reinstating the state, and which is today so marked in Germany and elsewhere. End of section 16.